Love After Ho-Ho-Ho-Hoing by Tyla Walker.
She needs her bakery saved,
He needs a wife to keep his company.
and he makes her a deal she can't refuse.
1 year of marriage for enough cash to save her bakery.
But by the time the year is up, the shop isn't the only one with a bun in the oven.
Are you wanting the spicy scenes of this girl next door, cold-hearted hottie winter romance?
Find the unabridged copy at TylaWalker.com, where YouTube can't stop us from sharing the dirty details.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off any digital product.
Do us a favor to help keep this channel up and running, and consider liking this video and commenting down below.
Your support is what makes these free, full audiobooks possible.
Subscribe to stay informed on new releases.
This is Tyla Walker's Love After Ho-Ho-Ho-Hoing. Chapter 1. Maya. The steam rises from the pot of mulled wine, carrying hints of cinnamon and star anise through the hotel ballroom. I adjust the temperature, giving the aromatic mixture a final stir before stepping back to survey my station. Everything good to go, boss? Jerome, my sous chef for tonight's event, arranges the last of the appetizer plates. Almost. The mini quiches need 2 more minutes. I peek through the industrial oven's window at the rows of perfectly aligned pastries. The gentle bubbling of the Gruyere tells me they're close to golden perfection. The space around us sparkles, with thousands of white lights woven through crystal-draped garlands. A massive Christmas tree towers in the corner, its ornaments catching and reflecting the warm glow. Some corporate parties feel sterile and forced, but Caldwell Enterprises went all out. The marble columns wrapped in velvet ribbons, the ice sculptures glistening on the buffet tables. My phone buzzes. Another notification from the bank. I swipe it away without looking. Tonight's event could make or break Maya's flavors, and I refuse to let anxiety about my business loan distract me from delivering excellence. The timer chimes. I pull out the quiches, their buttery aroma filling the air. Look at these beauties. I plate them alongside fresh herb garnishes, arranging each one with precision. Grandma Thompson would be proud. Your grandmother's recipes never disappoint. Jerome grabs the first tray. Ready to wow these suits? Born ready. I straighten my chef's coat and adjust my apron strings. The weight of my grandmother's vintage rolling pin sits in my pocket. My lucky charm for every catering gig since I started this venture. The first guests filter in, their designer outfits and jewelry catching the light. I take my position behind the carving station, shoulders back, knife sharp and ready. This is my element, where passion meets precision, where every slice and garnish tells a story of tradition mixed with innovation. A server rushes past with empty champagne flutes. They're asking about the wine pairing for the main course. Tell them to trust the chef. I wink, my confidence growing as the room fills with appreciative murmurs from the early taste testers. The kitchen doors swing open as Sophie bursts in, her server's apron dusted with crumbs. Maya, you won't believe the comments about those mushroom vol au vents. Table 7 practically licked their plates clean. Thank goodness. I plate another round of appetizers, my hand steady despite the pressure building in my chest. How's the timing looking out there? Perfect rhythm. Though Mr. Harrison from accounting keeps asking for seconds, she snags a stray piece of parsley from the garnished tray. By the way, I overhead. Someone mentioned they're from the Chamber of Commerce. My knife pauses mid-slice. Chamber of Commerce means potential connections, future contracts, a chance to climb out of the financial hole I've dug myself into. Which one? Blue dress, silver hair. She's been eyeing the wine station. I hand the platter to Jerome and straighten my nameplate. Cover for me? Always do, boss lady. Sophie bumps my hip as she passes. Go work your magic. The ballroom buzzes with conversation and clinking glasses. I weave through the crowd, stopping to answer questions about ingredients and cooking techniques. Each compliment helps ease the knot in my stomach, the one that formed when I saw this morning's bank statement. The mulled wine is divine. The woman in blue catches my eye. Such a unique blend of spices. Family recipe. I extend my hand. Maya Thompson, head chef and owner of Maya's Flavors. Barbara Chin, Chamber of Commerce. Her handshake is firm. Tell me, do you cater smaller events as well? From intimate dinner parties to corporate gatherings. I gesture toward the spread. We pride ourselves on customizing each menu to our client's vision. Fascinating. She pulls out a business card. We're planning several networking events next quarter. My heart skips. Next quarter, when my loan payment comes due. But before I can respond, Sophie appears at my elbow. Sorry to interrupt, she whispers, but the kitchen needs you. Something about the salmon. I excuse myself gracefully, tucking Barbara's card into my pocket. Back in the kitchen, I find Jerome managing the situation perfectly. The salmon's fine, but Sophie knew I needed an exit strategy before I started babbling about interest rates to a potential client. You're a lifesaver. I squeeze her arm as I pass. Please, what are best friends / underpaid servers for? She grabs fresh plates. Now let's show these suits what Maya's Flavors is really made of. Suddenly, the kitchen doors swing open, and my heart stutters. Henry Caldwell strides in, his tailored black suit a stark contrast to the chaos of my prep station. His sandy blonde hair catches the light, and those green eyes lock onto mine with the same intensity they had back in college. Maya Thompson. He moves closer, navigating between prep tables with natural grace, like he owns the place. His cologne, something expensive and woodsy, teases my senses. When they said Maya's Flavors was catering, I couldn't believe it. I wipe my hands on my apron, fighting the urge to smooth my hair. Damn him for looking so put together while I'm covered in flour and who knows what else. Been a while, Henry. Or should I say Mr. CEO now? Still just Henry to you. The corner of his mouth quirks up. That same half smile that used to make my stomach flip during our study sessions back in college. The ones where I spent more time watching his hands grip his pen than actually studying market trends. Jerome bumps my elbow as he passes, nearly making me stumble. Boss, the dessert station needs your attention. That's where you shine after all. His words snap me back to reality. I have a job to do. Right. I clear my throat, but Henry steps into my path, close enough that I catch another whiff of that maddening cologne. The food is incredible. His voice drops lower, meant just for me, sending shivers down my spine. Dad would have loved what you've done with the menu. The mention of his father hits me in the chest. Richard Caldwell had always encouraged my culinary dreams, even letting me practice recipes in the massive Caldwell kitchen during college breaks. Back then, the Caldwell family were exorbitantly rich, but they were kind. They still are. And Henry has been a good friend since. I added the spiced nuts to the salad. His favorite. I noticed. Henry's expression softens. His fingers brush my arm as he reaches for a sprig of rosemary, and electricity zips through my skin. Remember when you almost burned down our kitchen trying to perfect that recipe? You promised never to bring that up again. I grab the rosemary before he can, our fingers almost touching. The same magnetic pull I'd fought for years in college resurfaces, making it hard to focus on anything but the way his presence fills the space. Some promises are meant to be broken. He holds my gaze a beat too long, and I'm transported back to all those nights. We'd stayed up talking about our dreams, his inheritance looming over him, my desperate need to prove myself in the culinary world. Now that I have my own bakery, I've been making my dreams come true, but there have been pitfalls. financial insecurity being the main one. Maya. Sophie appears at my elbow, breaking the spell between Henry and me. The chocolate soufflés are ready for the first round. Duty calls. I step back, creating distance between Henry and myself. His cologne lingers, a reminder of how close we were standing. Don't let me keep you. Henry's eyes crinkle at the corners, though we should catch up properly sometime. I focus on arranging the delicate desserts, piping fresh cream with steady hands despite my racing pulse. The soufflés rise perfectly, their dark centers rich and inviting. As I work, I notice several guests pointing at my dessert station, phones raised to capture photos. Barbara Chen from the Chamber of Commerce approaches with 2 other board members. Maya, these are absolutely stunning. Would you have time next week to discuss our upcoming events? Of course. I hand her a fresh soufflé, decorated with a sprig of mint and a dusting of gold powder. Her eyes light up at the presentation. Divine. She takes a bite, closing her eyes. Simply divine. The buzz around my station grows. More business cards appear. More promises of future bookings. Even the head of marketing stops by to specifically compliment the spice blend in the mulled wine, asking if I'd consider bottling it for retail sale. I catch my reflection in one of the polished serving trays, my hair pulled back into a low bun, my chef's outfit still covered in flour, my eyes shining bright, the subtle gold thread embroidery on my coat, a splurge I almost couldn't justify last month, catches the light. For the first time in months, that knot of financial worry loosens in my chest somewhat. After so long of being in the red, this event could be the turning point Maya's Flavors needs. No more late-night calculations trying to make the numbers work. Jerome slides past with a fresh tray of garnishes, expertly weaving between guests who've congregated around our station. Boss, we're getting requests for your contact information from at least 3 different companies. That tech startup in the corner, they're talking holiday parties too. I straighten my chef's coat, feeling the weight of my grandmother's rolling pin in my pocket. It's worn smooth from decades of use, a constant reminder of where I came from. Her voice echoes in my memory. Cooking with love is good, but cooking with skill pays the bills. Tonight I'm doing both. And from the looks of it, Grandma's wisdom is paying off in spades.
Chapter 2. Henry. The glare of twinkling lights strung across the hotel ballroom's vaulted ceiling makes my eyes water, or maybe it's the whiskey. Either way, I lean against the bar, loosening my Christmas tree pattern tie, a yearly tradition that's lost its charm. Another round for the marketing genius. Dave from accounting raises his glass. To closing the Peterson account. The small crowd of co-workers echoes the toast. I force a smile, lifting my glass. The Peterson account. My 4th major client acquisition this quarter. The numbers dance through my head. Projected revenue growth, market penetration metrics, ROI forecasts. All the figures that used to make my heart race with excitement now feel hollow. Henry, you're killing it this year. Sarah from HR sidles up to the bar. Youngest CEO to hit the leadership board in company history. I mean, are you kidding me? You're only 30. Just doing my job. I drain my glass, signaling the bartender for another. The dance floor pulses with holiday cheer, bodies swaying to All I Want for Christmas Is You for what feels like the 100th time tonight. 5 years ago, I'd have been out there networking, plotting my next career move. Now, at 30, I've got the corner office, the view of downtown Oakwood Falls, and an empty mansion to go home to. My phone buzzes, another email from a client. I shouldn't check it during the party, but old habits die hard. As I scroll through the message, I catch my reflection in the mirrored wall behind the bar. Green eyes stare back, tired around the edges despite my carefully maintained appearance. The gym sessions keep me looking the part of the successful executive, but they can't fix everything. You know, Henry? Sarah leans in, her voice dropping to a low whisper, the same tone she uses when she's about to meddle in my personal life. Jessica from Design has been asking about you. She thinks you're quite the catch. I pocket my phone, already tired of where this conversation is headed. I'm not really looking. You can't hide behind that breakup forever. It's been, 2 years now? I'm not hiding. The words come out sharper than intended, making a few heads turn our way. I'm focused on my career. There's a difference. Sarah backs off, hands raised in surrender, though I can see the concern in her eyes. Whatever you say, boss. Just don't want to see you spend another holiday season alone in that big house of yours. The music shifts to something slower, and couples pair off on the dance floor. Their easy intimacy makes my chest tight in a way I don't want to examine. I order another drink, wondering when success started tasting like bottom-shelf whiskey and empty congratulations. Speaking of which, the bartender slides over my whiskey and I knock it back, letting the burn chase away thoughts of lonely nights and missed opportunities. I catch Adam Grimes's reflection in the mirror before he speaks. His perfectly pressed suit and razor-sharp smile telegraph his approach. Henry, my man, crushing it as always. He slides onto the bar stool next to me, adjusting his gold cufflinks with that practiced precision I've come to expect from him. The Peterson account. That's what? 3 major closes this quarter. 4, actually. I take another sip, letting the whiskey burn down my throat. But who's counting? The board is. His smile doesn't reach his eyes, and there's something predatory in the way he leans forward. You should have been there for the interesting discussion in the executive meeting today, all about family values and stable leadership. The whiskey turns bitter in my mouth, and my jaw clenches. Damn politics. Didn't realize my personal life was up for board discussion. It's not a gossip gathering, is it? Oh, come on. You know how it works. They want faces they can put on the company website. Happy executives with perfect families living the American dream. He signals the bartender with 2 fingers, his wedding ring catching the light. Manhattan, dry. And let's be honest, Henry. A 30-year-old bachelor CEO isn't exactly what they had in mind. My numbers speak for themselves. I set my glass down harder than necessary, ice cubes clinking in protest. Numbers are great, Henry. But your father left behind a board who has the same archaic attitudes of decades past. Safe to say, the board's old school. They like their executives married with 2.5 kids and a golden retriever. He leans back in his bar stool, radiating the smug satisfaction of someone who's already checked all those boxes. Sounds like you've got it all figured out. The words come out sharp, edged with sarcasm I don't bother hiding. 3 years married, first kid on the way. He pulls out his phone, showing me his wife's ultrasound photo with the pride of a man who thinks he's won the game. Due in March. Perfect timing for the VP announcements, don't you think? My grip tightens on the glass. The Peterson account, the Morrison deal, the entire Southeast market expansion. None of it matters if I don't fit their cookie-cutter mold. The thought of arranging my personal life to please a bunch of aging executives makes my stomach turn. Screw their traditional values and their outdated expectations. I'd built this company into something modern, something that actually mattered in today's market. But apparently that counted for nothing if I don't have a ring on my finger. Thanks for the career advice, Adam. I stand up, straightening my tie. But I'll take my chances with the numbers. Your call. He shrugs, pocketing his phone. Just trying to help a colleague navigate the boardroom politics. You're good at what you do, Henry. Would hate to see you hit the glass ceiling because you couldn't play the game. Adam's hand lands heavy on my shoulder before he melts back into the party crowd. The spot where he touched burns through my jacket. Or maybe that's just the whiskey and anger mixing in my gut. I turn back to face the bar, catching another glimpse of myself in the mirror. Dad's old advice echoes in my head. Success isn't just about the numbers, son. It's about building something lasting. The last time I tried building something lasting was with Claire. 3 years of my life ended over breakfast on a random Tuesday. "I can't compete with your office," she'd said, sliding her untouched coffee across the kitchen island. "I'm tired of being penciled into your schedule between meetings." I signaled the bartender for water this time. I'd buried myself in work that whole month, turned the pain into profit margins. Classic Caldwell move. Dad would have been proud. Before Claire, there was Rebecca in business school. "You're going to do amazing things," she'd said, packing her books into boxes. "But I need someone who's actually here to do them with me." My phone buzzes again, another client email. My thumb hovers over the notification, but I force myself to pocket it instead. The board wants family values. They should see my dating history. A perfect case study in how to fail at relationships while exceeding quarterly targets. But the truth stings worse than the whiskey. Adam's right. I've spent years building the perfect resume, but my personal life looks like a corporate restructuring gone wrong. Every relationship ended the same way. Me choosing the office, the next deal, the next rung on the ladder. The bartender slides my water across the counter. "Looking a bit rough there, boss." "Just thinking about some old ghosts." "Those are the worst drinking buddies." He wipes down the bar. "Never pick up their tab?" I manage a laugh, but it feels hollow. The board wants their picture-perfect executive? Fine. But I refuse to turn my personal life into another business transaction. I've done enough damage treating relationships like mergers and acquisitions. The thing is, I don't know how to give them what they want. Sure, I've got the looks. I've got the money. How do I quickly find the right woman who isn't going to drive me up the wall whenever we're away from prying eyes? I down the water in one go, the ice cubes clinking against my teeth. The dance floor is still packed, bodies moving to some pop rendition of Silent Night. "Another water," I tell the bartender, straightening my posture. He raises an eyebrow but complies. The Peterson account wasn't just luck. It was strategy, preparation, execution. I didn't get to be CEO by accepting limitations. My father would have never allowed someone mediocre to take over his company. Every obstacle in my path became a stepping stone. This is just another challenge to overcome. "Henry!" Dave stumbles back to the bar. "You're missing all the fun, man. Sharon from marketing is doing karaoke." In a minute. I adjust my cuffs, mind already racing through possibilities. The same drive that landed me the corner office can solve this. I've turned failing departments around, rescued dying brands, built entire marketing campaigns from scratch. Finding the right woman and building a relationship that satisfies the board, that's just another project to master. "Your water, sir." The bartender sets down the glass. "Thanks." I reach for my wallet, but he waves me off. Company tab. The music switches to Last Christmas, and I almost laugh at the irony. The dance floor sparkles under the Christmas lights, my employees letting loose after another record-breaking quarter. They trust me to lead them. The board might have their doubts, but I didn't just inherit this company. I earned it. And I'll earn their complete trust, too. I loosen my tie further, watching the party unfold. I'm Henry Caldwell. I don't fail, I don't back down. And I certainly don't let a bunch of old-school executives dictate my future. The next board meeting is in 3 months. That's plenty of time to prove I can be everything they want. The CEO who closes million-dollar deals and the family man they can parade around at company events. I just need a plan and maybe another water.
Chapter 3. Maya. I wipe down the last of my prep stations, humming along to the Christmas music floating through the venue. Tonight's corporate holiday party has been a smashing success. My cranberry glazed duck practically flew off the serving trays. The warm kitchen lights cast a cozy glow as I pack away my specialty knives, still riding high on the waves of compliments from the guests. As I exit the kitchen and make my way through the seated crowd, mingling with the guests, I drift closer towards the bar where I see Henry seated with another man. He remains in my peripheral vision, even as I position myself at a nearby table to talk with the guests there. The shimmering holiday decorations cast dancing shadows across his profile, and I notice how his fingers drum against his whiskey glass, a telltale sign of irritation. "How's everyone?" I greet with a wide smile. "Enjoyed the food?" "Oh, it was absolutely divine." A woman in a sequin dress gushes, patting my arm. "That sauce on the duck, I need the recipe." My ears suddenly perk up when the man's tone shifts from business to personal matters. He's pressing Henry about settling down, mentioning something about the board's traditional values and how the company doesn't need a 30-year-old bachelor as the CEO. The conversation carries easily over the soft Christmas jazz playing in the background. I shake my head slightly. Poor guy, nothing like having your personal life dissected at a Christmas party. Though, from the way Henry's jaw clenches, he's clearly not enjoying the conversation either. His knuckles are white around his whiskey glass, and that perfectly tailored suit jacket seems to strain across his shoulders with tension. The tension at the bar continues to build as the man's voice grows more insistent about Henry's bachelor status. I almost feel guilty for eavesdropping, but it's hard not to when they're right there. Besides, the way Henry's keeping his cool is impressive. I'd have told the nosy bastard to stuff it by now. I watch as the man finally leaves Henry alone at the bar, his departing footsteps heavy with self-importance. Henry's shoulders remain tense, and he takes another long sip of his whiskey. Something about his isolation pulls at me. No one should look that lonely at a Christmas party. Before I can stop myself, my feet carry me to the empty bar stool beside him. Want me to poison his next meal? I know exactly which herbs won't show up in an autopsy. I settle onto the seat, smoothing chef's attire. I've got a whole collection of them in my spice cabinet. Henry's head snaps up, those green eyes widening before a reluctant smile tugs at his lips. That obvious, huh? His fingers tap against his glass, the ice cubes clinking softly. Let's just say your conversation with that guy carried better than my duck did tonight. I signal the bartender, trying not to stare at the way Henry's shoulders fill out his suit jacket. "1 gin and tonic, please." The duck was excellent, actually. I managed to try some before heading over here. He loosens his tie, and I catch a glimpse of tan skin at his throat. Better than this conversation about my apparent failure as a single CEO. There's an edge of frustration in his voice that makes me want to track down the guy who was saying all that stuff to him and give him a piece of my mind. Ah, yes, because marriage status totally correlates with business acumen. Did you know my soufflés rise 50% higher now that I'm single? I lean my elbow on the bar, giving him my best conspiratorial wink. It's amazing what you can accomplish when you're not trying to live up to someone else's expectations. A genuine laugh escapes him, some of that tension finally leaving his shoulders. His whole demeanor softens, and I can't help but notice how much younger he looks when he's not carrying the weight of corporate expectations. If only the board saw it that way. You know, I tap my chin thoughtfully, channeling my best scheming mastermind expression. I could always pretend to be your wife. I make a mean breakfast and I clean up nice at fancy events. Plus, I come with the added bonus of catering discounts. I wave my hand with a flourish, like I'm presenting a prize on a game show. I mean it as a joke, expecting him to laugh it off. Instead, Henry stares into his whiskey, something calculating crossing his features. The Christmas lights reflect in his glass as he swirls the amber liquid, creating little dancing patterns that match the sudden spark in his eyes. That's actually not the worst idea I've ever heard. His voice has that tone people get right before they do something either brilliant or completely insane. My gin and tonic arrives, and I nearly choke on my first sip. the lime wedge going askew. Wait, what? I was kidding. The bubbles tickle my nose as I try to process the fact that this man, this seriously successful CEO, is actually considering my totally ridiculous suggestion. Were you, though? He turns to face me fully, that marketing executive brain clearly spinning into overdrive. Think about it. You get free advertising for your catering business at all our corporate events, and I get the board off my back. I nearly spit out my drink yet again, hardly believing what I'm hearing right now. Hold up. Are you seriously considering this? I study his face for any sign he's joking, but his expression remains earnest. You do realize I just offered to commit light fraud over drinks at your company party? It's not fraud if we... He pauses, adjusts his tie. Actually get married. My mouth falls open. Wow, you really know how to sweep a girl off her feet, don't you? Most guys start with dinner. I've had your food. That's better than any restaurant date. His eyes lock with mine, and there's something disarming about how direct he is. Look, I know it sounds crazy. Understatement of the year, but hear me out. We could help each other. Your catering business gets exposure. I get the board on my side with my image as a married family man, and... He trails off, that confident CEO facade cracking just enough to show something vulnerable underneath. And I lean forward, genuinely curious now. And maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing, having someone in my corner. He says it so quietly, I almost miss it over the Christmas music. The admission hits me right in the chest. Behind all his success and tailored suits, Henry Caldwell needs someone. I recognize that look. It's the same one I see in the mirror sometimes after a long day of running my business solo. You know, there are dating apps for this sort of thing. I tease, but my voice comes out gentler than intended. Right, because nothing says eligible bachelor like CEO seeking fake wife for business purposes. A smile tugs at his lips, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Besides, most women I meet either want the title or run screaming from it. I watch him trace the rim of his glass, notice how his shoulders have that same tension from earlier. For someone who commands a boardroom, he seems almost lost when it comes to matters of the heart. It makes me want to reach out, offer some kind of comfort. It reminds me of how things used to be between us, how we started out as two kids in college, chasing our dreams and the best grades in our classes. And which category do you think I fall into? I ask, surprising myself with the question. His green eyes meet mine, searching. Neither. You're the first person who's made me laugh all night. I pat his shoulder, feeling the expensive fabric of his suit under my palm. I think you've had enough whiskey for one night, Mr. CEO. Let's put this crazy talk to bed. His eyes stay locked on mine for a beat too long as before he nods, running a hand through that perfectly styled hair. Right, of course. Get home safe. I slide off the bar stool, straightening my chef's coat. And hey, don't let those stuffy board members get to you. Being single isn't a crime. I head back to the kitchen, my mind spinning faster than my industrial mixers. The warmth of the ovens hits my face as I push through the double doors, but I barely notice it. Did Henry Caldwell actually just propose a fake marriage to me, as if it were something natural and easy? My hands move on autopilot, packing up the remaining equipment while my thoughts race. He couldn't have been serious. That's the whiskey talking, the pressure from the board, the holiday season making everyone a little crazy. Maybe it's the stress of running an entire company at such a young age. But that look in his eyes, God, those green eyes had been so damn earnest. I shake my head, focusing on wrapping up the leftover garnishes. The metal bowls clang as I stack them, trying to drown out the memory of his voice saying, "Actually get married." The way he'd loosened his tie. those long fingers pulling at the silk like it was choking him. How vulnerable he'd looked, admitting he wanted someone in his corner. All that CEO confidence stripped away for just a moment. "Get it together, Maya," I muttered to myself, shoving containers into my catering van with more force than necessary. Some of the rosemary springs scatter across the floor mat. The man runs a multi-million-dollar company. He's not actually considering marrying me. He probably has supermodels sliding into his DMs every day. But as I close up the van, I can't help glancing back at the venue windows. Through the frost-decorated glass, I catch a glimpse of Henry still at the bar, staring into his whiskey like it holds all the answers. His broad shoulders are hunched forward, and even from here, I can see the weight of expectations pressing down on him.
Chapter 4. Henry. I pause outside Maya's Flavors, watching through the storefront window for a second just to get a glance at Maya. The snowy chill of winter encapsulates me, beckoning me inside for some warmth. Once I'm past the threshold, I let out a small sigh. Maya spins between her workstation and the display counter, her curls escaping from what was probably once a neat bun, now a wild cascade framing her face. "Mrs. Chen, I swear these macarons will be ready in 5 minutes. She laughs, gesturing with a piping bag that sends a splatter of pink buttercream onto her apron. The mess somehow makes her look even more appealing. And yes, I doubled the almond extract just how your grandson likes them. He's got good taste, that kid. An elderly woman beams from her spot at the counter while a line of customers shifts impatiently behind her. Some guy in a suit checks his watch for the 3rd time, but Maya doesn't seem fazed by the crowd or their obvious impatience. She pipes perfect swirls onto a tray of cupcakes, her movements quick and precise despite the chaos around her. I've seen CEOs handle million-dollar deals with less composure. "Tommy, stop eating the sample cookies!" She points her piping bag at a kid trying to sneak a 3rd chocolate chip cookie from the tasting plate, managing to sound both stern and playful at once. "Save some for the other customers, though I get it, buddy. They're pretty irresistible, aren't they?" I catch Maya's eye and she brightens, waving me over. "Give me 2 minutes to finish up here," she says. She then turns back to Mrs. Chen. "Your order is almost ready. Let me just box these up." Her hands move with practiced efficiency as she arranges macarons in a pale pink box. The line of customers finally thins out, and Maya calls over her shoulder to someone in the kitchen. "Jess, can you watch the front? Need a quick break." Maya leads me through the back of the bakery, past the intoxicating smells of vanilla and butter that seem to permeate every surface. We end up in her tiny office. More of a storage closet with a desk wedged between towers of boxes filled with sprinkles and cake boards. "So what's this emergency meeting about?" She leans against her desk, crossing her arms over her flour-dusted apron. Her dark eyes narrow playfully. "Must be important if you're willing to brave the morning rush hour. You hate foot traffic more than anyone I know." I loosen my tie, suddenly feeling the constraints of my tailored suit in this cramped space. "I need you to marry me." Maya's laugh echoes off the walls, bright and infectious. "Good one. Now what's really up?" She shifts her weight, still smiling like she's waiting for the punchline. "I'm serious." I keep my voice steady. Damn, I knew this wouldn't be easy, but her reaction is exactly what I didn't want to deal with. "Henry." The smile fades from her face as she realizes I'm not joking. That playful spark in her eyes dims, replaced by something closer to concern. "Hear me out. The board's pushing for a more family-oriented image, and your bakery." I gesture at the cramped space around us, taking in the weathered equipment and the stack of unpaid invoices barely hidden under a recipe book. "When's the last time you made rent without dipping into your savings?" Her frown deepens and she straightens her spine like she's preparing for battle. "That's none of your business." "It could be. Think about it. You get the capital to expand, hire more staff, whatever you want. I get to look like the settled-down CEO they want. I loosen my tie further, the damn thing feeling more like a noose with each passing second. This is insane. She pushes off the desk, pacing the small space, her shoes clicking against the tile floor. You want us to commit fraud? I want us to help each other out. It's not like we're strangers. We've known each other since college. I step closer, trying to catch her eye, make her see the logic in this plan. Yeah, which is exactly why this is crazy. You're my friend, Henry. Friends don't ask friends to commit federal crimes. She throws her hands up in exasperation, flour dust catching the morning light streaming through the old blinds. Marriage isn't a federal crime. No, but lying about it to your board probably is. She stops pacing, fixing me with those intense eyes. What happens when they figure it out? They won't. We can do this quickly and discreetly. Then we stay married long enough to convince the board that I'm the family man that they want for PR purposes. Then we have an amicable divorce. Clean, simple. There's nothing clean or simple about fake marrying your friend. She throws her hands up. God, I can't believe we're even having this conversation. Look, my father built this company from nothing. The board thinks I'm too young, too unfocused. They want someone stable running things. I run a hand through my hair, messing up the careful styling from this morning. If I don't show them I can be what they want, they'll push me out. They'll nominate someone else to be the CEO, even though I'm better than everybody they could name. Maya crosses her arms. So get a girlfriend. Girlfriends aren't permanent enough. They want marriage kids, the whole Norman Rockwell painting. The words taste bitter in my mouth. I need this, Maya, and you need capital. You're actually serious. She lets out a sharp breath, her curls bouncing as she shakes her head, making her look more animated than usual. What's next? Gonna suggest we have fake kids too. Don't be ridiculous, though. I tap my chin thoughtfully, enjoying the way her eyes narrow at my theatrics. I'm sure we could borrow some for company picnics. Henry! She smacks my arm, but I catch the hint of a smile she's trying to suppress. The familiar scent of vanilla and sugar that always seems to follow her around hits me, making my next breath catch. What? Kids love your food. It's a win-win. I lean against her desk, trying to appear casual, even as my mind races through the possibilities. Plus, they'd make us look more established. Nothing says responsible CEO material, like entertaining children at corporate events. This is insane. She turns away, but not before I notice how her tank top has ridden up slightly, revealing a strip of skin above her flour-dusted jeans. I force my eyes back to her face, ignoring the way my fingers itch to brush away the smudge of flour on her cheek. I step closer, close enough to catch the vanilla scent of her skin, mixed with something spicier. Cinnamon, maybe. Maya, you're the only person I trust with this. The only one who'd understand. Her eyes meet mine, and for a moment the tiny office feels even smaller. I notice things I've somehow missed before. The light dusting of flour on her cheek, the way her lips part slightly as she processes my words, the subtle catch in her breath when I move closer. You're out of your mind, she whispers, but she doesn't step back. The lack of distance between us makes my heart pound harder. Probably. I reach out, brushing the flour from her cheek before I can stop myself. Her skin is warm under my fingers, soft in a way that makes me want to let my touch linger. Is that a maybe? Maya's silence stretches between us, the hum of the distant kitchen equipment filling the void. The scent of fresh-baked bread wafts through the crack under the door. I take a step back, giving her space to process, though every instinct screams at me to stay close. Look, I know it's a lot to take in. But think about what you could do with proper funding. New equipment, better location, hell, maybe even multiple locations. I gesture at the cramped office with its overflowing filing cabinet and the desk that's seen better days. Your talent deserves more than this. too damn good to stay hidden away in this corner of town. She touches the spot on her cheek where my fingers were moments ago, her expression unreadable. The simple gesture makes my throat tight, and I shove my hands in my suit pockets to keep from reaching for her again. Just think about it. Really think about it. No pressure, but this could change everything. For both of us. I straighten my tie, regaining my composure. You've got my number. Call me when you've made up your mind. I head out the office door and make my way through the bakery, past the industrial mixers and ovens that could use some much-needed repairs and replacements. The front of the bakery buzzes with life, a contrast to the tension in her office. A group of college students huddle around a table with their huge coats and mittens, sharing what looks like her signature maple pecan Danish. An elderly couple splits one of her chocolate croissants, flaky crumbs dotting the table between them. "This is incredible," one of the students says, reaching for another piece. "How have we never been here before?" I pause at the door, watching a businessman in a suit similar to mine take his first bite of a cinnamon roll. His eyes close in appreciation, and I know he'll be back tomorrow. Maya's food has that effect on people. The bell chimes as I push open the door, leaving her to contemplate my proposal amidst the evidence of her undeniable talent. Every satisfied customer is proof of what she could achieve with the right resources. Now it's up to her to decide if she's willing to take this unconventional path to get there.
Chapter 5. Maya. The bell above the door chimes, and a gust of icy wind sweeps through my empty bakery. Snow flurries dance in behind Henry Caldwell's towering frame. His presence fills the space, commanding attention even at this ungodly hour of the morning. I keep my eyes fixed on the dough beneath my flour-covered hands, kneading with perhaps a bit more force than necessary. Don't you have a company to run? I do, but I also have a proposition that needs your attention. He brushes snowflakes from his cashmere coat, each delicate flake disappearing into the dark fabric. About yesterday's conversation. Oh man, not this again. My fingers dig into the soft dough, working out my frustration through each press and fold. The familiar motions should be soothing, but his presence makes it impossible to find my usual rhythm. I'm serious? That was a joke, Henry. You know, ha-ha funny. Not a serious business proposal. You'd be compensated generously. He steps closer to my workspace, and the scent of his cologne mingles with the yeasty aroma of rising bread. The combination is intoxicating, but I refuse to let it distract me from the absurdity of this situation. His voice drops lower, more intimate. $5 million if you sign this contract to be my wife. My hands freeze mid-knead. That's an incredible amount of money. The practical side of my brain starts calculating. Equipment upgrades, new mixing bowls, building renovations, expansions, maybe even replacing all of the ovens we currently have. Sucking in a deep breath, I shake my head and continue kneading. I don't do fake relationships. I flip the dough with more force than necessary. And I definitely don't play pretend wife for cash. It's just business, Maya. No feelings have to be involved. He perks a brow at me. You need this money more than ever, don't you? Isn't your business operating in the red? Damn him for bringing that up. I chance a glance up, immediately regretting it when I catch those green eyes watching me intently. The truth is, the idea sends a dangerous thrill through me. Playing dress-up at some fancy party, sipping champagne, watching stuffy executives try to figure out how Henry Caldwell's wife runs a small bakery. I turn away, grabbing a clean cloth to wipe flour from my hands. Anything to avoid those piercing eyes that seem to see right through my defenses. My finances aren't your business. Like I said before, they absolutely could be. In fact, I want them to be my business. His footsteps echo across the tile as he approaches me, rounding the counter to reach me. Think about it. 1 year of marriage. That's all I need to secure my position with the board. You get the money to save your bakery, expand it even. I get to keep running my company without interference. The cloth twists in my grip. He's right about the numbers. Last month's books were a disaster. Between equipment repairs and rising ingredient costs, I'm barely staying afloat. And $5 million. That's more than I'd make in 20 years of successful business. What exactly would this involve? The words slip out before I can stop them. A satisfied smile plays at his lips. Some public appearances, especially with Christmas coming up. Some corporate events, making it look convincing for the board members who think I need to settle down to be a proper CEO. And private life? You'd have to move into my mansion for appearance's sake, but you can keep your current apartment if you want. In fact, I can start paying the rent for you. You won't have to worry about it anymore. He crosses his arms over his chest. I'll have my lawyer draft a contract today. Everything will be clear, professional. Like a business transaction? Exactly. His eyes lock onto mine, intense and unwavering. Though I promise being seen with me won't be torture. I clean up nice for galas. Plus, I've been told I'm decent company when I'm not being a corporate hard-ass. I swallow hard. He's not wrong. The man fills out a suit in ways that should be illegal. And those shoulders. God, they're broad enough to make any woman's knees weak. Not that I'm looking or thinking about it much. I shake my head, forcing myself to focus on the insanity of this proposition instead of his physical assets. This is still the craziest idea you could have ever had. You know that, right? People will ask questions. They'll want details. Crazy would be watching your dream die when there's a solution right in front of you. We'll deal with the questions. We don't need to disclose everything to anyone who asks. He straightens his tie with those long, elegant fingers of his, and I catch a whiff of his expensive cologne. Let me know when you want to see the contract. No pressure, but I'll need an answer pretty soon. The holiday season's coming up fast, and I've got appearances to plan. The morning light streams through the bakery windows, casting shadows across his face that make him look ethereal. I would never admit that out loud, however. And what happens after the year is up? My voice comes out steadier than I feel, though my hands grip the edge of the counter to keep from shaking. We just, what? Get divorced and go our separate ways? Clean break. You'll have your money. I'll have my board's confidence. He leans against the counter again, close enough that I catch another whiff of that expensive cologne that probably costs more than my monthly rent. Unless you fall madly in love with me by then. I snort, turning back to my abandoned dough. The familiar motion of kneading helps ground me, gives my restless hands something to do besides fidget. Right, because that's exactly what happens in these situations. You'd be surprised. His voice drops lower, sending an unwanted shiver down my spine. The way he says it, like he knows something I don't, makes me want to throw flour in his stupidly handsome face. Life has a way of throwing curveballs when you least expect them. The dough beneath my fingers feels suddenly too warm, too alive, like it's responding to the electricity crackling in the air between us. I've always dreamed of adventure, of breaking free from the daily grind of running this place. But this is like jumping off a cliff and hoping someone remembered to pack the parachute. I'd have to lie to everyone. I keep my eyes on my work, though my movements have slowed to an almost glacial pace. The dough beneath my fingers has gone from perfect elasticity to slightly overworked as I knead my frustration into it. My family, my friends, God, even my suppliers would need some kind of explanation. Think of it as a role. You're good at playing roles. I've seen you charm the pants off every stuffy executive you come across. The way he says it makes it sound so simple, like I'm just choosing between chocolate and vanilla frosting. That's different. That's work. I grab more flour, dusting it over the counter with perhaps more force than necessary. I smile. I cater events. I serve food. I make small talk about the weather. I don't create elaborate lies about my personal life. You can think of this as work too, a unique form of work, but work nonetheless. He shifts closer, his presence impossible to ignore, like a magnetic field pulling at every cell in my body. His cologne, something expensive and woodsy, mingles with the yeasty scent of my bread dough. Consider it a very well-paid acting job with excellent benefits, the kind of opportunity that could change everything for you. The warmth radiating from him makes it hard to think straight. I look up, meeting those green eyes that seem to hold secrets I both want and fear to discover. Neither of us speaks for a long moment, and something passes between us, an understanding, a challenge, a warning. This arrangement would change everything, and we both know it. His phone buzzes, breaking the spell. He doesn't check it, doesn't move, just keeps watching me with that intensity that makes my skin prickle with awareness. I release a long breath, my shoulders dropping with the weight of this decision. I'll think about it, really think about it, but I need to see that contract first. Of course. His posture relaxes, and something like relief flickers across his features. I'll have it drawn up today. My lawyer's thorough. Every detail will be covered. I still can't believe I'm even considering this. My hands find a clean towel, wiping away the remnants of flour. It's insane. Thank you. His voice comes out softer than I've ever heard it, stripped of that CEO authority he usually carries. For even considering this, I know it's a lot to ask, but you're helping me more than you know. The sincerity in his tone catches me off guard. For a moment, he's not the powerful executive who stormed into my bakery with an outrageous proposal. He's just a man asking for help. The money. He clears his throat. It would set you up for life, not just the bakery, everything. You wouldn't have to stress about bills or equipment repairs or ingredient costs ever again. My chest loosens at that thought. No more sleepless nights calculating expenses. No more choosing between fixing the mixer and paying my staff. No more dipping into my personal savings just to keep the lights on. I'll look at the contract, I say, meeting his gaze. That's all I'm promising for now. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. Henry. The ticking of the grandfather clock echoes through my study as Maya perches on the edge of the leather armchair, her eyes wandering over the vaulted ceilings and crystal chandelier. Her fingers trace the intricate woodwork on the armrest, and I catch a hint of nostalgia in her expression. Still the same old place, I say, settling into my chair behind the mahogany desk. though I've made some updates since college. Updates? Maya's eyebrows arch. The marble floors are new. And that artwork, she points to the abstract piece dominating the far wall. Definitely wasn't here when we used to study calculus. Had to put my own stamp on it after Dad passed. I loosened my tie, trying to ease the tension building in my shoulders. The marriage contract sits between us, stark white against the dark wood, its presence impossible to ignore. It's beautiful, Henry, but also... Maya's voice trails off as her gaze drifts to the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the manicured gardens covered by snow. Lonely? She nods, and something in her honest assessment hits harder than expected. You've done amazing things with it, though. Maya stands, walking to the built-in bookshelf that spans the entire wall. These leather bounds are gorgeous. Her fingers brush the spines. First editions? Most of them. Dad's collection. And the wine cellar still stocked with those ridiculous vintages? Even more now. Being CEO has its perks. I drum my fingers on the desk next to the contract. But we should probably... Right. Maya returns to her seat, her casual demeanor slipping. The fake marriage contract. The words hang heavy in the air, at odds with the refined sophistication surrounding us. The crystal decanters catch the afternoon light, sending prisms dancing across the walls. But even their beauty can't lighten the weight of what we're about to discuss. It's strange, isn't it? Maya gestures around. Being back here, planning something like this. Remember when our biggest worry was passing Professor Mitchell's economics final? Life was simpler then. I reach for the contract, the paper crisp under my fingers. But here we are, about to complicate everything. A sharp knock interrupts our moment, and Mason Daniels strides in, his signature bow tie a splash of holiday cheer against his navy suit. Sorry I'm late. Traffic was murder. He drops his briefcase on my desk. Maya Thompson, looking radiant as ever. Last time I saw you, you were catering the firm's Christmas party. That glazed duck? Divine. Maya, this is Mason Daniels, my lawyer and the brains behind this marriage contract, I say, smiling as I gesture to the man who gives a short bow. Maya's smile brightens. Mason Daniels, I'm liking the bow tie you're rocking. Thanks. I'm here to give our boy Henry some legal headaches. Mason pulls up a chair. Though this might be my favorite contract yet. A marriage of convenience? It's like a Hallmark movie meets corporate law. I shoot him a warning look. Can we focus? Right. Mason spreads the papers across my desk. Let's walk through the key points. The marriage needs to last 1 year minimum to satisfy the board's requirements. Although you can maintain separate residences, I'm not sure I would recommend that. You know, optics. Maya leans forward. What about my bakery? You'll have complete autonomy, I jump in. The contract stipulates that your company remains solely yours. And the prenup? Maya asks. Mason taps the third page. Ironclad. Your assets stay separate. Henry's company remains his. Your business stays yours, though. He adjusts his bow tie with a grin. We did include a clause about Maya getting preferential consideration for company events. Smart. Maya nods, tapping her manicured nail against the contract. What about public appearances? Section 4 covers that. I flip the page, scanning the detailed breakdown I'd reviewed a dozen times already. We'll need to coordinate schedules, especially during the holiday season. The board expects us at charity galas, corporate parties. The Thompson family Christmas dinner? Maya adds, her tone making it clear this isn't a suggestion. I raise my gaze, meeting her determined eyes. That's not in the contract. It is now. She grabs the pen out of Mason's hand, scribbling decisively in the margin. Her confidence catches me off guard, in a good way. Mom's sweet potato pie is non-negotiable. Trust me, once you try it, you'll understand why. Mason chuckles, adjusting his bow tie again. I can draft an addendum for family obligations, though technically dinner with the in-laws falls under maintaining appearances. It's actually perfect for the narrative we're building. What about the end date? Maya asks, her voice softer, some of that earlier confidence wavering. Clean break after 12 months, Mason explains, his tone professional but gentle, though we've included provisions for early termination if needed, with appropriate NDAs. Everything's been thought through to protect both parties. He shuffles some papers, probably searching for the specific clause. A knock at the door freezes us all mid-discussion. The familiar pattern, 2 quick taps followed by a pause, signals my mother's arrival before she sweeps in, arms laden with holiday-wrapped packages, and the unmistakable scent of her signature apple pie trailing behind her. "Henry, darling, I thought I'd surprise you with some—" Mom stops, her eyes widening at the scene before her. Mason and I scramble to gather the papers, shoving them into his briefcase while I knock over my pen holder in the process. Maya, bless her, doesn't even flinch. "Patricia!" Maya rises from her chair, radiating warmth. "It's been ages." Mom's face lights up with recognition. Maya Thompson, from Henry's study group. She sets her packages down on a side table and opens her arms. "My goodness, you've grown even more beautiful." I clear my throat, seizing the moment. I stand from my seat and round the desk to stand beside Maya. "Mom, I was planning to tell you over dinner this weekend, but since you're here..." My hand finds Maya's lower back instinctively. "Maya and I are getting married." "Married?" Mom's eyes well up instantly. "Oh, Henry!" She engulfs us both in a tight embrace that smells of cinnamon and vanilla. "I always hoped you two would find each other again, the way you used to look at her during those study sessions. Mom, and Maya, dear, you were the only one who could get him to eat properly during finals week. Remember those midnight snacks you'd bring over?" Maya laughs, the sound genuine and warm. "Those triple chocolate cookies were legendary." "They still are," Mom says, wiping her eyes. "Oh, you must try the pie I brought. And these gifts. Well, they're early Christmas presents, but now we have even more reason to celebrate." Mason adjusts his bow tie, barely containing his amusement. "I should head out. Leave you all to the family reunion." "Nonsense." Mom loops her arm through his. "Mason, help me bring up the rest of the pies from the car. I made extra, thinking Henry would share with the office, but now we can properly celebrate." "Of course, Mrs. Caldwell," Mason mumbles, sending me a glare before heading outside to where my mother's car awaits. I watch as Mom pulls Maya toward the sitting area right outside my study, her earlier tears replaced by a megawatt smile that could power half of Oakwood Falls. "Tell me everything. How did he propose? When's the wedding? Oh, we must start planning right away. The garden would be perfect in spring, don't you think?" Maya catches my eye, a slight smirk playing at her lips. "Actually, Henry surprised me at my bakery. Got down on one knee right there in front of my display case. That's my boy!" Mom claps her hands together. "Always said he had a romantic streak, even if he tries to hide it behind those fancy suits." Mason returns with another armload of pies, setting them on the coffee table. "Patricia, these smell incredible." "Family recipe," Mom says, already cutting generous slices. "Maya, you'll have to tell me what you think. Maybe we could incorporate something similar for the wedding menu?" Maya accepts a plate, her eyes lighting up at the first bite. "This is amazing. The hint of cardamom really elevates it." "You can taste the cardamom," Mom beams. "Henry, she's perfect. A woman who knows her spices. That's exactly what this family needs." Maya smiles at me, clearly feeling welcomed by my mother's joy. What can I say? She's a saint. Still, she might be heartbroken when I reveal that the wedding will have to be soon, held in a sterile courthouse with only Mason as our witness. She'll understand one day, I hope. "And your catering business? We simply must collaborate for the holiday charity gala. Mom continues, already pulling out her phone. I've been following your Instagram. Those winter-spiced macarons you posted last week. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I've been obsessed with them since I saw them. Maya leans forward, genuine interest sparking in her eyes. I'd love that. I've been working on a new cranberry-orange flavor profile that would be perfect for the season. The easy rapport between them settles something in my chest, even as anxiety about Marcus churns beneath. Mom's approval matters more than I'd care to admit, and watching her fold Maya into the family with such enthusiasm makes this charade feel almost real. Henry. Mom's voice breaks through my thoughts. You've barely touched your pie, darling. Everything all right? Just perfect, Mom. I force a smile, taking a bite of the familiar comfort food. Thank you for stopping by. You've brightened up everyone's day. Oh, honey, I could say the same about you too, she exclaims, placing a hand over her heart. I wish your father were here to enjoy this. He always wanted to see you married off to a good woman. Without a word, I stuff my face with her apple pie and try not to linger on that remark.
Chapter 7. Maya. The rhythmic thump of my rolling pin against butter-flecked dough drowns out the howl of December wind outside. Through the bakery's frosted windows, fat snowflakes dance in the golden glow of street lamps. Inside my bakery, warmth wraps around me like a familiar hug sugar and vanilla, hints of cinnamon, the earthiness of fresh bread. 12 cranberry scones. Coming up. I slide the tray into the oven, my movements automatic after years of practice. But today, my usual sanctuary feels different. The marriage contract I signed alongside Henry lingers in the back of my mind. Marriage. Even the word makes my stomach flip. I grab another block of butter, attacking it with perhaps more force than necessary. It's just business, I mutter, trying to convince myself of that little detail. A mutually beneficial arrangement. The butter splatters across my apron. Right. Because pretending to be married to one of Oakwood Falls's most eligible bachelors is totally normal. Just another day in the life of Maya Thompson, small business owner and apparently soon-to-be fake wife. I rest my flour-dusted hands on the steel counter, breathing in the comforting scents around me. The truth is, Henry's offer could save my business. This holiday season hasn't been kind. A burst pipe last week nearly wiped out my emergency fund. His proposal is simple. Play the role of devoted wife for his company's image, and in return, he'll ensure Maya's flavor stays afloat. The timer chimes. I pull out the scones, their tops golden and crackled. Perfect timing as always, boss. Sophie pokes her head through the kitchen door. Though you might want to ease up on the next batch, that dough looks thoroughly defeated. I glance down at the massacred butter and dough beneath my hands. She's right. I'm stress baking again. But what else can I do? Henry Caldwell isn't just any other guy. He's the man whose mere presence commands attention, whose green eyes seem to see right through my carefully constructed walls. And now he wants me to pretend to be his wife. The worst part? A tiny traitorous part of me wonders what it would be like if it weren't just pretend. The bell above the door chimes, and a gust of cold air sweeps in along with Mandy's signature perfume. She's bundled up in her favorite pink wool coat, snowflakes melting in her dark hair that she has piled up on top of her head in a bun. Girl, it's freezing out there. She shakes off the cold, unwinding her scarf. But your bakery smells like heaven decided to set up shop in Oakwood Falls. Help yourself. I gesture to the fresh scones. I've stress baked enough to feed half the town. Your stress tastes delicious. Mandy takes a bite, then notices my intense focus on the dough. Okay, spill. What's got you massacring perfectly good butter at? She checks her watch. 7:30 in the morning? I open my mouth to respond, but she's already spotted the stack of papers on the counter. Her perfectly manicured nails flip through the pile of bills, each one marked with bold red letters. Past due, final notice. Maya, her voice loses its playful edge. Why didn't you tell me it was getting this bad? Because saying it out loud makes it real? I dropped the rolling pin, dusting flour off my hands. The pipe burst was just the cherry on top of a really bad quarter. Mandy leans against the counter, her expression serious. And that's why you're considering Henry's offer. I already signed it. I don't have much choice, do I? I pick up one of the bills, the numbers swimming before my eyes. Either I play happy wife to Oakwood Falls' most eligible bachelor, or I watch everything I've built crumble. You always have a choice. She reaches across the counter, squeezing my flour-covered hand. But honey, maybe this isn't the worst option. I mean, have you seen the way Henry fills out a suit? Mandy? What? I'm just saying, there are worse things than pretending to be married to a hot CEO who can save your business. I stay silent. Even as her gaze bores into me, I make myself busy as she helps herself to my warm scones. Look, Mandy snags another scone, breaking it into tiny pieces. This arrangement could be exactly what you need. Think about it. Your catering business gets financial stability, plus exposure to Henry's high-end corporate clients. That's networking gold right there. I wipe my hands on my apron, trying to ignore how much sense she's making. It's not just about the business, though. We'll have to convince everyone we're actually in love. Please. She rolls her eyes. You two already have more chemistry than my entire spice rack. You told me about this already. No, we don't. And if I said that, I might have lied. But even as I protest, my mind drifts to yesterday's contract signing, how his fingers had brushed mine when he passed the pen, the subtle scent of his cologne, the way his presence had made me feel relaxed and comforted, making everything else fade into background noise. Oh man, you're daydreaming. Mandy's knowing smirk pulls me back to reality. And honestly, that's perfect. The best lies have a grain of truth. Use that attraction. It'll make the whole thing more believable. I turn back to my dough, pressing perhaps a bit too hard. It's dangerous territory, Mandy, getting involved with Henry, even fake involved. The rest of my sentence hangs unfinished. Because how do I admit that what scares me most isn't the pretending? It's how much I might enjoy it. The financial relief alone is worth it, Mandy continues, her voice gentler now. No more sleepless nights over bills. No more dipping into your savings. And hey, if you happen to fall madly in love along the way. She wiggles her eyebrows. No way, I reply, shaking my head. Not happening. Yeah, I don't believe you. And speaking of falling madly in love, Mandy leans forward, resting her elbows on my flour-dusted counter. When's the first public appearance with your dreamy new husband? I focus on kneading the dough, hoping she won't notice the smile I'm trying to hold back. Pretty soon. We have to hard launch our relationship sooner rather than later. Really? Mandy's eyes light up like a kid on Christmas morning. Oh, this is perfect. When the day comes, I'm coming over to help you get ready. I can dress myself. Maya Thompson, when was the last time you went shopping for something that wasn't an apron or chef pants? I open my mouth to argue, then close it. She's got me there. That's what I thought. She steals another piece of scone. You need to look the part of a CEO's wife. Good thing I just got that gorgeous emerald dress at Nordstrom. It'll match his eyes perfectly. You're ridiculous, but I'm fighting a smile now. And how do you even know what shade his eyes are? Please, Everyone knows about Henry Caldwell's legendary green eyes. You can go online and image search them yourself. She fans herself dramatically. The way they sparkle when he smiles, how they darken when he's deep in thought. Have you been stalking my fake husband? Maybe, maybe not. I prefer the term thorough research. In those arms, Mandy fans herself with a napkin. You know, I saw him at the gym last week. The man could bench press me and you at the same time. Can we not discuss my fake husband's muscles? I turn away to hide my face, pretending to check the oven temperature. Truth is, I'd noticed those arms myself when we signed the contract. The way his tailored shirt stretched across his shoulders had been distracting. Fine, let's discuss his smile instead. That little dimple he gets when he's really amused. Chef's kiss. You're impossible. I grab a spatula and start transferring scones to the display case, hoping the mechanical movement will calm my racing thoughts. I'm just saying what everyone thinks. The man's got it all. Looks, brains, success. And that voice, like honey drizzled over. Stop right there. I point my spatula at her. I don't need a detailed analysis of Henry Caldwell's everything. But my traitorous mind supplies the missing details anyway. The way his green eyes crinkle at the corners when he laughs, how his presence fills a room without him trying. The subtle confidence in his stride. Your face? Mandy cackles. You're totally thinking about him right now. I am not. I am. I'm thinking about inventory. Sure, inventory of his best features, maybe. She props her chin on her hands, batting her eyelashes at me with exaggerated innocence. Come on, Maya. You can admit he's attractive. It's not a crime. I won't tell a soul. She draws an X over her heart. I sigh, setting down my spatula with more force than necessary. Fine. Yes. Henry is aesthetically pleasing. There. Happy now? Aesthetically pleasing? Mandy snorts so hard she almost falls off her stool. That's like calling the Grand Canyon a nice hole in the ground. Girl, the man is lovemaking on legs and you know it. She's right, of course. Henry Caldwell is devastating in the best possible way. The kind of man who makes women walk into poles because they're too busy staring. But admitting that feels dangerous, like stepping onto thin ice. The last thing I need is to develop a crush on a longtime friend. Whatever. I grab my piping bag, focusing on the familiar motion of filling cream puffs. The repetitive task helps quiet my mind. It doesn't matter how he looks. This is business. Just another corporate errand to finish. Uh-huh. Mandy's knowing smirk says she sees right through me. Her eyes dance with mischief. Keep telling yourself that, honey. Maybe if you say it enough times, you'll actually believe it.
Chapter 8. Henry. I stand before the conference room, hands steady on the polished mahogany table. 20 pairs of eyes fix on me, waiting. The morning sun streams through floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows across expectant faces. As some of you might have noticed, there's been a change. I adjust my Christmas-themed tie, snowflakes on navy silk. I'm getting married to Maya Thompson. Sarah from accounting breaks into a wide smile. The caterer from the Christmas party? The very one. My lips curl into what I hope passes for love-struck enthusiasm. We're having a courthouse wedding. We can't wait to begin our lives together. The room erupts in a cascade of congratulations. Mark throws his pen in the air. About damn time you settled down, boss. This is wonderful news. Jennifer clasps her hands together. She made those amazing appetizers, right? The ones with the glazed duck. Yes. I lean back against the table, crossing my arms. though I'd appreciate her culinary talents not overshadowing the announcement. Laughter ripples through the room. Most faces beam with genuine joy, though I catch Richard's raised eyebrow. He's been here longest, knows my father's ways. His skepticism isn't unfounded. "When's the big day?" Someone calls from the back. "This weekend." The words roll off my tongue with practiced ease, despite the raised eyebrows and wide-eyed looks. Small ceremony, close friends and family, as in, only Mason will be in attendance. "And when did you start dating her? You never let us know that you had a relationship." Richard's question cuts through the chatter. I meet his gaze head on. "When you know, you know. I like to keep my private affairs under wraps, thank you. But I wanted to share the joy with everyone here. You're my family after all, right?" More whoops and cheers drown out any further questions. Carol from HR already has her phone out, no doubt planning some office celebration. The enthusiasm is infectious, almost makes me forget this isn't exactly a fairy tale romance. All right, enough about my personal life. I straighten my tie. The quarterly projections aren't going to review themselves. They're not ready to let it go. Questions about venues and honeymoon plans bounce around the room. I field them with practiced charm, channeling the same confidence I use in client meetings. It's working. Even Richard's skepticism seems to soften as I share carefully selected details about Maya's catering business and our whirlwind romance. Plus, I mix in details about meeting her back in college. Thank goodness for that. Otherwise, I'd be flailing like a fish out of water with these questions. Having years and years of knowing each other makes this a bit easier. The meeting disperses, and I make my way back to the sanctuary of my office, but a line forms at my door. Every department head wants their moment to offer congratulations, share marriage advice, or reminisce about their own weddings. "You'll make such beautiful babies," Carol gushes, gripping my hand. "Those green eyes of yours. Let's not get ahead of ourselves." I extract my fingers from her grip. Tom from sales claps my shoulder. "Marriage changed my life, Henry. Best decision I ever made. Though between us," he leans in, cologne heavy, "a prenup wouldn't hurt." I force a laugh. Already handled. The stream of well-wishers continues until Marcus Steele saunters in, last in line. His designer suit fits like armor, and that trademark smirk plays across his face. "Henry?" He closes my office door. Quite the announcement. Maya Thompson. Wasn't she just serving food at our holiday party last week? Catering. I keep my voice level. She owns the business. Fascinating timeline. He drops into the chair across from my desk. "You know what the board values most? Stability, trust. But a rushed courthouse wedding?" He clicks his tongue. "Doesn't exactly scream careful decision-making, does it?" "I don't recall asking for your opinion on my personal life. Just looking out for the company's interests." Marcus straightens his Italian silk tie. "After all, we wouldn't want anyone thinking this is some sort of arrangement. Especially with the Miller account up for grabs next week." My jaw tightens. "Are you implying something?" "Me?" He raises his hands. "I'm just congratulating a colleague on his whirlwind romance. Though it is interesting how this lines up with your father's marriage clause in the company bylaws. You've been gunning for my position since day one." I cross my arms over my chest, feeling my expensive suit pulled tight across my shoulders. "Let's not pretend this is about company interests. We both know exactly what game you're playing." Marcus's smile doesn't reach his eyes, the practiced corporate shark grin I've seen him use in 1,000 meetings. Can't blame a guy for being observant. You knew it was going to raise a bunch of questions, right? A quick engagement, a quick wedding to a woman you hardly know? Come on, Henry, you're smarter than that. "Watch yourself!" Heat rises in my chest, and my fingers dig into my biceps. No one gets to talk about her like that. Maya's a successful business owner. She's built something real from the ground up, which is more than I can say for some people. Of course, of course. He examines his manicured nails, and I fight the urge to mess up his perfectly pressed suit. Though I wonder what the board would think about such convenient timing. They're traditional folks, family values and all that. Wouldn't want anyone questioning the legitimacy of such a hasty union. You're really going to play this card? My voice drops to a dangerous growl. That's pretty damn low, even for you. I'm playing nothing. Marcus rises, adjusts his cuffs. Just noting how a rushed marriage might appear desperate, unstable. The kind of thing that could make someone question your judgment. And if the CEO position ever opens up... He shrugs. Well, the board might prefer someone more measured. That's all I'm saying. I'm looking out for you, Henry. I circle the desk, closing the distance between us. Let me be clear. You can spread whatever rumors you want, but I built this company's success rate from 70% to 95%. The board knows my worth. Numbers aren't everything, Henry. Perception matters. He moves toward the door. And right now, you look like a man making rash decisions to keep Daddy's money. Not exactly CEO material. Funny, coming from someone who only got their position through nepotism. You had no accomplishments to your name, and yet you got a distinguished position in my company. The words come out sharp and calculated, exactly how I want them. Time to show this snake that I'm not the pushover he thinks I am. Marcus freezes, hand on the doorknob, his shoulders tense beneath his designer suit. Careful. Those are serious allegations. Are they? Been keeping that one close to my chest. I've let it slide, but I can only tolerate mediocre productivity for so long. I lean against my desk. The leather of my watch band creaks with the movement. So maybe we both have cards to play. And trust me, I've got a full deck. The muscle in his jaw twitches. For once, that smug expression cracks, revealing the insecurity underneath. His knuckles whiten around the doorknob, and I know I've hit my mark. Have a great day, Marcus. And hey, I flash him my best boardroom smile, the one that's won me million-dollar contracts. Thanks for the wedding wishes. The dismissal in my tone is clear as crystal, and we both know who won this round. The door clicks shut behind Marcus. I release a breath I didn't know I was holding, loosening my tie with a sharp tug that feels more satisfying than it should. The winter sun has shifted, throwing harsh shadows across my desk, where financial reports and merger documents lie scattered like evidence of the corporate battlefield I navigate daily. Marcus might think he's got the upper hand, but he's about to learn exactly how wrong he is. My phone buzzes. Mason, tell me you've got good news. I sink into my chair, the leather creaking under my weight as I lean back and stare at the ceiling. These fluorescent lights have witnessed too many of my questionable decisions lately. Paperwork's filed. Ready to have that courthouse wedding whenever you are. But Henry, don't. I rub my temples, feeling the beginnings of what promises to be a killer headache. I know what you're going to say. Some people in the company are going to be asses about this. You know that, right? Let them. I've already got Marcus Steele banging on my door, talking about how he doesn't think this is a legit thing. I stand, moving to the window overlooking the skyline. He can pry all he wants. The marriage will be legal. The paperwork pristine. And Maya... I pause, remembering her fierce determination when we discuss terms. She understands what's at stake. It's not just about the legality. Marcus has connections within the company. If he starts asking questions, then we'll handle it. My reflection stares back at me, jaw set. I didn't build this company up just to have some snake like Marcus tear it down with rumors and innuendo. My father trusted me with his legacy. And Maya? I think of her standing in her bakery, flour on her cheek as she prepares some cookies and scones, the beautiful way her face lights up whenever someone cracks a joke. I'll protect her too. My voice hardens. Marcus wants to play games? Fine, but he's about to learn I don't lose. Not my company, not my position, and sure as hell not Maya's reputation in the process. Oakwood Falls stretches before me, A maze of brick, glass, and steel. Somewhere out there, Maya's probably in her kitchen, creating something amazing. She's risking her own business reputation for this. The least I can do is ensure Marcus's pathetic power play doesn't hurt either of us. My father's words echo in my head. A Caldwell protects what's theirs. Well, for better or worse, Maya's about to become a Caldwell, and I protect my own.
Chapter 9. Maya. The jazz band in the corner fills my bakery with smooth saxophone notes while I arrange another tray of mini chocolate eclairs. Through the front windows, a line of customers stretches down the sidewalk despite the cold weather outside, their excited chatter mixing with the music. Maya, we need more of those lavender macarons. Marybelle, my newest hire, rushes past with an empty display tray. I could afford this new hire, this whole event, thanks to the money that my quick marriage with Henry gifted me. And I'd be a liar if I said I wasn't enjoying this. Coming right up, I duck into the kitchen, where the industrial mixers were and the air smells like vanilla and butter. My special recipe book lies open on the steel counter, its pages spotted with ingredients from years of use. The bell above the door chimes constantly, Shama's customers flow in and out. A group of women cluster near the register, pointing at my courthouse wedding photo displayed on the counter. Is it true you married Henry Caldwell? One of them catches my eye as I emerge with a fresh tray of macarons. The marketing executive? That's right. I can't help but smile, the gold band on my finger catching the light. We had to come check out his wife's bakery. These pastries look amazing. I arrange the macarons in neat rows. Thank you. Everything's made fresh daily. The saxophone transitions into a sultry rendition of The Way You Look Tonight. My heart skips as familiar arms wrap around my waist. My eyes widen, but I force myself to relax. Surprise. Henry's breath tickles my ear. He's still in his suit from work, his tie loosened just enough to look effortlessly hot. The women at the counter burst into excited whispers. One pulls out her phone to snap a photo. Your timing is perfect. I turn to face him. We just sold out of your favorite chocolate croissant. Guess I'll have to settle for the baker instead. He winks and the women practically swoon. More customers press forward, drawn by Henry's presence. The energy in the bakery shifts. Conversations bubbling up about the new power couple of Oakwood Falls. I overhear snippets about Henry's latest marketing campaign and my catering business merging into a perfect love story. You've created something special here. Henry gestures at the packed bakery, the line still growing outside. They're not just here for the pastries anymore. He's right. What started as my small catering business has transformed into a community gathering spot. Couples on dates share plates of tiramisu, business meetings happen over coffee and scones, and now there's an added layer of romance that draws people in. I grab a fresh tray of eclairs as Henry works the room like the marketing genius he is. He stops at each table, shaking hands, learning names, making everyone feel special. His natural charm has these people eating out of his palm and buying twice as many pastries. You've got to try the lemon tarts, he tells an elderly couple. Maya infuses the curd with fresh thyme. It's absolutely incredible. I never mentioned the thyme to him. He must have actually tasted it. A local news reporter appears, notepad in hand. Henry's arm slides around my waist, pulling me close before I can escape to the kitchen. Maya and I believe in supporting local businesses, he says smoothly. When two Oakwood Falls entrepreneurs come together, magic happens. His thumb traces small circles on my hip, sending shivers down my spine. Could we get a photo of you both by the display case? The reporter gestures to her photographer. Henry guides me to the gleaming case filled with my creations. Smile, sweetheart. His voice drops low enough for only me to hear. You're doing amazing. The camera clicks as Henry pulls me against his chest. His cologne mingles with the bakery's sweet scents. More customers gather to watch, phones raised. "Kiss her," someone calls out. Henry's green eyes lock with mine, asking permission. I give a slight nod. This is what we agreed to, after all. Keep up appearances, sell the story. His lips brush mine, soft and careful at first, but then his hand cups my face, thumb grazing my cheek, and the kiss deepens. My fingers curl into his suit jacket of their own accord. The world narrows to just us. The warmth of his touch. The way he tastes faintly of coffee and mint. The crowd's delighted sighs break the spell. Henry pulls back slowly, his eyes darker than before. My heart pounds as I try to remember this is all for show. "Now that's a power couple," the reporter gushes, scribbling in her notepad. The crowd's chatter fades back in as Henry resumes speaking with the surrounding crowd. My knees wobble, and I grip the display case to steady myself. That kiss was nothing like our quick peck at the courthouse. This felt real. "You okay there, Mrs. Caldwell?" Henry's voice carries that signature playful tone, but his eyes search mine with an intensity that makes my stomach flip. Just trying not to fall into the pastry case. I straighten my apron, desperate for something to do with my hands. Though diving into a tray of eclairs might be less dangerous than kissing you in public. Less fun, though. He leans against the counter, loosening his tie further. "Besides, if you fell in, I'd have to rescue you." Think of the headlines. Local CEO saves baker wife from death by chocolate. My hero. I roll my eyes, but can't stop the smile spreading across my face. My heart still hasn't settled from that kiss. And the way he's looking at me isn't helping. "Speaking of chocolate," he reaches past me, his arm brushing mine, and snags a truffle from the display. "Since I missed out on those croissants." "That'll be $5. I hold out my hand. "Put it on my tab." He pops the truffle in his mouth, eyes closing in exaggerated bliss. "Though I should get the family discount." "Family discount? Is that what this is?" The words come out shakier than I intended. His expression shifts, something vulnerable flickering across his face before his usual confidence returns. "Well, what would you call it?" Before I can answer, Maribel rushes up with another empty tray. "Maya, we're out of everything raspberry." Saved by the berry shortage. I back toward the kitchen, pointing at Henry. "Don't eat all my inventory while I'm gone." "No promises." He winks, and my stomach does that flip thing again. "Your pastries aren't the only sweet thing in this shop worth tasting." I nearly trip over my own feet heading to the kitchen, his low chuckle following me through the door. These feelings weren't part of our arrangement, but that kiss changed everything. The last customers finally trickle out as the sun sets. I flip the sign to closed and lean against the door, watching Henry chat with Maribel as she counts the register. His suit jacket is gone, placed safely in my office. His sleeves are rolled up now, tied completely undone, and somehow he looks even more attractive than when he arrived. Best sales day ever. Maribel waves the receipts at me with an excited grin. "Your husband is amazing with customers. He basically made everything sell out single-handedly, just by buttering up the customers. He's good at what he does." I busy myself wiping down display cases, avoiding Henry's gaze. The last thing I need is to see that knowing smirk of his, the one that makes my stomach do backflips. I'll finish cleaning up. Maribel grabs the cleaning supplies from my hands, practically yanking them away. "You two should celebrate. It's not every day we break a sales record." Henry's footsteps approach behind me, each one making my pulse quicken. "What do you say, Maya? Dinner? I know a great Italian place around the corner." I should really help close. Go? Maribel practically shoves us toward the door. Her enthusiasm impossible to argue with. I've got this. Everything's under control here. I hurry into my office to fetch my coat and Henry's suit jacket. I wrap my scarf around my neck before we head outside into the winter night. Outside, the street lamps cast pools of golden light on the sidewalk, creating shadows that dance between the trees. Henry's hand finds the small of my back as we walk, and I hate how natural it feels, how perfectly his touch settles there. Even worse, I hate how disappointed I feel when he moves it away. You don't have to keep up the act when we're alone, I say, stepping away slightly, trying to put some distance between us. The cold December air helps clear my head, but not enough. Who says I'm acting? My heart stutters, and my stomach does that annoying flip thing it always does when he uses that low, intimate tone. I focus on my feet, on the snowy cracks in the concrete, counting each one as we walk, anything but his face. This arrangement was your idea, remember? Boost both our businesses, secure your company, help me expand the bakery. That's what we agreed to, nothing more. Plans change. His voice carries that edge of determination I've come to recognize, the same one he uses in business meetings when he won't take no for an answer. Henry, that kiss wasn't just for show, Maya. You felt it too. Don't try to tell me different. His words hit me like a physical force, making me stumble slightly on the uneven sidewalk. I wrap my arms around myself, fighting the urge to lean into his warmth, to let him pull me close like I know he wants to. The worst part is, he's right. That kiss unleashed something I've been trying to ignore since our courthouse wedding not too long ago. Every smile, every touch, every moment we spend building this facade makes me want the real thing more. It's getting harder to remember this is all supposed to be temporary. But wanting Henry for real means risking everything. Our carefully constructed arrangement could crumble. The bakery's success might fade without the buzz of our romance. And my heart might not survive if this is just another marketing strategy for him. I press my fingers to my lips, still tingling from his kiss. The line between pretend and reality blurs more each day, and I'm terrified of what happens when it disappears completely.
Chapter 10. Henry? I tap my foot against the floor, watching the parade of cardboard boxes flow through my front door. Another mover grunts, hauling what must be the 20th box labeled kitchen supplies. Where do you want this one? He shifts the weight in his arms. Just add it to the pile and the... A crash from the kitchen cuts me off. Crap! Maya's voice rings out. I'm fine. Nothing's broken. Well, maybe my pride. I weave through the maze of boxes, filling my living room, and find Maya sprawled on the floor, surrounded by measuring cups and mixing bowls. You know, when I agreed to this marriage, I didn't realize I was signing up for a kitchenware store. I extend my hand to help her up. Says the man with 3 different coffee makers. Maya grabs my hand, her grip firm as she pulls herself up. And technically, these are business assets. Business assets that have taken over my entire kitchen. Our kitchen now. Maya brushes past me, her curls bouncing as she starts organizing her equipment. Unless you want to explain to the immigration officer why your wife doesn't have access to basic cooking tools. Basic? There are 5 stand mixers. Different speeds, different purposes. She picks up a copper bowl. This one's for egg whites only. Another mover appears with, surprise, another kitchen box. Last one from the truck. Thank God. I run a hand through my hair, surveying the chaos. Maya's presence has exploded through my once minimal space. Colorful aprons hang where my keys used to go. Recipe books overflow from the shelves. A spice rack bigger than my TV dominates the counter. Having second thoughts? Maya stacks mixing bowls by size, her hands moving with practiced efficiency as she arranges them like nesting dolls. About the marriage or the kitchen takeover? Both? She pauses, uncertainty flickering across her face, her fingers drumming against the edge of a stainless steel bowl. I can't help but stare at her pretty dark skin, her curls, her full lips that I've enjoyed kissing whenever we're out on the town. Neither. I move a box of cake pans off my favorite chair, the leather one I spent way too much money on. But we need to establish some boundaries, starting with my coffee corner. That's sacred territory. Touch my espresso machine, and we're getting divorced. Deal, as long as you don't touch my proof box. Your what? For bread dough. Maya points to a large metal container that looks like it belongs in a science lab. It maintains perfect temperature and humidity for... You know what? I don't need the technical breakdown. Just tell me where you want the rest of these boxes. I grab another container marked Specialty Tools and wonder how the hell my kitchen turned into a culinary command center overnight. Maya pulls out a bag of flour, humming to herself. You know, when I pictured getting married, I didn't think it'd be because my bakery needed some money. Yeah? What was your dream scenario? Oh, you know, white dress, fancy venue, groom who actually wanted to marry me. She winks, measuring cups clanking as she lines them up with military precision. Instead, I got you and your judgmental coffee makers? I lean against the counter, watching her methodical movements. My kitchen's starting to look like a damn Williams-Sonoma threw up in here. Hey, those coffee makers have standards. They're not used to sharing space with. I squint at a weird-ass gadget on the counter that looks like something out of a medieval torture chamber. What even is that? Pastry docker, for preventing air bubbles. She holds up the spiked rolling pin with mock menace, twirling it between her fingers like a tiny weapon. Also good for threatening fake husbands who complain too much. Careful there. Assault with a deadly pastry tool might void our arrangement. I cross my arms, fighting back a grin. Pretty sure that wasn't in the prenup. Besides, you'd miss my coffee makers too much if you scared me off. Maya laughs, the sound warming the kitchen better than any proof box could. Speaking of arrangements, want to help me make some celebration cookies? Consider it your first husband duty. I thought my first duty was signing that marriage certificate. Second duty, then. She tosses me an apron bright purple with Kiss the Cook emblazoned across the front. Put it on, pretty boy, you're about to get flour on that fancy suit. Not a chance in hell I'm wearing that. What's wrong? Afraid it'll clash with your tie? She starts measuring ingredients, creating little mountains of flour and sugar on the counter. Besides, if anyone drops by unexpectedly, we need to look convincingly domestic. Fine. I slip the ridiculous thing over my head. But if any pictures of this surface at the office, I won't be happy. Deal. She hands me a stick of butter. Now cream this with the sugar while I prep the chocolate chips. I have no idea what that means. Just mash them together until they're smooth. Maya bumps her hip against mine, sliding a mixing bowl my way. And try to look like you're enjoying it. Marriage is about compromise, darling. I grab the butter, fighting back a smile as she starts singing some pop song about love and sugar. The kitchen's a mess. My suit's definitely getting ruined, but watching Maya dance between mixing bowls and measuring spoons, I can't bring myself to care. Okay, now fold in the chocolate chips. Maya leans over my shoulder, her breath warm against my neck. You keep using these cooking words like I should know what they mean. I grip the spatula like a weapon. The butter-sugar mixture looks nothing like the smooth blend she promised. Here. Maya's hand covers mine on the spatula, guiding the movement in gentle circles. Her skin feels soft, warm. Like this, gentle but firm. That's what she said. I smirk, earning an eye roll and a playful smack with a dish towel. Real mature, Henry. Now focus. She doesn't move her hand away, though. and I find myself hyper-aware of how close she stands, the scent of vanilla in her hair. I am focusing, just not on the cookies. The words slip out before I can stop them. Maya's fingers pause on mine, her eyes meeting mine for a heated moment before she clears her throat and steps back. Right. Well, the chips need to be evenly distributed. I miss her warmth immediately. You're the boss. I continue the folding motion, probably doing it wrong, but she doesn't correct me again. Crap! Maya jumps back as a cloud of flour explodes from the mixer she just turned on. White powder covers her face, settling in her curls like snow. I can't help it. I burst out laughing. You've got a little something. I gesture vaguely at her entire face. Oh, you think this is funny? She grabs a handful of flour from the counter. Don't you dare! But it's too late. She throws it right at my chest, coating my purple apron in white. Now who's laughing? Her eyes dance with mischief. I reach for the flour bag. This means war. Henry Caldwell, don't you? She backs away, hands raised in surrender, but she's still grinning. I advance slowly, flour bag at the ready. Maya's back hits the counter and suddenly we're close again, really close. A streak of white marks her cheek like war paint. Without thinking, I reach up to brush it away. Her skin feels impossibly soft under my thumb. Maya's breath catches. Her eyes lock with mine, and for a moment, the kitchen feels electric with possibility. The oven timer breaks the spell with a shrill beep. Maya jumps back from me, letting out a deep breath as she spins toward the oven. Can't let them burn. I lower the flour bag, watching her slip on mitts decorated with cartoon chickens. The kitchen smells incredible. Warm chocolate and butter and something else I can't name. These actually look perfect. She sets the cookie sheet on the cooling rack. Steam rises from perfectly round circles of golden brown dough. Not bad for your first attempt at baking. Pretty sure you did most of the work. I grab 2 plates from the cabinet, the fancy ones my mom insisted I needed when she gifted them to me. Though I excel at taste testing. Give them a minute to cool unless you want third-degree burns. Maya pulls off the ridiculous mitts, then reaches up to shake flour from her curls. A white cloud surrounds her head. You missed some? I point to a spot behind her ear. Yeah. Well, you look like a ghost in that purple apron. She grabs 2 glasses and the milk from the fridge. Very dignified, Mr. CEO. I make it work. Maya snorts milk through her nose, which sets us both off laughing again. She drops into a kitchen chair, wiping her face. God, what a mess. The kitchen or us? I settle across from her, snagging a cookie despite her warning. It burns my fingers, but I don't care. The chocolate melts on my tongue, rich and sweet. Holy crap. Good. I take back everything I said about your kitchen invasion. If this is the result, you can bring in 10 more mixers. Maya breaks her own cookie in half, watching the chocolate stretch between the pieces. See? Marriage has its perks. We sit there trading bites and barbs, flour-covered and content. The sun streams through the window, catching the metal bowls and turning them to gold. Maya tells me stories about culinary disasters while I share tales of marketing campaigns gone wrong. It feels easy, natural, like we've done this 100 times before. Maybe this whole fake marriage thing won't be so bad after all.
Chapter 11. Maya. The bell above the door chimes for what feels like the 100th time today. Another customer squeezes into my packed bakery, joining the chorus of happy voices and clinking plates. The scent of cinnamon and vanilla hangs thick in the air as I pull another tray of snickerdoodles from the oven. Your cookies are flying off the shelves faster than usual. Mandy arranges fresh flowers in mason jars at the counter, her pink sweater dusted with flour from helping me earlier. Must be all that extra love you're putting in them these days. I roll my eyes, sliding the hot cookies onto the cooling rack. Or maybe it's just the winter weather, making people crave comfort food. Nothing to do with that gorgeous husband of yours making you all glowy and domestic? She wiggles her eyebrows. I'm always domestic. It's literally my job. I grab my piping bag to finish decorating a batch of cupcakes. Yeah, but now you're domestic and getting regular? Don't you dare finish that sentence. I point my piping bag at her threateningly, a dollop of buttercream falling onto the counter. What? I was going to say regular compliments on your cooking from Henry. She grins, adjusting a sunflower. Get your mind out of the gutter, Maya Thompson Caldwell. Sure you were. I pipe a perfect swirl onto a chocolate cupcake. And for the record, Henry's always loved my cooking, even before. The bell chimes again. This time, the cheerful atmosphere shifts like someone's thrown ice water over the room. A man in an impeccable charcoal suit strides in, his polished shoes clicking against the hardwood floor. His presence commands attention. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. I've never seen him before. At least I don't think I have. But something about him makes me grip my piping bag tighter. He bypasses the line of waiting customers, heading straight for the counter. That's quite the display you have here. His voice carries a smooth, practiced tone. He studies the pastry case with calculated interest. Sir, there's a line. I start. Marcus Steele. He extends his hand across the counter. I apologize for cutting ahead, but I wanted to personally meet Henry Caldwell's new wife. Your reputation precedes you. My stomach knots. I wipe my hands on my apron and shake his hand briefly, noticing his grip is a touch too firm. Maya Thompson? I pause, catching myself. Thompson Caldwell. Charming place. His eyes scan the bakery, lingering on every detail like he's taking inventory. Though I must say, I was surprised to hear Henry married someone so quaint. He usually aims higher. Mandy stiffens beside me, nearly dropping her flowers. I mean that as a compliment, of course. His smile widens, sharp as a knife. It's refreshing to see him settle for something more authentic. The way he says authentic makes it sound like an insult. I swallow down the knot in my throat, but I keep my expression neutral, channeling my best customer service smile. The line starts back there, Mr. Steele. I'd be happy to serve you when it's your turn. Marcus's smile turns predatory as he leans forward, dropping his voice low enough that only Mandy and I can hear. Let's cut the act, shall we? This little marriage charade might fool the board members, but I know better. He taps the counter with his index finger. Henry's desperate move to appear more grounded won't save his position. My hands shake as I set down the piping bag. I don't know what you're implying. Oh, I think you do. He straightens his already perfect tie. A rushed wedding to a small-time baker? Please. Henry's not exactly known for his commitment to relationships. How much is he paying you? The accusation hits like a slap. Blood rushes in my ears, drowning out the cheerful holiday music playing overhead. I step forward, squaring my shoulders. Listen carefully, Mr. Steele, because I'm only saying this once. My voice comes out steady, stronger than I feel. My marriage to Henry isn't any of your business, but since you're so interested, yes, I run a small-time bakery. Yes, our wedding was quick. And yes, Henry Caldwell chose me. Did he? Marcus arches an eyebrow. Or did he choose a convenient prop? He chose love. I plant both hands on the counter, leaning forward. Something you clearly wouldn't recognize if it smacked you in the face with a rolling pin, which, by the way, I'm seriously considering. Mandy chokes back a laugh beside me. Henry and I may not fit your corporate playbook, but we fit each other. Now, unless you're here to actually buy something, I suggest you leave. There are paying customers waiting who deserve my attention more than your baseless accusations. Marcus's facade cracks for a split second, surprise flickering across his features, before the smooth mask returns. We'll see how long this little performance lasts. He adjusts his cufflinks. Henry always did have a weakness for pretty distractions. The only distraction here is you. I gesture toward the door. And unlike my marriage, your welcome has expired. Marcus's jaw tightens, but before he can respond, Mandy steps between us, her flower-arranging scissors still in hand. You know what your problem is, Mr. Steele? You can't fathom that someone like Henry would choose love over status. She points the scissors at him. I've known Maya for years, and I've never seen her happier than when she's with Henry. The way they look at each other, that's not something you can fake. I shoot her a grateful look as she continues. And for the record, Maya's business might be small, but her talent is anything but. Have you seen the waiting list for her catering? 3 months minimum. Marcus shifts his weight, his calculated demeanor slipping. Impressive as that may be. Oh, I'm not finished. Mandy sets down her scissors with a click. Henry's changed since meeting Maya. Ask anyone at your precious company. He smiles more, takes actual lunch breaks, shows up to meetings with homemade pastries that have your whole office fighting over the last bite. A muscle twitches in Marcus's cheek. His eyes dart between us, that earlier confidence wavering. And unlike some people, I add, crossing my arms, Henry understands that success isn't just about profit margins and power plays. It's about building something real. Something you wouldn't know about, Mandy chimes in, since you're too busy trying to tear others down to build anything of your own. Marcus straightens his suit jacket, but I catch the slight tremor in his hands. It's clear that he's not used to being challenged, especially not by women he assumed he could intimidate. This has been enlightening. His voice lacks its earlier smugness. But don't think this changes anything. Actually, it changes everything. I lean forward. Because now you know exactly who you're dealing with, and it's not just Henry anymore. It's us. His expression hardens, but there's uncertainty in his eyes now. He hadn't expected this united front, this absolute refusal to be intimidated. Without another word, he turns on his heel and heads for the door, his shoulders slightly less squared than when he entered. The bell chimes as Marcus leaves, his rigid posture betraying his anger. The cheerful atmosphere slowly seeps back into the bakery as customers resume their conversations. My hands tremble as I grip the edge of the counter, the weight of what just happened settling over me. Holy crap! Mandy grabs my arm, her perfectly manicured nails digging into my skin. Did we just face down the big bad wolf of Oakwood Falls? We did. I release a shaky breath, my heart still hammering against my ribs. And I think I need to sit down. She guides me to the small stool behind the counter, pressing a glass of water into my hands. Drink. You look like you're about to topple over. Her concerned eyes scan my face as she hovers nearby, like a protective mama bear. He's going to be trouble, isn't he? The water does little to calm my nerves as I take small sips. The way he looked at everything, like he was cataloging weaknesses. God, did you see how he looked at us when he talked about authenticity? A chill ran down my spine. Hey, Mandy crouches beside me, her expression fierce, jaw set in determination. Let him try. We'll be here ready with scissors and rolling pins. Nobody messes with my best friend's bakery and gets away with it. I'm serious, Mandy. The things he said about Henry, about our marriage. My voice catches as the weight of Marcus's thinly veiled threats settles in my stomach like lead. He's not going to stop. You saw that look in his eyes. He's like a dog with a bone. then we won't stop either. She squeezes my hand. Every time he shows up trying to intimidate you, he'll find us both here, ready to put him in his place. Besides, did you see his face when you threatened him with the rolling pin? Priceless. A weak laugh escapes me. I can't believe I said that. I can. You've always been a force of nature when protecting what matters. She stands, adjusting her flour-dusted sweater. And now you have me as backup. That stupid Marcus Steele guy won't know what hit him. Thanks, Mandy. I set down the water glass, my hand steadier now. I just hope Henry knows what he's up against at work. Henry can handle himself. Right now, let's focus on these cupcakes before they melt. She picks up my abandoned piping bag. And maybe brainstorm some new comebacks for the next time Marcus decides to grace us with his unwelcome presence.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 12. Henry. Snowflakes dance outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of my dining room, each flake catching the warm glow from the crystal chandelier above. The tension from our earlier encounter at the bakery melts away like frost under morning sun. Maya sits across from me, the candlelight casting a golden sheen across her skin, making her eyes sparkle as she takes in the spread before us. This is excessive. She runs her finger along the edge of her wine glass, her eyes widening at the array of dishes. Did your personal chef prepare all this? Daisy outdid herself tonight. I lean back, loosening my tie. The aroma of herb-crusted lamb and roasted vegetables fills the space between us. Though I hear she's got competition in the culinary department. Maya picks up her fork, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. I wouldn't say that. This presentation alone. She gestures to the perfectly arranged plates, the garnishes placed with surgical precision. The dining room, usually too large for one person, feels intimate tonight. The fire crackles in the nearby hearth, its warmth reaching across the polished mahogany table. Crystal glasses catch and reflect light, creating tiny rainbows that dance across the white tablecloth. You should try the lamb first. I reach for the wine bottle, a vintage Bordeaux I've been saving for a special occasion. It's her specialty. Maya cuts into the meat, and her eyes close as she takes the first bite. The small sound of pleasure she makes sends a jolt through my chest. This is... She opens her eyes, meeting mine. Incredible. Almost as good as your lemon tart? Different league entirely. She takes another bite, then glances around the room. This whole place is like something out of a dream. Those windows, the view of the snow. Outside, the storm picks up, creating a curtain of white that transforms the darkness into something magical. Inside, the warmth of the room wraps around us like a blanket, creating our own private world. Maya sets down her fork, her earlier enthusiasm dimming. About today, she traces patterns on the tablecloth with her fingertip. A man named Marcus Steele came into my bakery. You might know him. My jaw clenches. The wine glass freezes halfway to my lips. He came in right during one of my rushes. Started asking questions about our relationship. Her voice wavers. He basically insinuated that our relationship was a sham. I mean, he's not entirely wrong, but it was weird having someone be so aggressive about it, you know? The stem of the glass creaks under my grip. I set it down before I shatter it. At first, I thought he was just being friendly, but Maya wraps her arms around herself. There was something in his eyes, like he was cataloging every word, looking for cracks. I push back from the table, my chair scraping against the floor. The muscles in my shoulders bunch as I pace toward the windows. Snow whips past in angry swirls, matching the storm building inside me. That damn snake! The words grind out between my teeth. I press my palm against the cold glass, watching my reflection distort. He's trying to discredit both of us. Henry? No. I spin around, my voice sharp enough to make her flinch. He doesn't get to do this. Coming after me is one thing, but involving you? My fist connects with the window frame. The dull thud echoes through the room. Maya stands, her fingers twisting together. Maybe we should... Screw him, I say, scratching at the stubble on my chin. He's always been trying to take me down, but I never thought he would stoop this low. What do you mean? Maya asks, rising from her seat and closing the distance between us. You have a history with him. Marcus and I go way back. I turn from the window, my reflection ghosting across the glass. We have years of interacting with each other under our belts, and trust me, it hasn't been friendly. He was always calculating. Every smile, every handshake, just moves in his game. Maya steps closer, her heels clicking against the hardwood floor. The firelight catches in her hair as she settles against the window frame. First year, he stole one of my biggest accounts. Convinced the client I was too inexperienced to handle their portfolio. Then he had the balls to invite me to drinks to celebrate his promotion. My knuckles whiten. 2 years later, he tried to pin a failed campaign on my team. Nearly cost 5 people their jobs. What happened? Found proof he'd altered the presentation dates in the system. Made it look like we'd missed deadlines when we hadn't. The memory tastes bitter. My father, he was CEO then. He saw right through Marcus's nonsense. But instead of firing him, Dad kept him on. Said keeping enemies closer was smart business. Otherwise, he'd just go to another company and try to destroy us. Maya's hand finds my arm, her touch warm through my shirt sleeve. Your father sounds like a wise man. He was. Before he... I swallow hard, shaking my head. Marcus showed up at the funeral, gave this speech about mentorship and legacy, made himself look like Dad's protege. That's awful. Maya's fingers tighten on my arm. Now he's after the CEO position. My position. I meet her eyes in the window's reflection, and he's using you to do it. Maya spins me around, her expression fierce. Let him try. I'm not some pawn he can push around. Maya's hand hasn't left my arm, her touch anchoring me as the storm rages outside. The warmth from the fireplace wraps around us, but it's her presence that's truly keeping the cold at bay. You know what the worst part is? I turn to face her fully. He's going after you because he thinks you're my weakness, that you're just some pawn in a business arrangement. Aren't I? Her voice is soft, vulnerable. The flickering flames paint shadows across her face, highlighting the uncertainty in her eyes. No! The word comes out rougher than intended. You're different. She steps closer, and suddenly the space between us feels charged with electricity. Different how? My hand moves on its own, brushing a stray curl from her face. Her skin is soft under my fingers, and she leans into the touch, eyes never leaving mine. I didn't expect this. The confession slips out before I can stop it. Any of it. You were supposed to be a business arrangement. A small smile plays at the corners of her mouth. Yeah. My thumb traces her jawline. But you're real. Genuine. The way you light up when you talk about your baking. How you handled Marcus today. Oh. She rises on her tiptoes, her hand sliding up my chest. Henry. The gap between us closes like a dying flower, slow and inevitable. Her lips meet mine, soft and tentative at first. The kiss is nothing like I imagined. It's better. Warmer. More real. My hand cups the back of her neck as she presses closer, fitting against me like she belongs there. The world narrows to this moment, the taste of wine on her lips, the subtle scent of vanilla that always seems to follow her, the small sound she makes as my fingers tangle in her hair. Something shifts inside my chest, a wall crumbling that I didn't even know I'd built. When we break apart, her eyes flutter open, and the vulnerability I see there matches the sudden exposure I feel. This wasn't part of the plan. This wasn't supposed to feel so right. The kiss leaves us both breathless, and Maya steps back, her fingers trailing down my chest. We migrate to the living room where the leather couch faces another wall of windows. Maya curls up next to me, her head finding the spot between my shoulder and chest like it was made for her. I wrap an arm around her, drawing her closer. Thank you, I say into the quiet, for handling Marcus today, for being here now. She traces patterns on my shirt. We're in this together, aren't we? That's what partners do, even if it started as... She pauses, searching for the right words. A business arrangement? Yeah. She shifts to look up at me, those beautiful brown eyes searching mine. Though it doesn't feel much like business anymore, does it? No. I run my fingers through her curls, marveling at their softness. It feels real. More real than anything has in a long time. It is real. She settles back against my chest, her hand finding mine. Maybe not how it started, but what we're building, that's real, and I wouldn't change it for anything. The warmth in my chest has nothing to do with the dying fire or the wine from dinner. It's all her trust, her strength, the way she fits so perfectly in my arms, like every curve of her body was designed to align with mine. We'll figure out the Marcus situation, she murmurs, squeezing my hand. Together, that's what matters. I press a kiss to the top of her head, breathing in the familiar scent of vanilla that's become my favorite smell in the world. Of course we will. That bastard won't know what hit him. I tighten my hold on her, protective and possessive all at once. You and me, we're unstoppable.
Chapter 13. Maya. The grand ballroom of the Oakwood Falls Country Club sparkles like a winter wonderland. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow over the crowd, their light dancing off the silver and gold decorations adorning every surface. Strings of twinkling lights drape across the ceiling, creating a starlit effect that takes my breath away. I smooth down the silk of my emerald green dress, a splurge that cost more than my monthly grocery budget. The fabric hugs my curves in all the right places, making me feel like I belong among these corporate elite. You look stunning. Henry's hand finds the small of my back, and I fight the shiver that runs through me at his touch. Even after a week of pretending to be his wife, I still can't get used to these casual intimacies. Thanks. You clean up pretty nice yourself. I straighten his matching green tie, playing my part of the doting wife. A group of executives approaches, their wives in tow. My stomach does a little flip, but I paste on my brightest smile. This is what Henry's paying me for after all, to charm his colleagues and maintain the illusion of his perfect marriage. Henry, and this must be the mysterious Maya we've heard so much about. A silver-haired woman in pearls pulls me into a hug. I'm Barbara, Jim's wife. We've been dying to meet you. All good things, I hope. I lean into Henry's side, the way I've seen real couples do. He won't shut up about your cooking. Says you're some kind of culinary genius. The compliment warms me more than it should. Henry's been attending my bakery events all throughout the week now. Part of our PR buildup, but I didn't know he actually enjoyed the food. She's being modest, Henry says, his thumb tracing circles on my hip. Wait until you try her Christmas cookies. They'll change your life. My face beams at the pride in his voice. It's all an act, I remind myself. But as more colleagues gather around us, hanging on every word of our made-up love story, I can't help but sink into the fantasy. For tonight, I'm not just Maya Thompson's struggling caterer. I'm Mrs. Henry Caldwell, beloved wife and accomplished chef. And even though it's fake, even though it's temporary, I'm starting to understand why Cinderella never wanted the clock to strike midnight. A waiter passes with a tray of champagne, and I snag 2 flutes, handing one to Henry. The bubbles tickle my nose as I take a sip, letting the music and laughter wash over me. So Maya, tell us how you two met. Barbara leans in conspiratorially. Henry's been so tight-lipped about the whole whirlwind romance. I launch into our rehearsed story about a chance meeting at the farmer's market. The words flow easily now, practiced but genuine. Well, it was back in college, believe it or not. There was a fundraising event going on for my culinary club, and he knocked over my entire display of pastries, ruined every single one. In my defense, Henry cuts in. I was distracted by how beautiful she looked, covered in powdered sugar. The group laughs, and I find myself relaxing into the role. These people aren't so different from my regular customers. They just wear fancier clothes. Your catering business sounds fascinating, Jim's marketing director says. Have you considered expanding? Actually, I've been developing some new concepts. I dive into my passion project, describing my vision for combining traditional recipes with modern twists. They hang on every word, asking thoughtful questions about business models and growth strategies. My wife, the entrepreneur. Henry's voice carries a note of genuine admiration that makes my stomach flutter. Well, isn't this cozy? A sleek voice cuts through our conversation, like ice through warm butter. Marcus Steele approaches, his smile sharp as a knife's edge. I stiffen at the sight of him. Marcus. Henry's arm tightens around my waist. Henry, Marcus turns to me. And the new Mrs. Caldwell. Funny, I don't recall seeing any grand wedding announcements in the society pages. We wanted to keep things private, I reply smoothly. How unusual for Henry. He's usually quite public about his relationships. Marcus swirls his whiskey. Tell me, Maya, what was your first date? Henry's quite the romantic. I'm sure it was memorable. The trap in his words is obvious. I feel the group's attention sharpen, waiting for any hint of inconsistency in our story. Actually, I lean forward like I'm sharing a secret. Our first date was a disaster. The restaurant lost our reservation, it rained, and Henry's car broke down. But you know what? We ended up getting pizza and talking until sunrise. Sometimes imperfect moments make the best memories. Henry's surprise lasts only a fraction of a second before he recovers. That's my girl, always finding the silver lining. Marcus's smile tightens. How charming. And when exactly was this fairy tale evening? Last December, I reply without missing a beat. Right before Christmas, actually. The city had those beautiful light displays up. December 12th, Henry adds. making my heart skip at how perfectly he picks up my lead. I remember because Maya wore this red scarf that kept getting tangled in the wind. I catch his eye, a spark of understanding passing between us. My heart flutters at how seamlessly we're falling into this charade. And you gave me your coat because I was shivering. The same coat you stole and still haven't returned. Henry's eyes crinkle with genuine amusement, his dimples showing in a way that makes him look boyish and charming. It's warmer than mine, I protest, falling into an easy rhythm with him. The memory of that night might be fake, but the way we play off each other feels natural as breathing. Besides, you said it looks better on me anyway? The group chuckles, and I notice Marcus's jaw tighten. His perfectly pressed suit suddenly seems too stiff, like his whole demeanor. He's not done yet. I can see the calculations happening behind those cold eyes. Interesting, because I distinctly remember Henry being in Tokyo that week for the Asian market expansion. Marcus's voice drips with smug satisfaction. The 13th through 20th. Henry corrects smoothly, not missing a beat. His hand finds mine under the table, giving it a reassuring squeeze. I moved the meeting back a day specifically because I didn't want to cancel on Maya. Best decision I ever made. The warmth in his voice makes it sound so real I almost believe it myself. My chest warms at his words. Even though I know they're part of our act, I reach up and adjust his tie again, letting my fingers linger against the smooth silk. You were so nervous about that meeting. Remember how you practiced your presentation over pizza? You must have gone through those slides 20 times that night. And you corrected my Japanese pronunciation. Henry laughs, the sound rich and genuine. His eyes crinkle at the corners in that way that makes my stomach do a little flip. Someone had to. You were butchering it. I turn to the group, channeling every ounce of playful exasperation I can muster. 3 years of Japanese in college finally came in handy, though I still maintain that arigato shouldn't sound like you're ordering a pizza. Marcus's expression sours as our story becomes more detailed, more real. Each challenge he throws, we feel together like we've been doing this dance for years instead of days. The synchronicity between us is almost scary. The way Henry picks up my cues, the natural back and forth we've developed. How convenient that everything lines up so perfectly, Marcus says, his tone dripping with skepticism. His fingers tap against his glass in an irritating rhythm, like he's trying to crack some code. I step forward, meeting his gaze directly. You know what's really convenient, Marcus? Finding someone who makes you laugh over cold pizza at midnight. Someone who remembers how you take your coffee and sends you pictures of dogs they see on their morning run. The timing, the details, those are just footnotes to the real story. Henry's arm slides around my waist, pulling me closer. That's exactly what I fell in love with. Your ability to cut through the noise and get to what matters. The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. For a moment, I forget we're putting on a show. His green eyes lock with mine, filled with something that looks remarkably like real affection. Barbara clutches her chest. Oh, you two are just precious. And Maya, dear, that was beautifully said. A round of applause ripples through our growing audience. Other party guests have drifted over during our exchange with Marcus, drawn by the drama like moths to flame. To Henry and Maya, Jim raises his champagne glass, the kind of love story we all wish we had. The crowd echoes his toast, glasses tinkling. Marcus's face has gone from smug to sour, his perfectly pressed suit suddenly looking stiff and uncomfortable. He melts back into the crowd without another word, leaving only the echo of his failed attempt to expose us. Thank you, I whisper to Henry as the guests return to their conversations, still buzzing about our romantic tale. His thumb brushes against my hip, where his hand rests. No, thank you. That was Incredible. We stand there for a moment, basking in our victory, and I can't help but feel a surge of pride. We did it. We faced down Marcus's interrogation and came out stronger. The warmth of Henry's smile tells me he feels it too. This strange, unexpected partnership that somehow works perfectly. For tonight at least, we're not just pretending, we're winning.
Chapter 14. Henry. The taxi drops us off at my mansion, and I leave him a generous tip before he drives off into the night. She stumbles slightly on the gravel driveway, her heels catching on the uneven surface. I steady her, my hand finding the small of her back. She leans into my touch, her eyes meeting mine, reflecting the sparkling lights adorning the house. We make our way inside, the heat of the house a welcome relief from the December chill. Maya kicks off her heels, sighing in relief as her feet touch the cool marble of the foyer. She looks up at me, her eyes bright, her lips curved in a soft smile. "That was some party, Henry," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. I can't help but stare at her. The way her dress hugs her curves, the way her hair cascades down her shoulders. I'm a bit drunk, yes, but it's more than that. It's her. It's always been her. Before I can think, I close the distance between us. Her eyes widen in surprise as I cup her face, my thumb tracing her cheekbone. I lean in, my breath mingling with hers. And then, I kiss her. She stiffens at first, her hands frozen at her sides. But then she melts into me, her arms wrapping around my neck, her fingers tangling in my hair. She kisses me back, deeply, passionately, her lips soft and warm against mine. Her kiss ignites a fire within me that I've long thought extinguished. I lead her up the grand staircase, my hand on the small of her back, guiding her with a sense of urgency. She giggles softly, a sound that's music to my ears, breaking the intense moment with a touch of lightness. "Henry," she whispers between kisses, her voice a sultry melody that sends shivers down my spine. "What are you doing?" I pause at the top of the stairs, my eyes locking onto hers. Her expression is a mix of curiosity and desire, a heady combination that stokes the fire within me. I don't play games, not now, not with her. "What do you think I'm doing, Maya?" I say, my voice a low growl. I trace the line of her jaw with my thumb, feeling her shiver under my touch. "I'm turned on, you're so damn gorgeous, and I want you, right now." Her eyes widen slightly, but the desire in them doesn't fade. Instead, it intensifies. I capture her lips again, kissing her deeply, passionately as I guide her towards my bedroom. The door is slightly ajar, and I kick it open, never breaking our connection. Inside, the room is bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight streaming through the large windows. Snow encapsulates the world outside. I back her towards the bed, my hands exploring her body, feeling her curves through the silky fabric of her dress. She moans softly into my mouth, her hands gripping my shirt, pulling me closer.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I tighten my arms around her, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. We lie in silence for a moment, the only sound our steadying breaths and the distant hum of the world outside. "You know," she says, her voice soft, thoughtful, "I never imagined it would be like this." "Like what?" I ask, my fingers trailing up and down her spine. "Like this," she repeats, her hand gesturing vaguely between us. "With you, me, us." I look down at her, her dark eyes reflecting the soft moonlight filtering through the window. There's a vulnerability in her gaze, a stark honesty that tugs at something deep within me. Maybe I've always felt this for her all along. Maybe my heart has always longed for her, and it's taken a fake marriage to realize that.
Chapter 15. Maya. The morning light filters through the sheer curtains, casting a golden glow over the room. I stretch, my fingers brushing against the smooth, luxurious sheets. Where am I? For a moment, disorientation clouds my mind. Then it hits me. Henry's mansion. I sit up slowly, taking in the room. His master bedroom is spacious and impeccably designed, reflecting his taste for the finer things. The scent of his cologne lingers in the air, and my heart skips a beat as I remember last night. I swing my legs over the side of the bed and plant my feet on the cool hardwood floor. Memories rush back in fragments. Henry's intense gaze, the way he held me close, our laughter blending into the night. And then, the kiss. The kiss in the foyer which led us to this very bedroom. My lips tingle at the thought. It wasn't just any kiss. It was full of passion and unspoken promises. But now, in the stark light of day, doubts creep in. Was it real? Or just a fleeting moment? I stand and wrap myself in one of his robes hanging by the door. The fabric is soft and comforting against my skin. I wander over to the window and peek outside. The view is breathtaking. Rolling snowy hills, and beyond that, the skyline of Oakwood Falls. Wow, I whisper to myself, marveling at how different our worlds are. Henry had left early for work. That much was clear from the empty side of the bed and his neatly placed suit missing from the closet. Typical Henry, dedicated and always on top of his game. I glance at my reflection in a large ornate mirror hanging on one wall. My curly hair is a mess from sleep, but there's a sparkle in my eyes that wasn't there before. Excitement, along with the heavy confusion that swirls within me. Did last night change things between us? We've always had this unspoken connection, but crossing that line, it's both thrilling and terrifying. I head down the grand staircase towards the kitchen, hoping to find some coffee to clear my head. The house is eerily quiet without him here. Every step echoes through the spacious halls. In the kitchen, I find everything immaculate and organized. Just like Henry, a note catches my eye on the marble countertop. "Maya, please make yourself at home. This is your home now." Henry. Simple yet considerate. My heart warms a little more. As I brew a cup of coffee at one of his cherished coffee makers, I think about how different we are, but how right last night felt. His world is so polished, mine filled with flavors and chaos. But maybe, just maybe, we complement each other perfectly. Sipping my coffee, I wander back to the living room and sink into one of his plush armchairs. The events of last night play over in my mind again. The way he looked at me like I was the only person in the world. A smile creeps onto my face despite myself. Maybe it's time to embrace this unexpected turn of events and see where it leads us. For now, I'll enjoy this rare moment of tranquility in Henry's world before diving back into mine. I sip my coffee slowly, letting the warmth seep into my bones. This house, this life, it's all so different from my cozy little apartment and bustling kitchen at the bakery. I glance at the clock on the wall. Time to get ready. I head back upstairs, passing the rooms that hold so many secrets of Henry's life. When I reach his bedroom, I pause. My clothes from last night are scattered on the floor, a reminder of how things escalated between us. A small smile tugs at my lips despite my swirling thoughts. Opening the walk-in closet, I'm met with rows of Henry's tailored suits and neatly arranged ties. My few items hang limply among them. I pull out a simple dress, a soft blue that complements my skin tone, and hold it against me. Is this what Henry Caldwell's wife would wear? I ask myself in the mirror, feeling a hint of eagerness. The thought of being his wife, albeit a fake one, sends a shiver down my spine. We've agreed to this arrangement for convenience, for mutual benefit. But after last night, my fingers brush over my lips again as if trying to recapture the feeling of his kiss. I slip into the dress, smoothing out imaginary wrinkles. It fits well, but feels strange, like I'm stepping into a role that's both thrilling and terrifying. This is real. I'm his wife, and I need to play the part. Henry's cologne lingers in the air, reminding me of his presence even when he's not here. I rummage through the closet for shoes, finally settling on a pair of elegant flats that are comfortable yet sophisticated. I move to the vanity and tackle my hair next. The curls are unruly, much like my thoughts right now. As I tame them into a neat bun, I can't help but think about our future. What does it mean for us? We've always had this connection, but can we sustain it beyond the charade? The idea of being tied to him in such a personal way scares me. Not because I doubt him, but because I doubt myself. Can I live up to the expectations of being by his side? Will he see through this facade and discover that maybe I'm not enough? Shaking off the doubts, I apply some makeup, a bit of foundation, mascara to make my eyes pop, and a touch of lip gloss, just enough to feel put together without overdoing it. Standing back, I take in the final result, poised and polished on the outside, while turmoil brews within. This isn't just about looking like Henry Caldwell's wife. It's about feeling like her too. But deep down, as much as I wrestle with these thoughts, there's an undeniable thrill coursing through me, a hope that maybe this could be more than just an arrangement. I finish my coffee, feeling the warmth settle in my stomach. The house remains silent, and it's almost eerie without Henry's presence. I need to get out of here before I overthink everything to death. As I pass by Henry's study, curiosity tugs at me. I hesitate for a moment before stepping inside. The room is a testament to his meticulous nature. Bookshelves lined with volumes on marketing and business strategy, a large mahogany desk neatly organized, and a framed photo of his parents on the wall. Seeing that photo makes me pause. They look so happy and proud, in stark contrast to the whirlwind of emotions I'm feeling right now. I wonder what they think of me, of us. I shake my head and refocus. Dwelling on what-ifs won't help. I grab my coat from the floor and head downstairs, my shoes clicking against the floor with each step. As I reach the front door, I spot a text message on my phone from him. "Hey Maya, want dinner tonight?" I'm thinking around 7. I smile despite myself. Even when he's not here, he's thoughtful. But it also makes me nervous. Dinner? What are we supposed to talk about? Last night? The future? Pushing those thoughts aside, I open the door and step out into the crisp winter air. The cool breeze hits my face, clearing some of the fog in my mind. The world outside feels alive with possibilities. Yet I'm caught in this strange limbo between reality and whatever last night was. I walk down the driveway, glancing back at the mansion that now feels like a temporary refuge from my own chaotic life. The thought of returning to my cozy bakery is both comforting and daunting. How am I supposed to balance these two worlds? As I reach my car, parked neatly on the side of the driveway, a wave of uncertainty washes over me. What if this changes everything? Can we go back to being just friends if this doesn't work out? Do I even want that? I unlock the car and slide into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel as if it could ground me somehow. Taking a deep breath, I start the engine and pull away from Henry's mansion. The streets of Oakwood Falls blur past me as I drive, lost in thought. The town seems so normal compared to the storm raging inside me. People are going about their day, shopping, walking dogs, shopping for Christmas lights, chatting with neighbors, while I'm stuck in this emotional whirlpool. Finally reaching a stoplight, I take a moment to collect myself. Today will be challenging. Juggling work at Maya's Flavors while processing everything that's happened feels overwhelming. But for now, I'll focus on getting through one moment at a time. The light turns green, and I drive forward into whatever this day and this new chapter with Henry might bring. Pulling up to my bakery, I'm met with familiar sights. The bright awning that reads Maya's Flavors, the inviting smell of freshly baked goods wafting through the air. This place has always been my sanctuary, but today it feels like another piece in an increasingly complex puzzle. I park and step out of the car, taking one last deep breath before walking through the door. "Morning," Maribel calls from behind the counter as she arranges a display of pastries. "Hey," I respond with a smile that's more effort than usual. "You okay? You seem different," she notes while glancing up at me with curiosity. "Yeah, just had one of those nights," I reply evasively. She raises an eyebrow but doesn't press further, thankfully. Stepping into my kitchen feels like slipping into a comfortable old sweater. The chaos here is predictable. Pots clanging, ovens humming, ingredients waiting to be transformed into something delicious. But even as I dive into work, kneading dough, mixing batters, I can't shake thoughts of Henry from my mind. His touch lingers like an invisible thread, tying me back to him despite all these miles and tasks between us now.
Chapter 16. Henry. The quarterly reports blur together on my desk, numbers swimming before my eyes as my mind drifts to Maya's smile. Ever since last night, I haven't stopped thinking about her. She's the only thing on my mind. Mr. Caldwell? My assistant's voice cuts through my daydream. The team's waiting in the conference room. Right. I straighten my tie, gathering the scattered papers. Thanks. The office bustles with its usual Monday morning chaos. Phones ringing, keyboards clicking, the steady hum of voices. But lately, it all feels hollow. Empty. Like going through motions I've rehearsed 1,000 times. Walking past the glass-walled offices, I catch Marcus's calculated stare. His lips curl into that practiced smile that never reaches his eyes. Henry, big presentation today? He steps into my path, blocking the hallway. Nothing I can't handle. Of course not, though I heard the board's getting antsy about the upcoming quarter. He adjusts his designer cufflinks. Shame if anything were to distract you from giving it your full attention. The threat in his words is clear. He's been circling like a shark since Maya re-entered my life, watching for any sign of weakness. Any excuse to convince the board I'm losing my edge. But when I think of Maya, of her determination to build something real with that catering business of hers, of how she lights up a room just by walking in, Marcus's games seem small, petty. The presentation materials weigh heavy in my hands, reminding me of endless meetings ahead. Yet all I can think about is the way Maya looked yesterday, the feel of her lips in the foyer when we stumbled back into my home. How natural it felt to be there with her, holding her in my arms, wishing that our time in my bedroom could last forever. Henry? Mr. Caldwell? Marcus waves his hand in front of my face. You seem distracted. I shoulder past him. I've got a meeting to run. But he's right about one thing. I am distracted. For the first time in years, spreadsheets and market projections aren't enough. The corner office, the company car, the respect of the board. It all feels different now. Less urgent, less important. Maya's changing everything, and I'm not sure I want to stop it. As I go about my day, I try to stop thinking about her. But I can't. It's inevitable. Everything reminds me of her. The coffee maker reminds me of our banter from when she moved into my mansion. Hannah's red scarf reminds me of a similar one Maya has worn before. Later, as I find myself in my office, I stare down at Maya's confirmation for dinner tonight. I smile, already thinking of the spots I could take her. A sharp rap at my office door breaks my concentration. Marcus saunters in without waiting for a response, his Italian leather shoes clicking against the hardwood floor. "Hey again, Henry. Don't you have better things to do than waste time in my office?" I ask, raising a brow. I'm appalled at your productivity levels. "Oh, don't worry. You're going to want to hear this. Just had an interesting chat with Richard from the board." He drops into the chair across from my desk, crossing one leg over the other. He seems concerned about the company's direction. "Did he send you as his messenger?" I keep my eyes on the quarterly projections, refusing to give him the satisfaction of my full attention. I'm just looking out for the company's interests. He inspects his manicured nails, picking at a hangnail. After all, what kind of message does it send when our CEO is living some kind of romantic charade? My pen stills on the page. "Excuse me?" "Richard and I were discussing stability, leadership." Marcus leans forward, dropping his voice. "He found it odd how quickly you went from single to married, almost like it was convenient timing given the board's traditional values. You people need to stay out of my business. Everything's our business when you're at the top, Henry. The board needs to trust their CEO." He stands, adjusting his tie. "And Richard, well, he's starting to question whether someone so willing to fabricate a marriage is fit to lead." The rage builds in my chest, but I keep my voice steady. "Careful, Marcus. Spreading lies about your CEO could be career suicide." "Lies?" His eyebrows arch. "So you're saying your marriage to that little caterer isn't just a desperate attempt to maintain control?" I rise from my chair, planting my hands on the desk. My relationship with Maya is off limits. If you or Richard have concerns about my leadership, schedule a board meeting. Otherwise, get the hell out of my office. Marcus's smirk falters for a fraction of a second. "Just passing along concerns, Henry. No need to get defensive." "We're done here." He shrugs, heading for the door. "For now." I rise from my desk, following Marcus to ensure he actually leaves. "Let me walk you out." His shoulders tense at my tone, but he maintains that plastic smile. We reach the doorway when the sharp click of heels echoes down the hallway. "Henry!" Jasmine Chen, our longest-serving board member, approaches with her characteristic grace. Her silk blazer catches the afternoon light as she extends her hand. "I've been meaning to catch you all day." "Jasmine, always a pleasure." I shake her hand, noting how Marcus freezes beside me. "I met your wife at yesterday's party." Jasmine's eyes sparkle. What a delightful woman. Her passion for food is infectious. You found yourself quite the catch. Marcus's jaw tightens. His earlier smugness evaporates like morning dew. "And the way she talks about you..." Jasmine touches my arm. "Well, it's refreshing to see our CEO so happily settled. The board's thrilled you found someone who compliments you so perfectly." I appreciate that. I can't help but smile, even as Marcus shifts uncomfortably beside me. "And Marcus..." Jasmine turns to him, her tone cooling several degrees. "I trust you're not bothering Henry with more of those ridiculous concerns you brought up in last week's meeting? The board's already dismissed them." The color drains from Marcus's face. His fingers clench around his leather portfolio. "I was just leaving," he manages through gritted teeth. "Wonderful." Jasmine's smile doesn't waver. "Henry, we must have you and Maya over for dinner soon. Charles keeps raving about her catering. He wants more of that glazed duck. She should send me the recipe since my husband can't stop talking about it." Marcus backs away, his carefully constructed power play crumbling around him. The tips of his ears burn red as he retreats down the hallway, leaving his earlier threats hanging empty in the air. I watch Marcus's retreating form with satisfaction and unease. His shoulders are tight, his steps quick and uneven, a far cry from his usual calculated stride. The leather portfolio he always carries like a shield is clutched so tightly, his knuckles have gone white. It's almost comical how quickly his power play dissolved. "Thank you, Jasmine." I turn to her once Marcus disappears around the corner, the echo of his footsteps fading into silence. "Your timing couldn't have been better." "Oh." Her eyebrows lift, a knowing glint in her eyes. Was he causing trouble again? That man never learns, does he? "There's nothing I can't handle." I keep my voice steady, professional, though my jaw clenches at the memory of his thinly veiled threats. But inside, my mind races. Marcus won't stop here. The setback will only fuel his desperation. The bastard's like a shark who's caught the scent of blood in the water. Well, don't let him get to you. Jasmine squeezes my arm with motherly affection. She's been here long enough to see dozens of corporate climbers like Marcus come and go. The board sees right through his games. Now about that dinner. Her eyes light up with the enthusiasm of someone who loves playing hostess. We make tentative plans, but my thoughts keep drifting to Marcus's earlier threats. He's like a wounded animal now, more dangerous than ever. The way he mentioned Richard, the pointed comments about my marriage. He's building something, gathering allies, waiting for me to slip. Back in my office, I loosen my tie and sink into my chair, running a hand through my hair. The victory feels hollow. Marcus may have lost this round, but he's still out there, still watching, still searching for any crack in my armor he can exploit. That snake never gives up. He just slithers back into the shadows to plan his next strike. My phone buzzes. Another text from Maya about dinner tonight, with her suggesting a restaurant she wants to try out with me. Some new fusion place downtown that's getting rave reviews. Despite everything, I find myself smiling. Let Marcus plot and scheme. Let him dig for dirt and spread his whispers. The thought of seeing Maya tonight makes all his nonsense fade into background noise. But he better pray he never comes after Maya, because that's one line he doesn't want to cross. I've played nice up until now, but if he even thinks about dragging her into this mess, he'll learn exactly what I'm capable of when someone threatens what's mine. I redo my tie, gathering my focus. There's work to do, meetings to run, a company to lead. Marcus is a problem for another day. Right now, I have more important things on my mind, like how Maya's eyes light up when she talks about food, and the way her smile makes everything else disappear. Time to get through these meetings so I can see that smile again.
Chapter 17. Maya. The reflection in my bakery's window shows a woman I barely recognize, hair styled in loose waves instead of my usual messy bun, lips painted a shade darker than my comfort zone. Tonight, Henry's taking me to that fancy French place I've been dying to try. My stomach does a little flip thinking about it. A week ago, I wouldn't have known where we stood. But now, after the lovemaking we had, the way he insisted on making tonight special, planning everything down to the last detail, I wiped down the counter one last time, even though it's already spotless. The kitchen equipment gleams, all properly stored away, a far cry from the usual chaos of my workday. The bell above the door chimes. Henry steps in, looking like he walked straight off a magazine cover in his charcoal suit. The tie is new, deep burgundy that matches the color scheme of my bakery. "You look incredible." His eyes travel from my face down to my dress, lingering just long enough to make my pulse quicken. Says the man who probably made his assistant clear his schedule just to change suits between meetings. I lock up the register, pretending my hands aren't shaking. Guilty as charged. He crosses the room in 3 long strides, then surprises me by dropping a kiss on my cheek. But worth it to see that smile. I turn to grab my coat, but he's already there holding it open. His fingers brush my shoulders as he helps me into it, the touch sending little sparks down my spine. "Your chariot awaits, Chef Thompson." He offers his arm with an exaggerated flourish that makes me laugh. "You're ridiculous." But I take his arm anyway, loving how solid and warm he feels. He guides me through the door, waiting patiently while I double-check the locks. When we reach his car, he opens the passenger door, making sure I'm settled before closing it with a gentle click. The restaurant is everything I imagined and more. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow over white tablecloths, and the smell of butter and herbs makes my inner chef swoon. Henry pulls out my chair, his hand lingering on my shoulder before he takes his seat across from me. "I can't believe you got us in here. The wait list is months long." I run my finger along the edge of the menu, admiring the embossed lettering. The prices make my eyes water, but I force myself not to focus on them. People travel from out of town just to visit this place. It got featured in a fancy restaurant review article, and it's taken off ever since. "Well, I have my ways." He winks, then leans forward, his tie brushing against the pristine tablecloth. "Though I might have mentioned your catering business to the owner, he's quite interested in a potential collaboration." My heart skips. A collaboration with this place could mean huge things for Maya's flavors. But before I can drill him for details, the waiter appears with a bottle of champagne I definitely couldn't afford on my own. As he pours, the bubbles dance in the crystal flutes, catching the light from above. Henry raises his glass, his eyes locked on mine with an intensity that makes my stomach flutter. "To new beginnings." And fancy French food. I clink my glass against his, savoring the first sip. The champagne is crisp and perfect, just like everything else about this evening so far. We order, or rather Henry orders in perfect French, while I try not to melt at how hot it sounds. The conversation flows as easily as the champagne, jumping from childhood stories to work disasters to our shared obsession with cooking shows. "I still can't believe you threw a wedding cake in the trash," Henry says between bites of his coq au vin. "Hey, if a bride changes her mind about flavors 30 minutes before delivery, sometimes you have to get creative." I steal a mushroom from his plate, though I admit that was an expensive tantrum. "Speaking of expenses," he dabs his napkin against his lips. "I've been thinking about your expansion plans. The numbers you showed me for that corner space on Main Street. I'd like to help make that happen." My fork freezes halfway to my mouth. "Henry, it's a solid business investment. Your financials are going to be strong with my backing, and your client base is growing. You just need the capital to take the next step. Again, that's something that I can provide." The bite of duck confit turns to ash in my mouth. I shake my head as I set down my fork. "I can't accept that. It's too much. Maya, you're brilliant at what you do. Let me help you show everyone else what I already see." My stomach turns sour despite the exquisite food. "Henry, I appreciate the offer, but that's a lot of money you're pouring into my business, beyond the $5 million you originally promised me." "Don't worry about this, Maya. It makes perfect sense." He leans back, loosening his tie. "We don't have a long time until the marriage agreement ends. Might as well make it count for something real." The champagne bubbles fade to nothing in my glass. Right. Because this is all temporary. A business arrangement wrapped in designer suits and fancy dinners. How could I have forgotten? "I should have known." My voice comes out smaller than intended. "This is just another transaction to you." "Maya, that's not—" "No, really, it's fine." I smooth my napkin over my lap, willing my hands to stop shaking. My fingers catch on the expensive fabric, and I force them to be still. You get your company, I get startup capital. Very neat and tidy, just like a spreadsheet, right? The waiter appears with dessert menus, hovering expectantly at Henry's shoulder. I wave them away, suddenly desperate for air that doesn't smell like truffle oil and broken dreams. The chandelier light feels too bright, too exposing, like it's illuminating every stupid assumption I'd made about us. You're twisting my words. Henry's jaw tightens, that muscle jumping the way it does when he's frustrated. I meant. What you meant is that our fake marriage has an expiration date, and you want to wrap things up with a nice, clean business deal. The words taste bitter, worse than the coffee they'd served. My throat constricts around each syllable. God, I'm such an idiot. Here I was actually starting to. I cut myself off before I can finish that humiliating thought. That's not fair. He reaches for my hand across the table, his fingers stretching across the pristine white tablecloth. I pull back before he can touch me, tucking my hands safely in my lap, where they can't betray how much I want to hold on to him. Fair? You want to talk about fair? My voice threatens to crack. You're sitting there planning our divorce while offering to be my investor, like the past few weeks meant nothing to you. The crystal chandeliers overhead cast shadows across his face, turning those green eyes I'd gotten lost in into something distant and unfamiliar. Or maybe they'd always been that way, and I'd just been too caught up in the fantasy to notice. I push my chair back, the legs scraping against the polished floor. I need some air. Maya, wait. Henry's hand catches my wrist. His touch burns. What's happening here? Talk to me. Everything was going so well. Nothing's happening. I just need a minute. I slip my hand free, avoiding those green eyes that see too much. The ones I'd foolishly thought might look at me differently than just another business opportunity. Nonsense. His voice drops low, meant only for me. You were fine until you reminded me this is all temporary. The words escape before I can stop them. I grab my purse, needing something to do with my hands. Look, you're right. We should keep things professional. That's what this always was, right? A business arrangement? Henry stands, his height casting a shadow over our perfect table setting. That's not what I... Please. I hold up a hand. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. You've been generous with your investment offers, and I appreciate that. But maybe we should stick to the original agreement. Keep things simple. The muscle in his jaw ticks. Simple? There's nothing simple about us, Maya. These past weeks were fun. I force a smile that feels like broken glass. But let's not pretend they were more than that. His expression shudders, and I hate that I can still read the hurt there. That I'm the one putting it there, but better now than later, when I'm in deeper than I already am. I'll find my own way back to the mansion. Don't worry. I smooth down my dress, the fabric suddenly feeling too tight, too fancy, too much like playing pretend. Thank you for dinner. I turn away before he can respond, before I can see whatever's written across his face. My heels click against the floor as I walk toward the exit, each step echoing in my chest like a countdown. The night air hits my face, and I pull my coat tighter around my body. The cold feels right, matching the emptiness spreading through my chest. Because the truth is, I'd started believing in the fantasy, started hoping that maybe, just maybe, Henry saw me as more than a convenient solution to his business problem. But tonight proved what I should have known all along. In his world, everything comes down to business in the end. Even love. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Henry. I balance the tray of Christmas tree-shaped pancakes, decorated with powdered sugar snow and maple syrup tinsel, as I push open the guest bedroom door. The smell of slightly burnt batter fills the air. Cooking isn't exactly my strong suit. Maya's curled up in the king-sized bed, her curls splayed across the pillow. The morning sun streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow across her peaceful face. I set the tray on the bedside table and gently touch her shoulder. Hey, sleepyhead. Her eyes flutter open and a smile tugs at her lips as she takes in the sight of the pancakes. What's all this? Breakfast. Though I should warn you, Gordon Ramsay won't be calling for my recipe anytime soon. She sits up, pulling the plush comforter around her. A laugh escapes as she inspects my culinary creation. Are these supposed to be Christmas trees? That obvious, huh? I run a hand through my hair, grimacing at the misshapen green-tinted monstrosities I'd created. Damn, I should have just ordered something. Look, about last night, I was a complete jerk. The way I spoke to you was unacceptable. Henry, her voice is soft, understanding in a way I don't deserve. No, let me finish. I perch on the edge of the bed. You're brilliant at what you do, Maya. I want to see you succeed no matter what happens between us. Your business struggles aren't because you lack talent, it's because this industry is brutal. I want to help. I pull my platinum card from my wallet and hold it out. Here, use this for whatever you need. Ingredients, equipment, marketing. Her eyes widen. I can't accept that. You can, and you will. I press the card into her palm. Consider it an official investment in Maya's flavors. But, no buts. I've seen what you can do. You just need the right resources. I gesture to the burnt pancakes. Unlike some of us who should stick to their day jobs. She picks up a piece of pancake, examining the charred edges. They're not that bad. The thought definitely counts. Her fingers close around the credit card. You're sure about this? Dead sure. I cross my arms, daring her to challenge me again. There's no way I'm taking that card back. Maya cuts into the pancakes with surgical precision, somehow managing to make my culinary disaster look appetizing as she arranges the pieces into an artful display. Come here. She pats the space next to her on the bed, a playful glint in her eyes. You made them. You have to suffer through them with me. It's only fair. I slide onto the bed, our shoulders almost touching, and she holds up a forkful like she's about to feed a picky toddler. These actually have potential. The sugar snow? Genius touch. I mean it. You're being way too kind. But I accept the bite she's offering, genuinely surprised they're edible. The texture isn't half bad, even if they look like they've been through hell. Okay, not my worst attempt at cooking, though that bar is pretty damn low. See, you're not hopeless. She grins, loading up another forkful. Now try this piece with extra syrup. Trust me, it'll change your life. Her enthusiasm for food, even my sad excuse for breakfast, is infectious. We pass the fork back and forth, critiquing my sad attempt at festive breakfast. Her leg brushes against mine under the covers, and for a moment I forget about work, about contracts, about everything except how her eyes crinkle when she laughs. We need a Christmas tree, she declares, polishing off the last bite. This place is gorgeous, but it looks like a hotel showroom. I usually just put up one of those pre-lit artificial ones. Absolutely not. She springs out of bed, already heading for her suitcase. We're getting a real tree, with that fresh pine smell that fills the whole house. It'll shed needles everywhere. That's part of the charm. She pulls out a chunky sweater and turns to me with those bright eyes I'm finding harder to say no to. Please. Fine, but I draw the line at singing carols while we pick it out. Maya emerges from the bathroom bundled up in her sweater and a borrowed scarf of mine that's too big for her. No promises. The Christmas spirit might just take over. You're impossible, but I'm smiling as I help adjust the scarf, my fingers lingering near her neck. There's a tree farm just outside town, family-owned, been there forever. Perfect! She loops her arm through mine as we head downstairs. And we need decorations too, lots of them. Your place should look like Santa's workshop threw up in here. I groan, but pull her closer. The things I let you talk me into. The two of us hop into one of my vehicles and head off. The gravel crunches under my Range Rover's tires as we pull into Kelson's pine farm. Maya's already pressed against the window, taking in rows upon rows of evergreens dusted with fresh snow. This place is magical. She bounces in her seat like an excited kid, her eyes sparkling. Look at all these perfect trees! Oh my God, they're even better than I imagined. I kill the engine and unbuckle my seatbelt with a smirk. They all look the same to me, green, pointy, tree-shaped. Blasphemy. She throws my scarf back around her neck, still wearing it from earlier, and practically leaps out of the car, letting in a blast of winter air. Each one has its own personality. You just have to know how to look. You're not about to name them, are you? I call after her, watching her dance between the snow-dusted branches. Because I draw the line at personifying plant life. Don't tempt me. She grabs my hand, her touch sending warmth straight through my gloves as she tugs me down the first row of trees. Her fingers are warm despite the December chill, and her enthusiasm is cute. This one's too skinny. That one's lopsided. We need something full and majestic for your living room. I thought they all had personality. They do. But some personalities belong in other people's homes. We weave through the rows, Maya rejecting tree after tree for increasingly ridiculous reasons. Too many branches. Not enough branches. Doesn't look festive enough. Looks too festive. This tree is clearly going through its rebellious phase, she declares, circling a particularly scraggly pine. It needs time to figure itself out. I can't help but laugh. You're absolutely insane, you know that? Says the man who burnt Christmas tree pancakes. Low blow, Thompson. She darts ahead, disappearing behind a massive spruce. Her voice carries back. Oh my God, Henry, this is it. This is our tree. Our tree. Something warm spreads through my chest at those words. I round the corner to find her standing before a 7-foot Fraser fir, perfectly proportioned with thick, dark green needles. What's this one's personality? I step closer, breathing in the fresh pine scent. Classic. Elegant. She tilts her head, but with a hint of fun. Like it knows how to let loose at parties. You've put way too much thought into this, and you haven't put in enough. She spins to face me, snowflakes caught in her curls. Her eyes sparkle with pure joy. Damn if it isn't the most beautiful thing I've seen. I've spent years in boardrooms closing million-dollar deals, but watching Maya debate the merits of Christmas trees might be the most entertaining negotiation I've witnessed. She's transformed this simple errand into an adventure, and I realize I haven't checked my phone once since we arrived. Haven't thought about work or deadlines or quarterly reports. She makes me forget about being CEO Henry Caldwell. With her, I'm just Henry. This is definitely the one, she announces, patting the trunk like it's a loyal pet. Don't you think? Whatever you say, tree whisperer. I flag down one of the farm workers, and soon we're hauling the massive tree toward the parking lot. Maya walks backward in front of us, directing like a runway controller. Little to the left. No, your other left. Perfect. The worker helps us secure it to the roof of my Range Rover. The rope cuts into my palms as I test the knots, making sure this thing won't go flying off on the highway. Need any help with the tie-down, sir? The worker holds up another length of rope. I got it. I give the tree a firm shake, rock solid. Used to help my dad with this every year. Maya climbs into the passenger seat, rubbing her hands together for warmth. Your poor car's roof is going to be scratched to hell. Worth it to see you this excited about a tree. I slide behind the wheel, cranking up the heat. She's shivering from the cold with snowflakes melting in her hair. And she's still wearing my scarf. The drive home is slower than usual. Can't risk our precious cargo flying off. Maya keeps glancing in the side mirror, checking on our tree as she keeps calling it. Our tree, our fake marriage, our real moments together. I grip the steering wheel tighter. This whole arrangement started as a facade. Simple, clean, no messy feelings involved. But watching her sing along to Christmas carols, planning where to hang ornaments, getting stupidly excited about pine needles of all things, none of that feels fake. The way my chest tightens when she smiles, how natural it feels to reach for her hand, that's all too real. You're quiet. Maya turns down the radio, worried about the tree. Just thinking. About how I'm in way over my head. About how this is supposed to be temporary, but I'm starting to wish it wasn't. Well, stop thinking and help me plan where we're putting this beast. I'm thinking by the bay windows. I let her chatter fill the car, pushing down the voice in my head, reminding me this isn't real, even if my feelings for her are becoming more real by the second.
Chapter 19. Maya. The scent of gingerbread and cinnamon fills my bakery as I pipe delicate snowflakes onto sugar cookies. Christmas music drifts through the speakers, and the warmth from the ovens keeps the December chill at bay. I've been at it since 5 this morning, determined to perfect these holiday orders before the weekend rush hits. These wreaths need more sparkle. Mandy adjusts the holiday arrangements adorning my display cases, adding silver ribbon to the fresh pine. Your customers deserve a full sensory experience. She's been my unofficial decorator since I opened Maya's Flavors, and her eye for detail never disappoints. Because tasting amazing food isn't enough, I laugh, setting down my piping bag. My hands are starting to cramp anyway from all the intricate designs. I thought that's why people hired a caterer in the first place. Trust me, presentation is everything. She tosses her curls over her shoulder, reminding me of those shampoo commercials she could totally star in. Speaking of which, that party next week, we need to coordinate the centerpieces with your appetizer platters. I'm thinking silver and gold accents to match your cranberry goat cheese bites. The bell above the door chimes. A tall figure in an expensive charcoal suit strides in, bringing a gust of cold air that makes me shiver. Marcus Steele. My stomach tightens at the sight of him, but I force a smile. Something about him always sets me on edge, like a cat watching a mouse it's about to pounce on. Welcome. I wipe my hands on my flour-dusted apron, trying to look more confident than I feel. What can I get you today? His dark eyes scan the shop, lingering on the holiday displays I spent hours arranging this morning. There's something calculated in his gaze that makes me want to step behind the counter. Hello again, Mrs. Caldwell. Cute decorations. Thanks. We aim for cozy. I gesture to the display case, desperate to keep this professional. The fresh baked aroma of cinnamon and vanilla usually soothes my nerves, but not today. Would you like to try our seasonal specials? I'm not here for pastries. He steps closer, expensive leather shoes clicking against the hardwood floor, voice dropping to barely above a whisper. I wanted to discuss your arrangement with Henry. The way he says arrangement makes my skin crawl. Mandy shoots me a questioning look from behind the wreaths. Marcus pulls out his phone, thumbing through it with deliberate slowness. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but your husband's been spotted around town with another woman. He turns the screen toward me. Multiple times, actually. My heart pounds against my ribs as I stare at a blurry photo of Henry outside what looks like a coffee shop. He's talking to someone, but the image is too grainy to make out details. That could be anyone. I grip the edge of the counter, flour coating my fingertips. A client, a colleague. At midnight, Marcus swipes to another photo. In the back booth of Lorenzo's, his lips curl into something between a smile and a sneer. Holding hands? You're following my husband? The words come out sharp, anger rising in my throat. Let's just say I have connections who keep me informed. He slides the phone back into his pocket. I thought you deserved to know. After all, what kind of marriage starts with, stop? I step around the counter, drawing myself up to full height. The smell of sugar and spice feels too sweet now, cloying. I don't know what game you're playing, Marcus, but Henry and I are happy. Maybe you should focus on your own life instead of manufacturing drama about ours. Manufacturing? He laughs, the sound cold as the winter wind outside. Sweetheart, I'm trying to help you. Henry's got quite a reputation with the ladies. Ask anyone at the firm. Get out. Mandy appears at my side, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced with steel. Now. Just looking out for a friend. Marcus raises his hands in mock surrender, backing toward the door. But when it all falls apart, remember who tried to warn you. The bell chimes again as he leaves, and I release a breath I didn't know I was holding. My hands shake as I brush flour off my apron, trying to steady myself. What a creep, Mandy mutters, locking the door behind him. You okay? I nod, but my mind races. Those photos. Henry's late nights at the office. No. I shake my head, pushing the doubts away. He's lying. He has to be. Mandy's hand squeezes my shoulder. Maya, you don't look good. Yeah, I need to sit down. My legs wobble as I sink onto one of the vintage chairs by the window display. Outside, snow starts to fall. Delicate flakes that would normally fill me with holiday cheer. Now they just blur together like static. Don't let him get in your head. Mandy crouches beside me, her face fierce with loyalty. Marcus is a snake. Everyone knows he's gunning for Henry's position. I run my fingers over the rough grain of the wooden table, trying to ground myself. But those pictures could be completely innocent or fake. She stands, pacing between the display cases. Remember last month when that influencer photoshopped herself into my wedding arrangements? Technology can do anything these days. My phone buzzes in my apron pocket. A text from Henry. Gonna run late tonight. Big presentation tomorrow. Don't wait up. What if my voice catches? What if this whole marriage was just convenient timing for him? A way to secure his position when the board started pressuring him about settling down? Stop, Mandy grabs my hands. This is exactly what Marcus wants, to plant doubts. But the doubts are already taking root, spreading like frost across a window pane, every casual touch, every kiss, every shared moment. Were they real? Or was it all part of the contract? What if I'm just a placeholder while he's out there, looking for the one who's actually going to own his heart? The timer dings, signaling another batch of cookies ready for decorating. The sound pierces through my spiral, but I can't move, can't breathe. The cheerful holiday music feels like it's coming from underwater, distorted and wrong. My bakery, usually my safe haven, suddenly feels too small, too bright, too full of memories of Henry stopping by with coffee, surprising me with lunch, planning our future. Maya Thompson? Mandy's voice cuts through my spiral. She grabs a cookie from the cooling rack and shoves it in my face. Smell this. You made this. This perfect, gorgeous, absolutely divine cookie that's going to make someone's Christmas magical. I inhale the warm scent of ginger and nutmeg despite myself. Cookies won't fix my problems. There are no problems. She breaks the cookie in half, forcing one piece into my hand. Marcus is a jealous little weasel who can't stand that Henry and you have something good going on. But, no buts. Mandy perches on the table edge, scattering sparkles from her sleeve. That man has been trying to steal Henry's position since before you came along. Now he's just desperate because Henry's more successful than ever. And you know why? I take a small bite of the cookie, letting the warm spices melt on my tongue. Why? Because you give him balance, purpose. Mandy's eyes shine with that know-it-all gleam she gets whenever she thinks she's figured everything out. The cookie does taste pretty amazing. The perfect blend of ginger snap and chewy center that I'd spent weeks perfecting. I guess so. I try to sound non-committal, but my heart skips at the thought of giving Henry anything, let alone purpose. It's fantastic. She leans forward, eyes fierce, nearly knocking over the container of royal icing I'd left on the counter. Listen to me. You're talented, gorgeous, and any man would be lucky to have you. Henry knows that. The whole town knows that. The only person who doesn't seem to know it is you. Her words hit home with the same precision as her perfectly arranged flower displays. The kitchen timer beeps again, and this time I stand up. My legs feel steadier, even though my mind is still racing with thoughts of Marcus's earlier visit. You really think Marcus is just trying to cause trouble? I know he is. Mandy hops off the table and adjusts her sparkly sweater, sending a cascade of glitter onto my freshly mopped floor. Now, are we going to let some corporate snake ruin our Christmas prep? Or are we going to frost the hell out of these cookies and show everyone why Maya's Flavors is the best thing to happen to this town? A smile tugs at my lips despite everything. The smell of vanilla and butter wafting from the cooling racks reminds me why I love what I do. Pass me that piping bag. That's my girl. She hands me a fresh bag of royal icing, already tinted the perfect shade of holiday red. And Maya? Next time Marcus shows his face here, I'm throwing tinsel at him, the scratchy kind. Maybe I'll even stuff some down his fancy designer suit jacket.
Chapter 20. Henry. I loosen my tie as I speed walk down Main Street, my dress shoes clicking against the pavement. The evening sun casts long shadows between buildings, but I barely notice the golden hour beauty. Maya's last few texts felt off, shorter, more distant. Not like her usual warmth and wit at all. Through the bakery's front window, the Maya's Flavors sign glows in cheerful cursive neon. The display cases still shine with the day's remaining pastries, though fewer than usual at this hour. Copper mixing bowls hang in artful rows along exposed brick walls. Everything about the space screams Maya's personality. Vibrant, welcoming, full of life. I pull the door handle, locked. We're closed! A voice calls from inside. One of Maya's staff, not her. I rap my knuckles against the glass. Is Maya here? It's Henry. Footsteps approach, and Sarah, Maya's assistant baker, peers through the window. Her apron's dusted with flour as she unlocks the door. Sorry, you just missed her. She left early today. The warmth of fresh-baked bread and caramel hits me as I step inside. Any other time, the scent would be comforting. Now it just heightens my unease. Did she say where she was headed? I scan the empty cafe tables, the kitchen visible through the service window. Everything spotless, ready for tomorrow. No, she just Sarah hesitates, wiping her hands on her apron. Said she needed some air. Seemed upset about something. My stomach drops. Maya loves this place. Practically lives here. For her to leave early. Thanks. I drum my fingers on the counter, taking in the cheerful yellow walls, the hand-painted menu board, the rack of cooling sourdough loaves. The space feels wrong without Maya's energy filling it. Sarah starts stacking chairs. Want me to tell her you stopped by? Yeah, please. I pull out my phone, no new messages. The screen reflects my frown back at me. As I turn to leave, the back door chimes. Mandy bursts in, her usual bright smile nowhere to be found. Her shoulders tense when she spots me, and she freezes like a deer caught in headlights. Even her typically perfect hair seems frazzled today. Henry? She clutches her phone, knuckles tight against the pink case. Her fingers tap an anxious rhythm against the glittery surface. Mandy, thank God, where's Maya? She's not answering my texts. My voice comes out sharper than intended, but damn it, this radio silence is killing me. She busies herself straightening already perfect displays of macarons, refusing to meet my eyes. The silence stretches, broken only by the hum of the refrigerated cases. The sweet scent of vanilla and sugar that usually comforts me now just adds to my unease. Mandy. I step closer, using my height to my advantage as I tower over her. What's going on? The pit in my stomach grows deeper with each second she stays quiet. Her movements become more aggressive, nearly knocking over a tower of carefully stacked cookies. You know, when Maya told me about you two, I thought, finally, a decent guy. What the hell are you talking about? I demand, my jaw clenching at the accusation in her tone. She whirls around, eyes blazing with an intensity that makes me take a step back. Marcus showed up earlier, had some interesting photos on his phone. The way she spits out Marcus's name tells me everything I need to know about how that conversation went. My mind races trying to piece together what that snake could possibly have shown them. Marcus? That manipulative bastard has been gunning for my position for months, but what the hell could he possibly? You and some woman, late night, looking pretty cozy. Her voice cracks with disappointment and the pit in my stomach turns to ice. Maya saw them too. She was right here when he showed us. What woman? When? I rake my fingers through my hair, frustration building as I try to recall any interaction that could have been misinterpreted. Don't play dumb. Please. She jams her phone back in her pocket with enough force to make me wince. I defended you, you know? Told Maya there had to be an explanation. That you weren't that kind of guy. But those pictures... She lets the accusation hang in the air between us. I rake my fingers through my hair, completely lost. Mandy, I swear I have no idea what you're talking about. Marcus is full of it. Save it! She starts toward the back room, then pauses. Maya trusted you. We all did. Wait, Mandy, please. I grab her arm before she can disappear into the back room. This is insane. I haven't been with anyone else. Maya's the only... She yanks free. The photos don't lie, Henry. Of course they do. If he has photos of me with some woman, it's probably from years ago. Did you even see the timestamps? No. But then there you go. Marcus is a snake. He's going to try to manipulate the situation to suit him, and it doesn't matter if he hurts everyone in the process. I run a hand through my hair, shaking my head. I should have known he would do something ridiculous like this. Then explain it to her. Mandy's voice softens slightly, but her eyes remain hard. She's devastated, Henry. I've never seen her like this. My chest tightens. The thought of Maya hurting, thinking I'd betray her. Where is she? I need to fix this. No. Mandy plants herself between me and the door. You need to give her space. And when she's ready to talk, you better have one hell of an apology prepared. This is ridiculous. I haven't done anything wrong. It doesn't seem that way. We were manipulated, I get that now. And I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions about you, Henry, but... Mandy sighs. Maya just doesn't want her heart broken. Her defenses are up high. Something like this is enough to make her pull away. I understand. I really do. Maya deserves someone who puts her first. Someone who's honest about everything, even the small stuff. I know she does. I lean against the counter, deflating. The cool edge digs into my palm as I grip it for support. She deserves the world. And I'm trying to give her that, but... Marcus... Look! Mandy's expression softens, her earlier defensiveness melting away. Maya's different from other people you've dated. She puts her whole heart into everything. Her business, her relationships, all of it. When she loves completely. She doesn't know how to do things halfway. You think I don't know that? The words come out harsher than intended, and I run a frustrated hand through my hair. It's what drew me to her in the first place. That passion, that fire. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. She makes me want to be better to deserve that kind of love. Then prove it. She grabs her purse from behind the counter, her expression fierce and determined. Show her you're worth trusting again. And for God's sake, deal with Marcus before he causes more damage. That snake's been circling for weeks, just waiting to strike. Where do I even start? I slump against the counter, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on my shoulders. The bakery's usually comforting scent of vanilla and fresh bread now just reminds me of what I stand to lose. Figure it out. Mandy heads for the door, her heels clicking against the hardwood with sharp, decisive steps. But do it fast. Maya doesn't wait around for people to get it together. Trust me, I've watched her walk away before. Once she's done, she's done. The bell chimes as she leaves, and suddenly the bakery feels too big, too empty. The cheerful yellow walls mock me with their brightness, a stark contrast to the darkness settling in my chest. Every surface holds memories of Maya, her laugh echoing through the kitchen, flour dusting her cheeks, the way her eyes light up when she creates something new. I sink into one of the chairs Sarah hasn't stacked yet. Marcus played us all perfectly, knowing exactly how to hit where it would hurt most. The thought of Maya seeing those photos, whatever they might be, makes my stomach turn. The silence of the empty bakery presses in around me, heavy with accusations I don't deserve, and trust I might have lost. Sarah shifts her weight between feet, still holding the broom she'd been sweeping with. You know, for what it's worth, I think you guys are perfect together. I lift my head from where it's been resting in my hands. What? Maya's different since you came into her life. Happier. She leans the broom against a nearby table. Before, she'd work these crazy hours, barely take breaks. Now she actually leaves at normal times, takes weekends off sometimes. Really? A small smile tugs at my lips despite everything. Yeah. And the way she lights up when you visit? Sarah starts wiping down the counter, her movements precise and practiced. I've worked here for a while. Never seen her like that with anyone else. Thanks, Sarah. My chest loosens a fraction. That actually means a lot. The other day she was testing new recipes. Kept asking me if I thought you'd like them. She grins, shaking her head. Made me try like 6 different versions of that chocolate thing you love. The thought of Maya experimenting just to please my sweet tooth makes my heart clench. Such a Maya thing to do. Showing love through food. You two just fit, you know? Sarah tosses the cleaning rag in a bucket. Whatever's going on, I hope you work it out. Me too. I stand straightening my tie. Really, thank you for saying all that. It's what I needed to hear.
Chapter 21. Maya. The familiar squeak of my old apartment door echoes through the empty space as I step inside. Cardboard boxes line the walls, half packed with memories I'm not ready to sort through yet. My footsteps bounce off the bare walls where photos used to hang. The couch, my first adult purchase, sits lonely in the center of the living room, its weathered fabric telling stories of movie nights, wine spills, and countless takeout dinners. The TV mounted on the wall looks bigger without all my decorative shelving around it. My phone buzzes again. Henry's name flashes across the screen for the 10th time today. I toss it face down on the kitchen counter, where it slides across the laminate surface until it hits the wall. Not now. The words come out harder than intended, bouncing off empty cabinets. My stomach growls, reminding me I haven't eaten since morning. The kitchen feels foreign without my collection of pots and pans, most of which now occupy Henry's gleaming chef's kitchen. Even my favorite wooden spoon, the one with the small burn mark from my first catering gig, lives in his drawer now. I grab my laptop from my bag and pull up the local delivery options. Chinese food seems safe, nothing that'll remind me of cooking elaborate meals in Henry's kitchen, or the way he'd wrap his arms around my waist while I stirred sauce, or another buzz from my phone. This time it's a text. I glimpse the preview. Maya, we need to talk about... I slam the laptop shut harder than necessary. The sound ricochets through the empty apartment, and I curl deeper into the couch cushions, pulling my knees to my chest. The bedroom door stands ajar down the hall, my old bed visible through the gap. The same bed where I used to lay awake planning menus and dreaming up business ideas before Henry's king-sized mattress and 1,000 thread count sheets became my new normal. The doorbell chimes. My food arriving faster than expected. Perfect timing. A night of MSG and Netflix on my trusty old couch is exactly what I need. No fancy wine, no sophisticated conversation, no Henry, just me, some Kung Pao chicken, and blessed silence. After I eat, something in my chest longs to check my phone, even though I know it's not good for me. My mind aches to see what Henry has to say about what's going on. He probably knows something's wrong by now. The empty Chinese food containers mock me from the coffee table. Even takeout doesn't taste the same anymore. I push myself off the couch, my sock-clad feet dragging across the hardwood floor. As I head to the kitchen, the pantry door creaks open. A bag of flour, some sugar, and wait. My fingers brush against a forgotten bar of dark chocolate, the good kind with sea salt. The basic ingredients from my mom's cookie recipe stare back at me, like old friends waiting to reconnect. I pull out my measuring cups, the metal ones with the worn handles that survived the great kitchen exodus to Henry's place. The familiar motions take over. 2 1/4 cups of flour, a teaspoon of baking soda. The measuring spoon scrapes against the ceramic container as I level off the salt. The chocolate breaks into chunks under my knife, each snap sharp and satisfying. I toss the pieces into a bowl and pop it in the microwave. The whir of the machine fills the quiet apartment. My wooden spoon moves through the butter and sugar mixture, creating a rhythm that drowns out my thoughts. Crack an egg, add vanilla. The dough comes together, smooth and speckled with melted chocolate. Just like Mom taught me, though she'd used the fancy stand mixer she saved up for years to buy. God, I miss her. But she's across the country. I would do anything to hop into the car and visit her, especially on a night like this. The scent of vanilla and melted chocolate wraps around me like a warm blanket. A drop of water hits the dough, and I realize I'm crying. I wipe my face with my sleeve and keep stirring, harder now. The wooden spoon scrapes against the bowl's edges, the sound echoing off empty walls. I scoop the dough onto the baking sheet, each ball perfectly spaced. This I can control. This makes sense. Unlike everything else in my life right now, the oven timer counts down, and the apartment fills with the aroma of baking cookies. It should feel like home. It always has before. But tonight, the sweet smell just reminds me of mornings in Henry's kitchen, testing recipes while he reads the paper and steals bites of dough when he thinks I'm not looking. The cookies emerge golden brown, their edges perfectly crisp. I line them up on the cooling rack, each one a perfect circle. If only life could be this predictable, this controlled. My mind drifts to the first time I met Henry. College orientation, sophomore year. He transferred from another school and looked lost trying to find the business building. I was running late to my culinary class, but stopped to help anyway. His smile lit up his whole face when I pointed him in the right direction. "You're a lifesaver," he'd said, then paused. "Hey, want to grab coffee sometime? As a thank you?" That coffee turned into weekly study sessions, him reviewing marketing concepts while I practiced knife skills along with my studies. We'd joke about being each other's backup plan if we were still single at 30. I slide down against the kitchen cabinets, the tile cold against my legs. The irony of that pact hits me now. Here we are, nearly 10 years later, in this fake marriage that was supposed to help his company's image and give my bakery the boost it needed. It was supposed to be perfect. Everything was figured out. Mason said so, Henry said so, and I believed them. Like an idiot, I'd bought into the whole thing, hook, line, and sinker. Except it wasn't perfect, because somewhere in between all the fakeness, I had fallen for him, really fallen. The kind of falling that makes your chest ache when you see him with someone else. The type that has you memorizing his coffee order and the way his eyes crinkle when he laughs at your terrible puns. The image of him and that woman on Marcus's phone drifts back into my mind, their heads close together, her hand on his arm, the intimate way she leaned in to whisper something in his ear, the way Henry didn't pull back, didn't create any distance between them like he usually does with others. My stomach twists into knots thinking about it. A cookie crumbles in my grip. All those years of friendship, did they mean anything? Or was I just convenient, the perfect solution to his image problem, the safe choice because he knew I'd never say no to helping him, knew exactly which buttons to push to get me to agree to this ridiculous arrangement? The worst part, I can't even be angry. Not really. This was never meant to be real. We never promised each other anything beyond friendship and mutual benefit. So why does it feel like my heart is breaking? I push myself up from the kitchen floor, brushing cookie crumbs from my pajama pants. The cookies cool on the rack, perfect circles mocking me with their precision, while my life feels like it's spiraling out of control. Each one lined up like little soldiers, ready for battle, while I'm here falling apart over a man who was never supposed to mean anything more than a business arrangement. "What are you doing, Maya?" My voice cracks in the empty kitchen. "You had one job. Keep it professional. Keep it simple." But nothing about Henry Caldwell has ever been simple, has it? From day one, he bulldozed through my carefully constructed walls with that devastating smile and those stupid seasonal ties. I grab a cookie and take a bite. The chocolate melts on my tongue, but I barely taste it. All I can think about is the way Henry's eyes light up when he tries my new recipes. How his hand finds the small of my back when we walk into events together. How safe I feel when he pulls me close and whispers some stupid joke in my ear. The way he makes everything feel real, even when I know damn well it isn't. My fingers tremble as I reach for another cookie, as if sugar could somehow fix this mess I've gotten myself into. "Stop it." I drop the cookie onto the counter. This isn't real. It was never supposed to be real. But my heart races every time he walks into a room. I notice things I shouldn't. The way his tie is always slightly crooked by the end of the day. How he runs his fingers through his hair when he's stressed. The different tones of his laugh. The real one, deep and unguarded, that only comes out when we're alone. Oh God, I press my palms against my eyes. I love him. The words hang in the air, heavy with truth. I love Henry Caldwell, not as a friend, Not as a fake wife, but completely, stupidly, heart on the line in love with him. This is bad. I pace the kitchen, my socks sliding on the tile. This is so bad. Because loving Henry means everything gets complicated. It means this isn't just business anymore. It means I could lose not just my fake husband, but my friend. What am I going to do? I whisper to myself, leaning against the fridge. The magnitude of my feelings hits me like a physical weight, leaving me both breathless and terrified. Joy and fear war in my chest. Joy because loving Henry feels as natural as breathing. Fear because I know this could destroy everything we've built.
Chapter 22. Henry. I stand at my kitchen island, nursing a glass of 18-year-old Macallan and staring at the pristine marble countertops that haven't seen a proper meal in weeks. The December sun streams through floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows across my empty great room. Everything gleams. Chrome, glass, polished hardwood. But it all feels cold, lifeless. The security system chimes, its electronic tone bouncing off the empty walls. "Henry!" Mom's voice echoes through the foyer, warm and concerned as always. "Where are you hiding?" "Kitchen." I don't bother raising my voice. The acoustics in this place carry everything, one of the many features the realtor raved about when I bought this oversized monument to success. Her heels click against the floor in a steady rhythm, and she appears around the corner, arms laden with shopping bags from what looks like half of downtown. Her face falls the moment she sees me, lips pressing into that familiar line of disapproval. "It's 2 p.m. It's Saturday." I lift the glass in a mock toast, the amber liquid catching the sunlight. Last I checked, that meant it was my time to do whatever I want. "Put that away." She sets her bags down with a rustle of expensive paper and crosses to me, her perfume, the same Chanel No. 5 she's worn since I was a kid, wrapping around me like a familiar hug. Her perfectly manicured hand reaches for my arm. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. Please." She gives me that look, the one that stripped away my teenage lies about missed curfews and borrowed cars. "I raised you. I know when something's eating at you." I trace the rim of my glass. "The board meeting yesterday was a success. I saw the numbers." She reaches across the island and closes her hand over mine. "This isn't about work." "Everything's about work. That's the problem, isn't it?" She squeezes my fingers. "When was the last time you did something just for you? When was the last time this kitchen saw a proper dinner party, or even takeout with friends?" "I ordered in last night. Alone." The silence stretches between us. Mom sighs and pulls back, surveying my 12,000 square foot monument to success with a critical eye. "All this space, and you're living like a hermit in a very expensive cave." She starts unpacking her bags. Groceries, I realize. "I'm making dinner tonight. No arguments." "Mom, and you're helping." She pulls out vegetables, fresh herbs, a whole chicken. "Your father didn't build this company so you could work yourself into an early grave. He wanted you to have a life." She stares at me while I continue to nurse my drink. She shakes her head, taking the cup out of my hand. "The board isn't the real issue, is it?" Mom pulls a cutting board from beneath the counter and sets it in front of me. "Here. Make yourself useful. Dice these carrots." I grab the knife, focusing on the steady chop against wood, trying to keep my hands from shaking. "Marcus showed Maya some photos." "Photos?" Her hands pause over the chicken she's seasoning, concern etching across her face. "I don't even know which ones. She won't tell me, won't talk to me at all." The knife comes down harder than necessary, nearly splitting the carrot in two. She thinks I cheated on her. Just saying the words makes my stomach turn. After everything we've been through, the thought that she could believe that kills me. That's ridiculous. You'd never... Marcus has her convinced. My voice cracks, and I hate how weak I sound. Damn Marcus and his games. He got to her while she was working at the bakery, cornered her, showed her those photos. Next thing I know, she's gone. Won't answer my calls, my texts. It's like the last few weeks meant nothing. The steady rhythm of the knife against the cutting board is the only thing keeping me grounded right now. Mom abandons her chicken and moves to my side. Henry, look at me. I set the knife down, my hands shaking. I love her, Mom. These past days with Maya, she made everything make sense again. And now Marcus has poisoned it all with whatever nonsense he dug up. Language. But her reprimand lacks heat. She takes my face in her hands, the way she did when I was small and scraped my knees on the playground. That snake Marcus is threatened by you. He's seeing how happy you are, how the board responds to you and Maya as a couple, and he's trying to destroy it. Well, it worked. The words taste bitter, and I don't even know what she thinks she saw. Then find out. Mom's voice carries that steel edge she used to get when fighting for Dad's treatments. You're a Caldwell. We don't give up on the people we love because some corporate shark waves around a few photographs. She won't talk to me. Then make her listen. The Henry I raised doesn't let lies win. You know what your father would say right now? Mom starts pulling ingredients from the cupboards, her movements precise and purposeful. He'd tell you to stop wallowing and start acting. Dad was all about action plans. A ghost of a smile tugs at my lips. 6 steps to success always have a strategy. No. She pauses, flour container in hand. That was business, Henry. When it came to me, your father threw every plan out the window. He showed up at my door in the middle of a thunderstorm, soaked to the bone because he couldn't stand another minute without telling me how he felt. I didn't know that. Because you never asked. She measures flour into a bowl, the movement's automatic. He was terrified I'd reject him. But you know what scared him more? The thought of losing me because he was too afraid to fight for what we had. The knife still's in my hand. Maya's different. She thinks I betrayed her. And you're letting her believe it by hiding in here with your drinks. Her words hit like a punch to the gut. The Henry I know would march down to that bakery and demand she look him in the eye while he tells her the truth. What if she won't listen? Then you make her listen. You show her who you really are. Not the CEO, not the suit, but the man who spent 3 hours helping her perfect her grandmother's bread recipe. The one who lights up every time she walks into a room. My chest tightens. The memory of Maya in my kitchen, flour on her cheek, laughing as she taught me to knead dough properly, hits me like a physical ache. Can't lose her, Mom. Then don't. She takes the knife from my hands, replacing it with her own. Love isn't safe, Henry. It's messy and scary, and sometimes it hurts like hell. But it's worth every moment of fear, every risk. Your father taught me that. The fog of the alcohol and self-pity starts to clear. Mom's right. I'm not going to let Marcus's lies destroy the best thing that's happened to me in years. Maya deserves the truth. Deserves to see exactly who I am and what she means to me. I push away from the counter, energy thrumming through my veins like an electric current. You're right. Of course I am. Mom starts pulling more ingredients for what looks like her famous chicken pot pie, the one she always makes when she knows I need comfort food. I'm your mother. It's literally in the job description to know these things. I need to go. The Scotch haze burns away, replaced by crystal clarity and determination. My keys are already in my hand before I realize I've grabbed them. Maya's probably at the bakery doing prep for tomorrow's orders. She always starts early. Henry. Mom's voice stops me halfway to the door, that familiar tone that says I'm about to get schooled. Change your shirt first. You smell like a distillery. I glance down at my rumpled dress shirt, the same one I've been wearing since yesterday's board meeting. There's even a small stain near the collar that I don't remember getting. Damn. Right. Probably not the best way to start the most important conversation of my life. Upstairs, I strip off the shirt and splash cold water on my face. The man in the mirror looks determined now, not defeated. Maya deserves better than drunk texts and pathetic voicemails. She deserves the truth, face to face. 5 minutes later, I'm back downstairs in a fresh button-down, running a hand through my damp hair. Mom holds out a Tupperware container. What's this? Your grandmother's snickerdoodles. She presses the container into my hands. Maya mentioned they were her favorite when you brought her to dinner last week. The memory hits me, Maya's eyes lighting up at the first bite, the way she'd asked Mom for the recipe, promising to keep the family secret. Thanks, Mom. Go get her. She straightens my collar, her eyes bright with that knowing look she always gets when she's about to drop some motherly wisdom. And Henry, remember what your father always said? A Caldwell never backs down from a fight. I pull her into a quick hug, catching the familiar scent of her perfume, the same one she's worn since I was a kid. I love you. I love you too. She pushes me toward the door with surprising strength for someone half my size. Now go prove Marcus wrong and show that snake what happens when he messes with this family. I grab my keys from the hook by the door, the cookie container tucked securely under my arm. The weight of the past few days, the accusations, the rumors, Marcus's smug face at the office, lifts from my shoulders like fog burning off in the morning sun. I don't know exactly what Marcus showed Maya, but I know who I am, what I stand for. More importantly, I know what we have is real, not some corporate power play or convenient arrangement like he tried to make it seem. Time to make her remember that too, even if I have to camp out on her doorstep all night to do it.
Chapter 23. Maya. I stack the groceries on my tiny kitchen counter, arranging them in order of use. Fresh thyme and rosemary bundles first, their fragrance already filling my cramped apartment. The chicken breast next, followed by mushrooms, garlic, and heavy cream. Just focus on the food, I mutter, pulling out my favorite cast iron skillet. The weight of it grounds me, familiar and solid in my hands. Christmas music drifts through the thin walls from my neighbor's apartment. Usually I'd be singing along, but today the cheerful melody only reminds me of, nope, not going there. I crank up my own music instead, letting confident beats drown out both the Christmas songs and my thoughts. The chicken sizzles as it hits the hot pan, and I throw myself into the familiar rhythm of cooking. Chop, saute, season. The movements are second nature after years in professional kitchens. This is what matters. I stir the mushrooms, watching them turn golden brown. Building my business. Creating amazing food. Not some stupidly handsome CEO who probably has women lined up around the block. The sauce comes together perfectly. Cream, herbs, and a splash of white wine. The aroma fills my tiny kitchen, rich and comforting. I could bottle this recipe for my catering menu. Maybe call it Forget That Guy Chicken, or Who Needs Love When You Have Heavy Cream? My phone buzzes on the counter. Mom's weekly check-in, right on schedule. I swear she has some kind of maternal radar for when I'm in the middle of something. Maya, how's my favorite chef? Hey, Mom, just cooking dinner. Testing new recipes. I wedge the phone between my ear and shoulder, stirring the sauce. A drop splashes onto my apron, adding to my collection of battle scars from the kitchen. Alone? During Christmas season? Her tone carries that familiar hint of concern. The same one she's been using since I quit my corporate job to start my own business. Mom, please. I'm fine. The business is picking up and I pause to rescue a mushroom trying to escape the pan. These little guys are determined to make a break for it tonight. I'm staying busy. I actually have 3 events booked for next week. Which is true, even if they're smaller than I'd like. Which is true. Mostly. If I keep my hands moving and my mind focused on new recipes, I can almost forget about those green eyes and that crooked smile that shows up in my dreams. Almost. A sharp knock at my door cuts through the music and my concentration on the mushroom sauce I'm perfecting for my dinner. Mom, I need to call you back. I lower the heat under the skillet, watching the sauce simmer down to a gentle bubble. Someone's at the door. Is it? Love you, bye. I end the call before she can finish that thought, because I know exactly where she's going with it. She's been trying to get me to talk about him since I mentioned this impromptu marriage to her when this first started. The knock comes again, more insistent this time, like whoever's out there means business. I wipe my hands on my apron, leaving smears of herb-flecked sauce across the white cotton. Probably should have grabbed a towel instead. Through the peephole, I spot a familiar sandy blonde head, and my stomach does a backflip worthy of an Olympic gymnast. My heart isn't far behind, picking up a rhythm that has nothing to do with the spicy sauce I've been sampling. Henry shifts his weight from foot to foot, juggling what looks like a container of cookies and flowers. The movement makes him look almost nervous, which can't be right. Henry Caldwell doesn't do nervous, not the man who runs board meetings like he was born for it. I take a deep breath and open the door. The scent of cinnamon and butter hits me before I can say anything. These are my grandmother's snickerdoodles, the ones you liked so much. He holds out the tin, those green eyes of his serious. And these. He lifts a bouquet of mixed wildflowers. These made me think of you, creative, unexpected, beautiful. Henry, I know things got weird between us because of Marcus, and I'm sorry. I came to clear the air. His jaw tightens. Can we talk? The sauce bubbles on the stove behind me, demanding attention, just like the way my heart is bubbling with things I'm not ready to name. I should check on my... Please? That one word, soft and uncertain from someone usually so confident, does something to my resolve. I step back, making space for him to enter. The cookies smell amazing. I take both offerings, setting the flowers on my tiny breakfast bar. Thank you. Henry runs a hand through his hair, messing up the usually perfect style. He paces my small kitchen like a caged lion, stopping only when the bubbling sauce catches his attention. That smells incredible. It's just a mushroom cream sauce. I turn down the heat, buying time to steady my racing heart. Did you want to talk about Marcus? Yeah. He leans against my counter, close enough that I catch a hint of his cologne. Mandy told me that he showed you some photos of me with another woman. Now, I don't know what you saw, but I can promise you that they're old. Marcus knew exactly what he was doing, showing you those without context, making it look current when it wasn't. The tight knot in my chest loosens. Henry, let me finish, please. He takes a step closer. Marcus is trying to discredit me, personally and statistically professionally. He thinks if he can prove our marriage is fake, he can take over the company. But Maya... His hand reaches for mine, warm and steady. These past few weeks with you, they've felt more real than anything I've experienced in years. The truth of his words reflects in his expression. The slight furrow between his brows, the way his thumb traces circles on my palm. This isn't the polished CEO who commands boardrooms. This is just Henry laying his heart bare in my tiny kitchen while mushroom sauce simmers behind us. I believe you, I whisper, and I can visibly see how the tension drains from his shoulders. I'm sorry I doubted you. My fingers intertwine with his, the contact sending sparks through my skin. When Marcus showed me those photos, my mind went to the worst place. And instead of talking to you about it, I pulled away. Henry's thumb traces another circle on my palm. Maya, hold on. I squeeze his hand. These past weeks, playing your wife, attending events, sharing meals and stories and laughter, somewhere along the way it stopped feeling like pretend, and that scared me. The sauce bubbles behind us. Forgotten. Henry steps closer, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to meet his gaze. I don't care about the original agreement anymore. His free hand comes up to cup my cheek. The board meetings, the company image, none of that matters. What matters is that every morning I wake up wanting to see your smile. Every time you laugh at one of my terrible jokes, I fall a little harder. And when you're cooking, a soft smile plays at his lips. The way your eyes light up when you create something new, it's magic, Maya. You're magic. Even when I'm covered in sauce stains, I gesture to my apron, trying to lighten the moment before my heart explodes. Especially then. His thumb brushes my cheekbone. I don't want to pretend anymore. No more fake marriage, no more playing roles for the board. I want something real. With you. The weight of unspoken feelings lifts from my chest, replaced by a warmth that has nothing to do with my simmering stove. I want that too. The words come out barely above a whisper, but in the quiet of my kitchen, they feel like everything. Henry's thumb traces my cheekbone, and time seems to slow. The familiar scent of his cologne mingles with the herbs from my sauce, creating something new and intoxicating. His green eyes search mine, asking a silent question. Maya. My name on his lips sounds like a prayer. I slide my free hand up his chest, feeling his heartbeat racing beneath his crisp dress shirt. It matches the wild rhythm of my own. Yes? He leans closer, his breath warm against my skin. I really want to kiss you right now. Then why don't you? The words come out breathier than I intended. His lips meet mine, soft and tentative at first, like he's asking permission. I answer by pressing closer, my fingers curling into his shirt. The kiss deepens, and suddenly all those romance novels I've read make sense. This is what they mean about fireworks and sparks and... Something sizzles loudly behind us, the sharp sound cutting through the moment like a warning bell. The sauce. I break away, laughing as I rush to rescue my creation. Henry's arms wrap around my waist as I stir the sauce back to life, reducing the heat. The rich aroma of herbs and wine fills the air as the bubbling settles into a gentle simmer. Sorry for almost ruining dinner. He presses a kiss to my temple, and I can feel his smile against my skin. His chest is warm against my back, and I'm hyper-aware of every point where our bodies connect. Worth it. I lean back against his chest, savoring the solid warmth of him. His hands tighten slightly on my waist, and I swear I could stay like this forever. Though I have to say, this isn't how I expected my evening to go when I started cooking. Better than expected? His voice has that rough edge to it that makes my stomach flip. I turn in his arms, taking in his slightly mussed hair and the way his eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles. Those green eyes are darker now, intense in a way that makes my breath catch. Much better. This time when we kiss, it feels like coming home, like every puzzle piece clicking into place, like every star aligning just right. Perfect.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 24. Henry. I'm rinsing the last of the dishes, handing them to Maya as she loads them into the dishwasher. She's got this rhythm going, bending and placing each dish in its slot, and I can't help but steal glances. There's something incredibly attractive about her efficiency, the way she commands this tiny kitchen like it's a dance floor. You're pretty good at that, I say, nudging her with my elbow, admiring how she makes even this mundane task look graceful. She grins, looking up at me with those warm, almond-shaped eyes that seem to hold a hint of mischief. Years of practice. You should see me with a spatula and some batter. The way she says it makes it sound like both a challenge and an invitation. I can imagine, I reply, raising an eyebrow and letting my gaze linger on her hands, strong and capable from years in the kitchen. Very impressive. The words come out lower than I intended, almost like a growl. She laughs, a sound that's infectious and real, her whole body seeming to light up with it. Impressive, huh? You haven't seen impressive yet, Henry. The way my name rolls off her tongue sends a shiver down my spine. I turn off the faucet, drying my hands slowly on the towel hanging nearby, watching her reaction. Is that a promise? I ask, taking a step closer, close enough to catch the faint scent of vanilla that seems to follow her everywhere. Maya straightens up, meeting my gaze. She's playful, but there's a spark in her eyes that matches the heat I feel. It might be, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. I reach out, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. Her dark skin is soft, inviting. I can't resist any longer. I lean in, capturing her lips with mine. She responds immediately, her hands reaching up to grip my shoulders. The kiss deepens, becoming more passionate, more urgent. My hands find her waist, pulling her closer. She lets out a soft moan, driving me wild. I start to tug at her shirt, my fingers brushing against the smooth skin of her stomach. I want to feel more of her, to explore every curve, every line. I begin to lift her shirt, eager to take it off, to remove this barrier between us. I guide Maya to the couch, my lips never leaving her skin, tasting her as if she were the most decadent dessert. I want her to feel adored, cherished. Her comfort is my priority, and I make sure every touch, every kiss conveys that. Her shirt hits the floor, followed by mine. The cool air of her apartment does nothing to dampen the heat between us. You're incredible, I murmur against her collarbone, my fingers tracing the line of her jeans. She shivers, her hands gripping my shoulders tighter. I love how responsive she is, how her body reacts to mine. It's intoxicating. I unbutton her jeans, my knuckles brushing against her soft skin. She gasps, her eyes fluttering closed. I take a moment to admire her, the curve of her hips, the strength in her legs. She's a masterpiece, and I want to explore every inch of her. I stand up, undoing my belt, my eyes never leaving hers. Her gaze is heated, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. I love that she's watching me, that she's as affected by this as I am. I kick off my pants, leaving us both in our underwear. The sight of her nearly bare sends a surge of desire through me. I join her on the couch, pulling her close. Her legs part naturally, making room for me. I can feel her heart racing, matching the rhythm of my own. I trail kisses down her neck, my hands exploring her body. She arches into my touch, a soft moan escaping her lips. "Henry," she whispers, her voice filled with need. It's the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. I want to hear it again and again. I want to make her feel so good that she can't help but say my name. I hook my fingers into the waistband of her panties, ready to remove the final barrier between us. Her hips lift slightly, a silent invitation. I can feel her anticipation, her eagerness. It's a heady sensation knowing that she wants this as much as I do. I start to pull them down, my eyes locked onto hers. Her lips are parted, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. She's the hottest thing I've ever seen. I shed the last piece of clothing, boxers hitting the floor. Maya's eyes flicker with appreciation, and she bites her lip, a gesture so sultry it sends a pulse straight through me.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I love you, Maya, I whisper, my voice rough and barely audible. It's a confession, a secret spilled in the heat of the moment, but it feels right, true. Her eyes flutter open, meeting mine. A slow smile spreads across her face, making my heart clench with an intensity I've never felt before. I love you too, Henry. Her words are soft, gentle, but they hit me with the force of a tidal wave, leaving me breathless and stunned by how right they feel. Our lips meet in a slow, lingering kiss, sealing the promise, the truth that hangs in the air between us. It's tender, intimate, a world away from the fierce passion of moments ago. But it's perfect. Her fingers trail along my jaw as we kiss, and I can feel her smile against my mouth. As we pull apart, Maya grins, her eyes sparkling with that mischievous glint I've come to adore. "Would you like some hot cocoa to enjoy?" she asks, her voice playful, teasing. She knows me too well, knows exactly how to make this moment even better. Damn, this woman understands me in ways no one else ever has. I laugh, a deep sound that rumbles in my chest. "Yes, please." I sink back into the couch, the cool leather a stark contrast to the heat of my skin. Maya, wearing nothing but my shirt, pads barefoot into the kitchen, her hips swaying gently, the hem of the shirt just skimming the tops of her thighs. It's a sight that has me mesmerized, a soft smile playing on my lips. She's humming a tune, something melodic and light, as she fills the kettle with water and sets it on the stove. There's a rhythm to her movements, a practiced ease that speaks of years spent in kitchens, creating and perfecting dishes. I watch her reach up into a cabinet, the shirt riding up just a bit more, exposing a sliver of skin. My fingers itch to touch her again, to trace the lines of her body. She glances over her shoulder, catching me staring. A playful smirk tugs at the corners of her mouth. "Enjoying the view?" she teases, her eyes sparkling. I chuckle, not even attempting to deny it. Immensely. "Good," she says, turning back to the counter and opening a tin of cocoa powder. "Because you're stuck with it." I laugh, a deep sound that fills the quiet of her apartment. Stuck with it? More like lucky to have it.
Chapter 25. Maya. I adjust the silk straps of my emerald cocktail dress, scrutinizing my reflection in the hotel bathroom mirror. The restroom is bigger than my entire kitchen in my apartment. All marble and gold fixtures that make me feel like I've stepped into another world, a world where I'm Mrs. Henry Caldwell. "You've got this," I whisper to myself, though my stomach knots at the thought of facing Marcus. What kind of demented things will he say to me tonight? I don't even want to know. Henry's voice carries through the bathroom door. "Ready, sweetheart?" The endearment sends a shiver down my spine. My fingers tremble slightly as I grab my clutch and step out into the hallway, where Henry waits, devastatingly handsome in his black tuxedo. The cut of his jacket emphasizes his broad shoulders, and damn if he doesn't wear formal wear like he was born in it. How do I look? I smooth down my dress, fighting the urge to fidget with the delicate beading along the waistline. The emerald color had seemed perfect in the store, but now I wonder if it's too bold for a corporate gala. Perfect. His green eyes sparkle as he offers his arm, a hint of something dangerous and possessive in his gaze. "Shall we?" We descend the grand staircase into the hotel's main ballroom. Crystal chandeliers drip from coffered ceilings, their light multiplied by thousands of tiny white bulbs wrapped around towering Fraser firs. Garlands of pine and holly weave between marble columns, and ice sculptures glitter on tables draped in cream silk. The scent of cinnamon and pine mingles with expensive perfume. "There's Marcus," Henry murmurs, his arm tightening around my waist. Across the room, Marcus holds court among a group of board members, his shark-like smile visible even at this distance. The weight of his gaze falls on us like a spotlight. I lean into Henry's touch, playing my part. "Remember, I've got your back, and I've got yours." He presses a kiss to my temple as we make our way into the glittering crowd. The orchestra's rendition of Winter Wonderland floats through the air as Henry guides me deeper into the crowd. Executives in designer suits and their partners in glittering gowns part like waves, many pausing to greet Henry with handshakes and air kisses. "Henry, my boy," a silver-haired man in a burgundy bow tie approaches, his round belly shaking with jovial laughter. His designer tuxedo looks perfectly tailored, marking him as one of the company's top executives. And this must be the lovely Maya we've heard so much about. "Mr. Richardson," Henry beams, straightening his shoulders ever so slightly. "Maya, meet our head of international operations. Your catering at our last event was exceptional." Mr. Richardson's eyes crinkle behind his wire-rimmed glasses. "That duck had everyone talking for days." Heat spreads all across my body at the compliment, and I fight the urge to fidget with my dress. "Thank you. I actually modified my grandmother's recipe." She's being modest. "It was all her—" Henry's hand slides to the small of my back, his touch warm and steady through the silk of my gown. His voice carries that hint of pride that makes my stomach do a little flip. "Maya's revolutionizing the local catering scene. Just wait until you try her Christmas menu." A cluster of young executives waves Henry over, and we navigate through the crowd. The Christmas decorations transform the ballroom into something magical, like stepping into a snow globe filled with champagne and starlight instead of snow. "Dance with me?" Henry extends his hand as the orchestra shifts to a slower melody, the strings weaving a romantic Christmas classic through the air. "I thought you'd never ask." My heart skips when his fingers close around mine. His arm wraps around my waist, strong and secure as we sway. The warmth of his body seeps through the thin silk of my dress, and the spicy notes of his cologne make my head swim. Other couples move around us, but in this moment, they might as well be shadows. "Everyone loves you," he whispers against my ear, his breath sending shivers down my spine. "Even old Richardson, and he hates most people. He likes to talk behind everyone's back, but for some reason, I don't think he's going to do the same thing to you." I laugh, relaxing into our dance, letting my hand rest against the solid plane of his chest. "Must be my duck. Must be." His fingers trace circles on my back, each touch electric through the fabric. Though I'd say it's more about the chef herself. You have this way of making everyone feel special when you talk about your food. The music swells, and Henry spins me. My dress flares out, catching the light like emerald waves. When he pulls me back, the genuine affection in his smile makes my heart skip. "Henry!" A group of board members beckons from near the bar. "Bring that charming wife of yours over here. We need her opinion on the hors d'oeuvres." "Duty calls." He winks, leading me toward them. "Ready to dazzle them with your culinary expertise?" "Born ready." I squeeze his hand, surprised by how natural this all feels. Like we've been doing this dance forever. The board members crowd around us at the bar, champagne flutes glinting in their hands. Mrs. Lee, a stern woman with perfectly coiffed silver hair, gestures at the passing appetizers. "These mushroom tartlets are divine. What do you make of the filling, Maya?" I accept one from a passing server, taking a delicate bite. The earthy flavors dance on my tongue, and I catch subtle notes of truffle oil mingling with the rich, buttery pastry. The mix of wild mushrooms is excellent. I detect chanterelles and morels. The touch of fresh thyme really elevates it. They've balanced the seasonings perfectly. "You should see what Maya does with mushrooms in her own cooking," Henry says, his hand warm against my lower back. His thumb traces small, unconscious circles that send tingles up my spine. Oh, I'm just a passionate food enthusiast tonight. I laugh, fighting the urge to lean into his touch. All credit goes to the hotel's incredible chef. Though I have to say, the crispy edges on these tartlets are making me seriously consider adding them to my own menu. A familiar voice cuts through our conversation like ice. "Well, isn't this cozy?" Marcus Steele slides into our circle, his perfectly tailored tuxedo somehow making him look more predatory than polished. His smile doesn't reach his eyes as he looks between Henry and me. The way he carries himself screams expensive taste and ruthless ambition. I've catered enough corporate events to spot the type from a mile away. Such a whirlwind romance, wasn't it? One minute Henry's married to his work. The next he's married to a caterer. He takes a slow sip of his scotch, savoring the moment like a snake sizing up its prey. Almost feels like a Hallmark movie. The temperature in our little group seems to drop 10 degrees. Henry's fingers press more firmly against my back, and I can feel the tension radiating through his palm. The earlier warmth of our flirting dissipates under Marcus's calculated stare, replaced by something that feels dangerously close to a boardroom showdown. The best things in life often happen unexpectedly, I say, forcing my voice to stay light. Marcus's gaze flicks to where Henry's hand rests on my waist. "And how convenient that your catering business has seen such growth since the unexpected union. I'm sure being Mrs. Caldwell opens plenty of doors." The board members shift uncomfortably. Mrs. Lee's champagne glass freezes halfway to her lips. The festive atmosphere evaporates like morning dew, replaced by a thick tension that makes it hard to breathe. I feel Henry's muscles tense beside me, ready to respond, but Marcus has already done his damage. The seed of doubt has been planted in the board members' minds, exactly as he intended. I lift my chin, meeting Marcus's calculating stare. My business grew because I work 18-hour days and pour my heart into every dish. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Too busy playing politics to actually create something of value. Henry's fingers press against my back, a silent signal of support that steadies my racing pulse. The corner of his mouth twitches, and I catch a flash of pride in those green eyes. Marcus's expression hardens for a split second before smoothing back into that practiced smile. Creating value? Is that what we're calling it now? He swirls his drink languidly, I suppose that's one way to describe riding coattails. Mrs. Lee clears her throat. Maya, dear, tell me more about your Christmas menu. I hear you're catering the Children's Hospital fundraiser. I notice the way the other board members exchange glances, their earlier warmth cooling to polite interest. The weight of their judgment settles on my shoulders like a cold blanket. Everything I'd worked for, my reputation, my independence, the authenticity of my relationship with Henry, suddenly feels fragile under Marcus's insinuations. I take a slow breath, tasting the bitter edge of anxiety mixing with determination. Marcus might think he's won this round, but I didn't build my business from nothing by backing down from bullies in expensive suits. Still, his words echo in my head, a reminder that our carefully constructed facade has real consequences, not just for Henry's position, but for everything I've built. Henry squeezes my waist gently, and I lean into his touch, drawing strength from his steady presence. We'll have to be more careful, more convincing. The stakes just got higher, and Marcus has made it clear he's not done playing games.
Chapter 26. Henry. I clench my jaw, watching Maya's face fall at Marcus's cruel insinuations. The Christmas decorations in the hotel ballroom suddenly feel suffocating, the twinkling lights a mockery of the darkness spreading through my chest. Cut this out, Marcus. My voice cuts through the murmur of the gathered board members. Marcus's smile doesn't reach his eyes. I'm merely pointing out that someone of her background might find your position quite advantageous. His gaze slides over to Maya with predatory calculation. A struggling business owner suddenly married to a CEO? How convenient. The crystal champagne flute in my hand threatens to shatter under my grip. I set it down on a nearby table with deliberate care, fighting the urge to throw the damn thing in his smug face. The weight of Maya's distress radiates beside me, and it takes everything I have not to lose it right here. You want to talk about advantageous positions, Marcus? Let's discuss your pattern of harassment and manipulation. My voice drops lower, taking on an edge that makes a few nearby guests step back. The smile freezes on his face. Several board members lean in, their interest piqued. Marcus knows exactly what dirt I have on him, and judging by the slight twitch in his jaw, he knows I'm not bluffing. For months, you've been spreading rumors, attempting to undermine not just me, but anyone close to me. I step forward, my voice steady despite the rage coursing through my veins. You planted false stories about supplier relationships, tried to poach my key clients, and now you're attacking someone's character based on nothing but your own bitter assumptions. I don't know what you're talking about, Marcus starts. The Jenkins deal last month? I have emails proving you attempted to sabotage it. The Manning account, 3 witnesses saw you offering kickbacks. I turn to address the board members directly, and this isn't the first time. HR has a file of complaints about his behavior that's been conveniently buried. Mr. Richardson straightens his tie. These are serious allegations, Henry. I have documentation for everything. Maya is a successful business owner who's worked harder than anyone in this room to build something genuine. The only person here with questionable motives is Marcus. The room falls silent. Marcus's complexion turns ashen as he realizes his miscalculation. He's pushed me too far, and now he'll face the consequences. I step closer to Marcus, my voice carrying across the now hushed ballroom. Are you sure you want to be the one questioning motives around here? Let's talk about how you've been systematically harassing Maya since the moment you found out about our relationship. That's ridiculous! Marcus's collar tightens around his neck as he tugs at it, his perfectly manicured fingers fumbling with the expensive silk. You've been harassing her, showing up to her bakery and intimidating her for a while now, following her around, making veiled threats, sabotaging our relationship with your disgusting actions. Don't you have any shame? Who do you think you are, bothering my wife like that? My fists clench at my sides, rage coursing through my veins at the thought of him terrorizing Maya. A collective gasp ripples through the board members. Mrs. Chen's hand flies to her pearl necklace, her eyes wide with shock. The other executives shift uncomfortably, no doubt reconsidering their previous support of Marcus. You don't know what you're... Marcus's voice cracks, his usual smooth confidence crumbling under the weight of exposed truth. Oh, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Every single detail. You tried to mess with her all because you couldn't stand the idea of me being happy. Because you're so damn insecure that you can't handle anyone else's success. I take another step forward, towering over him, making it clear that his games end here. Marcus's eyes dart around the room, searching for an ally and finding none. Sweat beads on his forehead despite the cool December air flowing through the venue. These are baseless accusations. His attempt at authority falls flat as his voice wavers, reminding me of every time he tried to undermine me in meetings with that same false confidence. The evidence is anything but baseless. I turn to address the board members standing close enough to hear, making sure to meet each of their eyes in turn. It's clear this goes beyond professional rivalry into criminal behavior. We have documented proof of him coming into Maya's bakery with the sole purpose of intimidating her. We also have witnesses, Maya's own employees, who can attest to this. Marcus's shoulders slump as he watches the years of carefully cultivated relationships crumble. His perfectly pressed suit seems to deflate with him, the expensive fabric now looking cheap and ill-fitting on his diminished frame. This isn't... He fumbles for words, his usual smooth demeanor fracturing under the weight of exposure. The polished mask he's worn for so long finally shatters completely, revealing the desperate man beneath. The board members exchange glances, their disapproval palpable. Mr. Richardson's face darkens with each passing second, his jaw clenching in that way I recognize from when he's truly furious. The old man has zero tolerance for dishonesty, and Marcus just gave him a masterclass in deception. Security. Mr. Richardson's voice cuts through the tension. Please escort Mr. Steele from the premises. We'll be in touch regarding your employment status. Marcus opens his mouth, then closes it, his lips pressed into a thin line. The silence stretches like a rubber band about to snap. Every eye in the ballroom fixates on him, waiting for a defense, an explanation, anything. But he offers none, because he has nothing, absolutely nothing. And it fills me with a deep sense of satisfaction to see him humiliated like this. After all his schemes and manipulations, karma's finally caught up to the bastard. Nothing to say now. I wrap my arm around Maya's waist, drawing her closer. The familiar scent of vanilla and spice from her hair grounds me, keeps me from completely losing it. My fingers press into the soft fabric of her dress, anchoring myself to this moment of vindication. His silence speaks volumes. The polished facade cracks further as he shifts from foot to foot, tugging at his collar again. Sweat beads at his hairline, and I can practically see the wheels turning in his head as he searches for another lie, another manipulation. Mr. Steele. Mrs. Chen's voice cuts through the tension. These accusations are extremely serious, and your lack of response is concerning. Her words hang in the air like a guillotine blade, ready to drop on Marcus's carefully constructed career. Mr. Richardson nods, his expression grave. The board will convene first thing Monday morning. We expect your full cooperation and presence at 9 a.m. sharp. He turns to the security personnel flanking Marcus. Please ensure Mr. Steele leaves the premises. This isn't over, Marcus mutters, but the threat falls flat. His shoulders slump as security guides him toward the exit. Oh, I believe it is. Mr. Richardson's tone carries the weight of finality. The board takes harassment claims very seriously. We'll be conducting a thorough investigation into every allegation presented tonight. Mrs. Chen steps forward, her heels clicking against the floor with decisive authority. Henry, Maya, I apologize for this unfortunate display. Please know we'll handle this matter with the utmost attention it deserves. Her expression is a determination that I've come to respect over the years. The remaining board members cluster together in a small group, their hushed voices carrying traces of words like immediate suspension and legal counsel. I catch fragments about HR protocols and damage control as well. Their stern faces and sharp nods tell me everything I need to know. Marcus's days of terrorizing us are numbered. After weeks of his ridiculousness, it feels damn good to see justice finally catching up to him. Maya squeezes my hand, and I look down to find her eyes shining with relief. The tension in her shoulders melts away as she leans into me, her warmth against my side a reminder of everything we fought for. I wrap my arm around her waist, pulling her closer. The familiar scent of her vanilla perfume mingles with the satisfaction coursing through me. And I know that finally, we've won. No more looking over our shoulders or waiting for Marcus's next move. It's over. Maya turns to face me, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Henry, thank you for defending me like that. You really didn't have to do all that. Her fingers trace patterns on my lapel, and the simple touch sends electricity through my body. Hey. I cup her face in my hands, thumbs brushing her cheekbones. Nobody gets to talk about you that way. Nobody gets to hurt you. Not while I'm around. Still, you put everything on the line. Your reputation, the board's trust. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. I'd do anything for you, Maya, anything. The words come out raw, honest. No pretense, no walls. Just the truth I've been fighting since the day she walked back into my life. She rises on her tiptoes, her lips meeting mine in a soft, tender kiss. The world falls away. The murmuring guests, the twinkling lights, everything except the feel of her against me. Her hands slide up my chest to rest on my shoulders, and I pull her closer, deepening the kiss for just a moment before we remember where we are. When we break apart, her smile lights up her whole face. My hero, she whispers, and though she says it playfully, I hear the genuine emotion behind it. Always, I promise, meaning every syllable.
Chapter 27. Maya. The tension melts away as Henry leads me to the dance floor, his eyeliner intertwined with mine. The Christmas lights twinkle above us like stars brought down to earth, casting a soft glow across his features. I think we both needed this. Henry pulls me close, one hand settling on my waist while the other keeps hold of my fingers. His touch sends tingles down my spine, and the scent of his cologne wraps around me like a cozy blanket. Just us. No drama. Just us. I agree, letting my free hand rest on his shoulder, feeling the solid muscle beneath his suit jacket. The band transitions into a slower melody, something about moonlight and forever, and we sway together. His thumb traces small circles against my waist, and I find myself melting further into his embrace. Around us, other couples fill the dance floor, but they might as well be shadows for all I care. The earlier confrontation seems like a distant memory now, replaced by the warmth of celebration. Champagne glasses clink in the background, punctuated by bursts of laughter that float across the room. The festive atmosphere wraps around us like a cocoon, and for the first time tonight, I feel completely at peace. You know what I love about you? Henry's thumb traces circles on my waist, sending shivers down my spine. You don't take crap from anyone. Look who's talking, Mr. CEO who just told off his disgruntled subordinate. I can't help but smirk, remembering how he'd handled that situation with such effortless authority. We make quite the pair. His green eyes catch the light, and damn if they don't sparkle with something that makes my stomach do a little flip. His jaw ticks with that confident half smile that drives me crazy. The music swells, and Henry spins me under his arm. My dress twirls around my legs, the fabric swishing against my skin, and when I come back to him, we're even closer than before. The scent of his cologne mingles with the pine and cinnamon in the air. His hand slides lower on my back, just enough to be possessive without crossing any lines. Across the room, someone starts a conga line, and the whole party seems to pulse with renewed energy. Glasses clink and people whoop with excitement, but here in our little bubble, it's just the steady rhythm of our dance, the warmth of Henry's hand on my waist, and the way his eyes never leave mine, like I'm the only woman in the room, like I'm the only woman in the world. Want to know a secret? I lean in closer. I've never felt this light at a fancy party before. That's because you usually don't have the right dance partner. He dips me suddenly, and I grab his shoulders with a laugh. When he pulls me back up, his smile is contagious. The band kicks into an upbeat holiday classic, and the floor fills with even more couples. But we keep our slow dance, creating our own tempo in this bubble of Christmas magic and newfound peace. My heart pounds against my ribs as the music shifts again. The weight of unspoken words sits heavy on my tongue, and I know this is the moment. Henry, my fingers tighten on his shoulder. I need to tell you something. He tilts his head, those green eyes focused entirely on me. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. That's just it. I take a shaky breath. Everything's right. More than right. And it terrifies me because I'm in love with you. And I wanted to let you know. Pillow talk doesn't count. His steps falter for a split second, but his grip on my waist tightens. I love how you text me good morning every day. The way you challenge me to be better while accepting exactly who I am. The words tumble out now. Unstoppable. I love that you know exactly how I take my coffee and that you keep my favorite tea stocked in your office. And I'm scared because I've never felt this way about anyone before. Henry stops dancing. His hand comes up to cup my face, thumb brushing across my cheekbone. Maya Thompson, do you have any idea what you do to me? You burst back into my life with your incredible food and your infectious laugh, and suddenly everything changed. My whole world shifted. His voice drops lower just for me. I love how passionate you are about your work, how you light up when you talk about new recipes, the way you dance in the kitchen when you think no one's watching. He presses his forehead against mine. I love that you call me out and push me to be better. I love you, Maya. God, I love you so much. The music swells around us, but we're barely swaying now, lost in our own world. Tears prick at my eyes, happy ones, as his words wash over me. Say it again, I whisper. I love you. He brushes his lips against my temple, before tipping my chin upward slightly. His lips find mine, soft and sure, and the world around us fades into a beautiful blur. My fingers thread through his hair as he pulls me closer, deepening the kiss. It's different from our previous ones. Tender, unhurried, filled with the weight of the truth. The taste of champagne lingers between us, sweet and effervescent, like the moment itself. Someone whistles nearby, breaking through our bubble. Henry's lips curve into a smile against mine before he pulls back just enough to meet my gaze. His hands frame my face like I'm something precious, something worth protecting. The warmth of his touch sends tingles down my spine, and I lean into his palm without thinking. You know, he says, thumbs tracing my jawline, his eyes dancing with mischief and something deeper, more serious. I've been thinking about Christmas weddings lately. My heart skips, then starts racing double time, The champagne buzz fades instantly as anticipation floods my system. Have you now? He gestures at the decorations around us, the twinkling lights, the garlands, the way everything sparkles with possibility. His other hand stays on my face, keeping me anchored to this moment. All this festive beauty, the magic in the air, seems like the perfect setting to start forever, doesn't it? The confidence in his voice makes my knees weak, and I'm grateful for his steady hold. Henry Caldwell, are you proposing? His eyes dance with mischief and love. Not yet, but I want you to know it's coming, soon. And when it does, I want you to remember this moment, when we're surrounded by all this Christmas magic, and know that our wedding will be even more spectacular. Joy bubbles up inside me, making me feel lighter than air. The Christmas lights twinkle around us, like 1,000 tiny stars blessing this moment. Is this your way of asking if I'd say yes? Would you? His voice holds a hint of vulnerability beneath the confidence. His fingers tighten slightly against my waist, and I can feel the tiniest tremor in his touch. I rise on my tiptoes, pressing another quick kiss to his lips. My heart's racing so fast I can barely catch my breath. Yes. 1,000 times yes. The words come out in a rush, as natural as breathing. The happiness in his eyes makes them shine brighter than any Christmas light. He spins me around, both of us laughing, the sound echoing through the decorated square. When he pulls me back into another kiss, it tastes like promises and forever, like every Christmas wish I've ever made coming true at once. His arms wrap around me, strong and secure, making me feel like I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. Suddenly, the band kicks up the tempo, which catches me by surprise. And suddenly, everyone's moving to All I Want for Christmas Is You. Henry grabs my hand, spinning me into the crowd of dancing partygoers. Come on, Thompson. Show me those kitchen dance moves. I laugh and let loose, swaying my hips as Henry matches my rhythm. Around us, executives and their partners shed their formal personas, caught up in the infectious holiday spirit. Everyone, gather round. Henry's COO, James, taps his champagne glass. The music fades, and servers weave through the crowd with fresh flutes of bubbly. Henry's hand finds the small of my back as we turn toward the makeshift stage. This year has been transformative for Caldwell Enterprises, James continues. Under Henry's leadership, we've expanded into 3 new markets, launched our most successful campaign to date, and increased our charitable giving by 200%. The crowd applauds, and Henry squeezes my waist. I beam up at him, proud of everything he's accomplished. James raises his glass. To Henry Caldwell, not just a brilliant CEO, but a leader who genuinely cares about his people and his community. And to Caldwell Enterprises, may we continue to grow and thrive in the coming year. To Caldwell Enterprises, the room echoes with clinking glasses. Henry leans down, his lips brushing my ear. To us and our future. I touch my glass to his. To us. The champagne fizzes on my tongue as the band strikes up again. Henry pulls me closer and we sway together, surrounded by celebration, but lost in our own world of possibilities. So, I trace patterns on his chest. Tell me more about these Christmas wedding ideas of yours. His eyes light up. Well, first of all, there has to be an amazing caterer. I might know someone. I laugh, feeling lighter than air as we dance beneath the twinkling lights, our future stretching out before us like a path of stars.
Chapter 28. Henry. I park my car across from Maya's bakery, watching the steady stream of people filing through her front door. The snowflakes dance in the golden glow of the street lamps, coating everything in a pristine white blanket. Holiday music drifts out each time someone opens the door, along with the heavenly scent of gingerbread and vanilla. She spots me through the window and quickly hurries out the door. I wave, but then gesture towards my back seat. Got the stuff you needed. I grab 2 boxes from my back seat, filled with the marketing materials I designed for her event. The cardboard edges dig into my palms through my leather gloves, but I barely notice. The sweet scent of sugar and spice drifts across the parking lot, making my stomach growl. Maya pokes her head out the door, her curls dusted with flour. A streak of vanilla frosting decorates her cheek, and her apron is covered in evidence of a busy baking day. My hero. But these treats aren't going to arrange themselves. Come in and help me. Her smile could melt the snow faster than the summer sun. Inside, the warmth hits me like a wave. Maya's transformed the space into a winter wonderland, with twinkling lights strung across the ceiling and elaborate gingerbread displays on every surface. White fairy lights reflect off the polished display cases, creating a magical glow that makes everything sparkle. Mrs. Schultz from the flower shop chats with the local librarian while munching on a sugar cookie, both of them gesturing animatedly over steaming cups of hot chocolate. The Irwin twins race past, their faces covered in icing, giggling as their mother calls after them to slow down. The whole scene feels like something straight out of a Christmas card, and for a moment I forget I'm here on business. The place looks incredible. I set the boxes on her counter, pulling out glossy flyers and branded gift cards, admiring how the marketing materials complement the bakery's festive atmosphere. My team really nailed the design, capturing the warmth and charm of Maya's vision. Thanks to you. Maya arranges a platter of gingerbread men, each one decorated with tiny bow ties and buttons, her fingers moving with practiced precision. Your marketing magic is already working. Look at this crowd. This is all you. I grab a cookie, biting into perfectly spiced heaven. The blend of ginger, cinnamon, and molasses hits my tongue in waves. Damn, these are good. I can't help but take another bite, watching crumbs scatter across the counter. Language! But she's grinning, that spark in her eyes that appears whenever someone enjoys her baking. It's the same look she had during our first meeting when I sampled her signature chocolate cake. Help me set up the hot chocolate station. She gestures toward the collection of marshmallows, candy canes, and whipped cream waiting to be arranged. We work side by side, arranging marshmallows and candy canes while more customers pour in. The mayor shows up with his entire family. The local news crew sets up in the corner. Maya's vision of bringing the community together through food is unfolding right before my eyes. I can't believe this is actually happening. Maya's voice catches as she surveys her packed bakery. I resist the urge to brush a smudge of chocolate from her cheek. Believe it, you earned every bit of this. The snow continues falling outside, but in here it's all warmth and joy and the pure magic of Maya's creation. Something shifts in my chest watching her work the room, greeting everyone by name, making each person feel special. This is something else entirely. The Wilson kids rush past, nearly knocking over a display of candy canes. I catch it just in time, steadying the glass container while Maya handles crowd control with her usual grace. Sorry, Mr. Caldwell! Tommy Wilson calls over his shoulder. No running, you little sugar monsters. Maya's voice carries that perfect mix of authority and affection that makes kids actually listen. The boys slow to a walk, and she shoots me a triumphant grin. See? I got this place under control. Right. Because nothing says control like flour in your hair. I reach over and dust some of it off, earning a playful swat. At least, I'm not the one wearing a 3-piece suit to a baking event. She tugs at my tie. Come on, CEO. Time to earn your keep. Before I can protest, she's dragging me behind the counter, tossing an apron my way. It's covered in dancing gingerbread men. Ridiculous, but somehow perfect for this place. These cookies won't frost themselves. She hands me a piping bag filled with royal icing. Think you can handle it, or will this ruin your corporate image? I roll up my sleeves, accepting her challenge. Please. I closed 3 major deals this week. I think I can handle decorating a few cookies. Show me what you've got then, hotshot. My first attempt at piping a snowflake looks more like a spider web having an existential crisis. Maya doubles over laughing, nearly dropping her own piping bag. Shut up. This is harder than it looks. But I'm laughing too because her joy is infectious. Here. She steps behind me, her hands guiding mine on the piping bag. Gentle pressure, smooth movements. The warmth of her presence, the way she naturally fits against me as she demonstrates the technique. It's distracting in the best possible way. Mrs. Martinez from the hardware store catches my eye and winks. About time someone got Henry Caldwell to loosen up a bit. Glad it's his wife. I've always been loose, I protest, but my crooked frosting lines tell a different story. Sure you have, dear. Mrs. Martinez pats my arm as she collects her order. Maya, these cookies are delicious as always. Maya beams at the compliment, then turns back to assess my handiwork. Well, your technique needs work, but I suppose you have other talents. Like saving your marketing budget? I pipe another wobbly line. Like being surprisingly good company. She bumps my hip with hers, reaching past me for more sprinkles. Even if you can't frost to save your life. Maya reaches for another tray of cookies, but I catch her wrist. The bakery bustles around us, a symphony of laughter and Christmas music. But in this moment, she's all I see. Flour dusts her cheeks, and that stubborn streak of vanilla frosting still marks her face like a badge of honor. You've got something. I brush my thumb across her cheek, clearing away the frosting. Her skin is warm beneath my touch. Henry. Her voice softens, those bright eyes meeting mine. I pull her close, not caring that her apron is covered in powdered sugar, or that my suit will need dry cleaning. Our lips meet, and she tastes like cinnamon. Her fingers curl into my shirt, leaving tiny fingerprints of chocolate, and I couldn't care less about the designer fabric. Someone wolf whistles, probably old Isaiah from the barber shop. Maya laughs against my lips, the sound vibrating through my chest. Get it, girl! Mandy calls out, and soon the whole bakery erupts in applause and cheers. Maya buries her face in my chest, but I can feel her smile. I can't believe you just did that. Best decision I've made all day. I press a kiss to her temple. Maya, honey, these gingerbread cookies are marvelous. I need the recipe. Mrs. Rivera waves from her table. And the hot chocolate. I haven't tasted anything this good since my grandmother's recipe. The place has such wonderful energy, adds Rebecca from the flower shop, cradling her mug of hot chocolate. Like a warm hug on a cold day. Maya beams at each compliment, her face glowing with pride. I watch her thank each customer personally, sharing recipe tips and holiday plans. The way she builds these connections makes everyone feel special. It's magic. Your wife has created something special here, Pastor Mike tells me, sampling one of the sugar cookies. This is more than just a bakery. It's becoming the heart of our community. My wife, we've done away with the contract Mason drafted up for us, because, yes, she is my wife, and there's nothing temporary about us. Maya slides her hand into mine as we watch the last customers leave, waving goodbye to Mrs. Jackson, who insists on helping clean up a few stray napkins. The snow outside has picked up, creating a cozy barrier between us and the rest of the world. Remember when you first walked into my tiny kitchen, asking me to be your fake wife? Maya stacks empty cookie platters. Look at us now, I reply as she traces the simple gold band on my finger. Who knew a business arrangement would turn into? I gesture around to the twinkling lights, the empty plates that held her creations, the space she's built into something extraordinary. Into the greatest decision of my life? She beams up at me. The best way to a man's heart is his stomach, after all. I had you hook, line, and sinker once you started tasting my cookies on a daily basis. Because they are incredible, just like everything else you create. I survey her kingdom, the gleaming display cases, the comfortable seating areas where people linger for hours, the wall of photos showing all the community events she's catered. You did this. All of it. We did this. Maya leans into me, her head fitting perfectly under my chin. Your business sense, my recipes, your structure, my chaos, it works. It more than works. I think about the better ring hidden in my office desk, the one that will replace her simple band, the one that represents a real proposal, not a business arrangement. It's perfect. Through the window, Christmas lights twinkle in the falling snow. Maya's bakery glows like a beacon in the darkness, drawing people in with its warmth and promise of something sweet, just like she drew me in, past all my walls and careful plans. I love you, she whispers, and those 3 words still hit me like the first time she said them. I love you too. I hold her closer, savoring this moment of quiet victory. Always will.
Chapter 29. Maya. Henry guides me back into his mansion, his hands never leaving my body, as if he's afraid I might slip away. His touch is eager, possessive, tracing the curve of my waist, the small of my back, sending shivers up my spine. His breath is hot on my ear, whispering words that make my heart pound. You're so damn beautiful, Maya. He growls, his voice low and hungry. I'm glad you're here with me. I can't help but smile, his words igniting a warmth within me. He leads me up the grand staircase, his hand entwined with mine, his thumb tracing circles on my skin. The upstairs hallway is dimly lit, intimate, and he walks with purpose, pulling me along. His master bedroom awaits us. He turns to me, his green eyes dark with desire. He backs me up against the bed, his body pressing against mine. I can feel his need, his wanting, and it sends a thrill through me. Henry, I whisper, my voice barely audible. His name on my lips seems to drive him wild. He captures my mouth with his kiss passionate and demanding. His hands are in my hair, on my face, tracing the line of my jaw. He's everywhere at once, consuming me, and I'm drowning in him. He pushes me back onto the bed, his body covering mine. His kiss deepens, his tongue exploring my mouth, tasting me. His hands are on my wrists, pinning them above my head. I'm trapped beneath him, surrounded by his scent, his heat, his desire, and I love it. He pulls back slightly, his breath ragged. You drive me crazy, Maya, he murmurs, his eyes locked onto mine. Then he's kissing me again, his body pressing me into the mattress, his hands exploring every curve and line of my body. I can feel his heart pounding against my chest, matching the rhythm of my own. Henry undresses me, his hands rough and impatient as they tug at my clothes. He peels away each layer, tossing them aside without care, leaving me bare and exposed. His eyes rake over me, hungry and approving, sending a shiver of anticipation down my spine. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Henry's arms are wrapped around me, his breath warm on my neck as we lay together, our bodies still entwined. His kisses are gentle now, a stark contrast to the passion that consumed us moments ago. He pulls back slightly, his green eyes meeting mine, a soft smile playing on his lips. Have you ever imagined what a future between us might look like? His voice is a low rumble, serious yet tender. I smile, tracing patterns on his chest with my fingertips. I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. I've pictured kids running around your big mansion, filling it with laughter and noise. I chuckle, looking up at him. It's too much space for just you, you know. Henry's smile widens, and he pulls me closer, his hand cupping my cheek. I'm glad you think so, he says, his thumb brushing gently against my skin. I've been thinking the same thing. This place needs more life, more love. I raise an eyebrow, a playful smirk tugging at my lips. Oh, really? And what kind of love are you talking about, Henry? He laughs, a deep, rich sound that makes my heart flutter. The kind that involves you, me, and maybe a few little ones running around, causing chaos. He pauses, his expression turning more serious. I want a future with you, Maya. I want to fill this place with our memories, our happiness. His words send a warmth spreading through me, a sense of belonging and rightness. I lean into his touch, my eyes locked onto his. I want that too, Henry. I want to create a life with you. I want the full 9 yards, the happy family, the white picket fence. Maybe we can get a dog and a cat too. He kisses me again, his lips soft and sweet against mine. It's a promise, a seal on our shared dreams and desires. When he pulls back, his eyes are filled with a determination that matches my own. Then let's make it happen, he says, his voice steady and sure. Let's build a future together.
Chapter 30. Henry. The fire crackles in my living room, casting a warm glow across Maya's face as she leans over the coffee table, surrounded by what looks like every wedding magazine published in the last decade. My mother's done her usual thing, transformed my modern, minimalist space into a cozy planning headquarters with throws, cushions, and the scent of cinnamon from somewhere I can't identify. What about these for the centerpieces? Maya points to an arrangement of white roses and baby's breath. We could mix in some seasonal flowers to match the winter theme. Oh, sweetie, those are gorgeous. Mom spreads out a fan of color swatches in various shades of silver and blue. And they'd complement any of these winter palettes perfectly. I slide closer to Maya on the sofa, my arm finding its way around her shoulders. As long as there's no pink, I draw the line at pink. Such a man? Maya elbows me playfully, then grabs her notebook covered in her distinctive scrawl. But don't worry, I'm thinking midnight blue, silver, and white. Classic winter wonderland, but elevated. The coffee table's completely buried under inspiration boards, fabric samples, and venue brochures. Mom's methodical organization system, developed over years of event planning, has somehow merged with Maya's creative chaos. Post-it notes stick out from magazine pages, each marked with Maya's excited exclamation points and Mom's practical annotations. Have you thought more about the menu? Mom shuffles through her stack of notes. Maya, darling, with your expertise. Already working on it. Maya reaches for her tablet. I'm thinking of combining traditional holiday flavors with some unexpected twists. Henry's only request was that chocolate cake is non-negotiable. Damn straight. I pick up one of the venue pamphlets. The ballroom at the Grand Oak would look amazing with your color scheme. Plus, the cathedral ceilings would really showcase those icicle lights you were talking about. Maya's eyes light up as she grabs more swatches. And look at how these fabrics catch the light. Imagine them draped along the walls with strategic uplighting. Mom beams at us, her reading glasses perched on her nose as she makes another note. You two are making my job as wedding coordinator so easy, though I still think we should discuss the ice sculpture. Speaking of the menu, I pull out my phone, scrolling through photos. Remember that chocolate ganache cake you made for Mrs. Lee? The one with the gold leaf? What if we did something similar, but with silver to match the theme? Maya's eyes widen. You kept pictures of my cakes? I've got a whole folder. I flip through more photos, including that red velvet masterpiece from the charity gala. Your designs are part of our story. They should be part of our wedding. Henry's right. Mom clasps her hands together. And what about incorporating your grandmother's recipes? We could have a dessert table featuring all the recipes that brought you two together. Mom pulls out an old leather-bound recipe book from her bag. I've been saving this for when Henry found the right person. It's full of Caldwell family holiday recipes, so I'm going back 4 generations. Patricia... Maya's voice softens as she accepts the book. These recipes aren't just instructions, dear. They're memories, traditions. And now they're yours to add to. I watch as Maya traces the worn edges of the recipe book, her fingers lingering on the handwritten notes in the margins. We could display photos of both our families cooking together through the years, I suggest. Show how food's always brought people together. Next to the dessert table, Mom's already sketching in her planner. And we could use your father's old crystal cake stands, Henry. He'd have loved that. Maya squeezes my hand. What about having the guests write their favorite family recipes as part of the guest book? Build our own collection of memories. Now that's the kind of wedding detail I can get excited about. I pull her closer. Much better than debating napkin colors for 3 hours. Maya shifts beside me, her fingers drumming against the recipe book's leather cover. The rhythmic tapping draws my attention away from the venue photos. There's tension in her shoulders I hadn't noticed before, a slight furrow between her brows that wasn't there moments ago. You okay? I squeeze her shoulder. We can take a break from all this if you're getting overwhelmed. No, it's not that. Maya sets the book down carefully, smoothing her palm over its surface. Actually, there's something I need to tell you both. Mom lowers her reading glasses, giving Maya her full attention. The fire pops, sending sparks dancing up the chimney. Maya takes a deep breath, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. I've been trying to find the right moment and seeing all these plans, these family traditions. She glances at the recipe book, then back at us. I wanted to wait until I was sure, but I turned to face her fully, something in her voice making my heart race. Maya, I'm pregnant. The words tumble out in a rush. She bites her lower lip, her eyes darting between Mom and me. We're going to have a baby. The magazine I'm holding slides from my fingers, landing with a soft thud on the carpet. Maya's watching me, her chest barely moving as she holds her breath. There's fear in her eyes, but beneath it, I catch a glimmer of fierce joy she's trying to contain. Mom's pen clatters against the coffee table. The sound breaks through my stunned silence, and I realize I haven't moved, haven't spoken, haven't even breathed since Maya's announcement. Henry! Maya's voice wavers slightly. Her fingers twist together in her lap. I know this changes everything with the wedding plans, and the timing isn't what we... I cut Maya off mid-sentence, pulling her into my arms with a laugh that burst from deep in my chest. A baby? We're having a baby! The words feel magical on my tongue, each repetition making them more real. You're not upset? Maya's hands grip my shoulders, her eyes searching mine. Upset? God, no! I cup her face in my hands, drinking in every detail, the hope in her eyes, the slight tremble of her smile. Maya, this is everything. I press my forehead to hers, another laugh escaping me as the full impact hits. We're going to be parents. We're going to be parents. Oh my goodness! Mom's voice cracks with emotion, She's already dabbing at her eyes with a tissue, her wedding planner forgotten on the table. My first grandchild! Oh, Henry, Maya! She rushes over to embrace us both, her tears falling freely now. I've been dying to tell you both, Maya says, her own eyes glistening. Especially when we started talking about the wedding timeline. The nursery! Mom pulls back, her hands clasped together. We'll need to start planning right away. The room next to your office would be perfect. It gets such beautiful morning light. She grabs her planner, flipping to a fresh page. And names! Have you thought about names? The Caldwell family has some beautiful traditional... Mom, I laugh, keeping Maya tucked against my side. She just told us. Maybe we can take a minute to breathe before you plan the kids' college graduation? Don't you dare try to slow me down, Henry James Caldwell. I've waited years to be a grandmother. She wipes her eyes again, beaming at Maya. Have you had any morning sickness, dear? I know the most wonderful remedies. Maya melts further into my embrace as Mom fusses around us, her hands moving from Maya's shoulders to her still flat stomach with reverent touches. The fire's warmth can't compare to the heat spreading through my chest as I watch my mother shower Maya with the pure, unconditional love that's always been her trademark. I can't believe I'm going to be part of this. Maya's voice carries a mix of wonder and vulnerability. Her fingers intertwine with mine, pressing them against her abdomen. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and just lie there thinking about everything, the wedding, the baby, running the business. You're already amazing at all of it. I kiss her temple, breathing in the familiar scent of vanilla and spice that clings to her hair. And you're not doing any of it alone. Never alone, Mom agrees, pulling us both into another embrace. Her arms, though smaller than mine, hold us with surprising strength. This baby is going to have so much love, so many people watching over them. She pulls back, frames Maya's face in her hands. And you, my dear, were born to be a mother. I've seen how you nurture everyone around you, from your staff to that community garden you started. Maya's eyes shimmer with unshed tears. I just want to do everything right. The business is finally taking off, and with the wedding plans... Hey! I turn her face toward mine. Nothing has to be perfect. We'll figure it out together, step by step. The wedding plans can wait, Mom adds, already reaching for her planner. We'll adjust everything to make sure you're comfortable. Maybe move the date up a bit. She pauses, a knowing smile crossing her face. Though I suspect that's why you chose that empire-waisted dress design last week. Maya laughs, wiping her eyes. I thought I was being so subtle. Subtle isn't exactly a trait that you're known for. I pull her closer, pressing another kiss to her hair. But that's what I love about you. You wear your heart on your sleeve, even when you're nervous. Mom wraps her arms around us again, and we stay like that, connected, while the fire crackles and plans for the future swirl around us like snowflakes in a gentle winter breeze.